Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
On a sweltering summer night, the clock had just passed 1 in the morning. The streets were nearly empty. The few people still outside were mostly groups of young men and women staggering along after a night out. Some were leaning on their friends as they made their way home. Others disappeared into hotels with attractive strangers they had only just met. Under the glow of a street lamp, Lu Qing stood beside his battered little electric scooter, dressed in his yellow delivery uniform. He tapped his finger against his phone screen and muttered to himself, "One last order, then I'm going back to sleep. Classes start the day after tomorrow." Lu Qing was the kind of young man no one would look at twice, yet the kind who had quietly worked harder than most. He had grown up in an orphanage, and with the help of kind-hearted people and his own relentless effort, managed to get himself into a second-tier university. Every weekend, he took part-time delivery jobs to earn some extra money for living expenses. For 22 years, his life had been plain and uneventful. He had never stumbled into sudden wealth, nor had he awakened some miraculous system like the protagonists in online novels. Still, he had been blessed with a handsome face and a height of over 6 feet, enough to make him stand out in a crowd. It was just that years of poor nutrition in childhood had left him somewhat thin, with pale skin and a frail-looking frame. Then his worn-out phone suddenly chimed. "Ding, you have a new order." "Another one?" Lu Qing quickly tapped the screen with his long fingers and a new order popped up. The pickup location was nearby, but the delivery address was much farther away. 6 kilometers. He frowned for a second, then shrugged. Perfect, last order of the night. He opened the navigation and headed straight for the restaurant. Including commission, this one should earn him around 10 yuan, not bad at all. After picking up the order, he glanced down at the delivery address again. Number 168, Seahorse Manor, recipient, Su Lingwei. The name instantly rang a bell. Su Lingwei, the campus beauty everyone at his university knew by name. She was technically his senior, famous for her stunning looks and her icy, unapproachable personality. Plenty of guys had tried pursuing her, but none had gotten close. She always carried herself like a glacier untouched for 1,000 years. There were also endless rumors about her. Some said her family background was extraordinary. After all, even though she failed several courses every year, she was still somehow allowed to stay in school. Without powerful backing, she would have been expelled long ago. What was even stranger was that no one seemed to know where she really came from. Lu Qing blinked at the address again. Seahorse Manor. That was one of the most famous luxury communities in the city. Back when it first opened, people said that if your family assets were below 100 million, you would not even qualify to step through the gate. Still, Lu Qing quickly shook his head. "None of that has anything to do with me. I'm just here to deliver food." He kicked off on his scooter and followed the navigation. As he rode, he glanced at the order details and could not help muttering, spicy crayfish, barbecue skewers, and all of it in large portions too, eating this much greasy food in the middle of the night. Isn't the school beauty worried about breaking out? When he arrived at the entrance to Seahorse Manor, he was stopped by security just as expected. The guard needed to call the resident for confirmation. "Hello, Miss Su," the guard said politely into the intercom. "Your takeaway has arrived. Should I let him in?" A cold female voice came through the speaker. "Yes, let him in and tell him to hurry." The tone was as distant as ever, but Lu Qing could hear something else underneath it: weakness, urgency. The guard immediately allowed him through. Lu Qing parked his scooter outside and entered the estate on foot with the food in hand. As he walked, he frowned slightly. Maybe it was just his imagination, but something about that voice had felt off. "She's probably just starving," he thought. Young people these days never eat on time. Then when they get too hungry, they binge like crazy, really unhealthy. Not long after, he found villa number 168. It was a 3-story villa with a small, elegant courtyard in front. There was a swing swaying softly in the night breeze, but apart from that, the place was strangely empty. No flowers, no plants, no decoration. In the middle of the vast estate, this villa felt unusually silent. Lu Qing pressed the doorbell. Before he could speak, the courtyard gate clicked open by itself. He hesitated for a moment, then walked inside and approached the main door. With another soft click, the front door opened a narrow crack. That same cold voice came from the intercom on the wall. "Come in, second floor. First room on the right." And hurry. This time the urgency was even clearer. Lu Qing paused. "Miss Su, I'm just delivering food," he said carefully. "It's not really appropriate for me to bring it straight to your room." These days, all kinds of strange stories floated around online. Rich women trapping handsome delivery boys, forcing them to stay the night, ruining their innocence. A man had to protect himself too. The voice from the intercom came again, lower and more strained than before. "Bring it upstairs. I'll give you an extra 100. Okay?" Lu Qing answered without hesitation, 100 yuan tip. At that point, any sense of caution was instantly crushed by reality. Carrying the takeaway, he rushed inside and jogged all the way to the second floor. "First room on the right, should be this one." He lifted his hand, about to knock, then the door suddenly flew open. A dark figure lunged out from the unlit room and slammed into him with terrifying force, knocking him flat onto the floor. Before he could even react, a sharp pain shot through his neck. It felt like someone had sunk their teeth into him. Lu Qing's whole body stiffened. He looked down in shock. In his arms was a breathtakingly beautiful girl with crimson eyes. And then he realized something even more horrifying. She was not wearing any clothes. Lu Qing froze completely, not daring to move a single inch. His mind went blank. Has role-playing gone too far, he thought, half panicked and half stunned. Why is she actually biting me? Su Lingwei lay sprawled across Lu Qing's body, her skin burning hot. It was not ordinary warmth, but the heat left behind by a body pushed to its limit after a brutal fight. The battle with those blood servants had been so intense that even her clothes had been scorched away by the high temperatures. Worse still, she had been badly wounded and urgently needed energy to recover. And so, the delivery boy before her had become her only source of nourishment. Her sharp fangs pierced the soft skin of Lu Qing's neck. The moment his blood touched her tongue, that sweet metallic taste sent a fierce thrill through her senses, and she swallowed greedily. Yet she failed to notice that some of the blood at the corner of her lips had slipped down along the bite wound and seeped back into Lu Qing's body. Su Lingwei let out a faint sigh. With the last shred of reason she still possessed, she forced herself to stop and pull away. If she kept feeding, she would drain him dry. She had no idea how much she had already taken, but she could feel the effects immediately. Her energy was slowly returning. The wounds across her body were beginning to heal. Then, having exhausted even that final thread of willpower, she slipped into a deep sleep. In the dark corridor, a thin young man and a mysterious girl lay entwined in each other's arms like lovers who had fallen asleep together by accident. About 2 hours later, Lu Qing slowly stirred. Hiss. Still dazed, he reached up and touched his neck. "That bite was vicious," he muttered. "There are actually 2 holes." By touch alone, he could tell there were indeed 2 deep puncture marks there. Strangely enough, though, there was no blood. He carefully pushed himself up and found that Su Lingwei, who had collapsed on top of him earlier, was still asleep. His eyes drifted down to her back. Her pale, snow-white skin was covered in dense scars, but those scars looked oddly fresh, as though they had only just healed. "What kind of wounds are these?" After hesitating for a moment, Lu Qing still could not bring himself to leave her lying there on the cold floor. Out of simple human decency, he went into the room, found a blanket, and gently draped it over her body. Then, with some effort, he bent down, lifted her into his arms, and carefully carried her to the large, soft bed inside. By the time he finished, he was drenched in sweat. "That's weird," he muttered, wiping his forehead. "Since when did I become this weak? She was not that heavy, carrying her should not have left him so exhausted, and my temperature's rising. My vision's going dark too, what the hell is going on?" Before he could finish, his body swayed. Bang, his vision blacked out and he collapsed heavily onto the floor. This time he fell into a much deeper coma. At the same time, strange changes began to take place inside his body. His breathing grew weaker and weaker. His heartbeat slowed, then slowed again, until at last it stopped completely. After a whole night had passed, Su Lingwei suddenly opened her eyes on the bed. For a moment she looked blankly at the blanket covering her body. Then her gaze shifted and landed on Lu Qing lying motionless on the floor. A red glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. She rose from the bed, pale as a figure painted on white silk, casually pulled on a piece of clothing and crouched down beside him. She stared at him for a long while before finally speaking, her voice cold and calm. "You're the first person I've killed in the last 100 years, I'm sorry." The apology was flat and still, like water without ripples. As a vampire and a vampire count at that, she had long since grown indifferent to life and death. Humans were food to her kind, though in truth she rarely hunted in daily life. If not for the severe injuries she had suffered last night, if not for her desperate need for fresh blood to restore her strength, this boy would never have died here. "You were just unlucky, little brother." She did not even bother checking carefully. There was no heartbeat, no breath, he was dead. The only question left was where to bury him. Lingwei thought for a moment, then reached down and casually grabbed one of Lu Qing's legs, dragging him as easily as if he weighed nothing at all. She carried him to the villa's basement. This place was supposed to be for those disgusting blood servants, she said indifferently. Sorry to trouble you into joining them today. She picked up a shovel and began digging into a section of the basement floor where the cement had already been broken open. In the corner of the basement was a horrifying sight. Dozens of mutilated corpses were piled together in a messy heap like a small hill of flesh. Some were missing limbs. Some had been torn apart so badly they were hardly recognizable. These were the blood servants who had attacked the night before, all ripped to pieces by the furious vampire count. After digging for a while, Lingwei paused and frowned faintly. Once I bury you, I'll have to move again. What a nuisance. As an immortal vampire whose appearance never changed, she had to relocate every few years. Staying in one place for too long would only invite trouble. She had only just managed to enroll in university here, thinking she might enjoy a few quiet years pretending to live an ordinary life. She had not expected her plans to be ruined so soon. At last, she tossed the shovel aside and looked down at Lu Qing with an unreadable expression. Rest in peace. In your next life, may you be born into a better family. It sounded like a blessing. Then she turned, preparing to throw him into the pit, but at that exact moment, a voice full of shock and disbelief suddenly rang out behind her. Senior, are you trying to bury me alive? In the dim and foul-smelling basement, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, and the scene that came into his sight left him confused. I saw the school beauty senior student holding a shovel tightly in both hands, digging hard on the ground, and had already dug a big hole with a diameter of about 4 meters. He was lying on the edge of the pit, 1 foot already in it. His yellow delivery uniform had been torn to pieces and scattered to the side. Lu Qing vaguely sensed something and asked in confusion, "Senior sister, are you going to bury me? This is too exaggerated. Is she going to be so cruel just because she saw something she shouldn't have seen? The usually aloof school beauty is so cruel and ruthless." Apparently, after hearing his voice, the school beauty turned around in astonishment, looking at him with strange eyes. She's not dead. Her heartbeat just stopped. Could it be that I accidentally hugged her for the first time? Lu Qing didn't hear clearly what the school beauty senior was mumbling, and then he saw her throwing away the shovel and walking towards him. Open your mouth. As soon as the words fell, without waiting for Lu Qing to react, 2 slender and cold fingers pried open his mouth and groped back and forth inside. The scene at this moment was as if he was holding the fingers of the school beauty senior. He twisted his head uncomfortably, trying to spit out these 2 restless fingers. After all, there was still a lot of mud on them. Don't move. Lingwei stopped his struggle with a commanding tone. Her fingers continued to explore his mouth, finally stopping at one spot. A look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. Is it really there? Lu Qing had no idea what this meant. At this moment, he felt the 2 fingers in his mouth lightly flicking against one of his teeth. In an instant, his 2 canine teeth seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism, suddenly becoming sharp and slender, directly pushing out of his lips. With just the slightest movement, 2 sharp fangs were exposed. Open your eyes. The school beauty senior immediately gave another order. Still without waiting for Lu Qing to react, 2 fingers opened his eyelids. Lingwei's face got closer and closer, and a sweet yet strange fragrance came to his nose. This smell was evil but extremely tempting, especially for him at this moment. He felt extremely comfortable. So the school beauty's pupils are red. At a close distance, Lu Qing was surprised to find that Lingwei's pupils were red. The pupils changed color, the fangs grew, and the heartbeat stopped. Maybe when I was sucking blood, my blood accidentally flowed into your body. So now you should be in my first embrace. But he's just a newbie who just became the last vampire. Lingwei concluded coldly. Lu Qing was stunned. First embrace, bloodline, vampire. Could this be someone who's gone completely crazy with role-playing? I am a vampire and a vampire lord. Perhaps this is difficult for you to accept, but it is the truth. I'm sorry. The school beauty senior stopped talking after she finished speaking, as if she felt a little bored. She sat beside the big pit she had dug and stared blankly, her 112-meter-long legs bent into a moving arc. Lu Qing was skeptical and focused his attention on himself. When he paid attention, he suddenly found that the world before him seemed to be completely new. The scene before him was as clear as if it had been cleaned, and the dust floating in the air was clearly visible. The sound of insects crawling deep in the soil seemed to be right next to his ears. He could even hear the sound of blood flowing. And many unfamiliar smells rushed into his nostrils. Not only that, but his strength seemed to have increased several times. Most noticeably, he felt a sharp sensation on his lips, and those fangs were undoubtedly the hallmark of a vampire. Could it be that I was really turned into a vampire by the first embrace? Lu Qing began to doubt his body. However, his attention was soon drawn to other things as he smelled an extremely strong smell of blood. Looking back, he was stunned. He pointed at the pile of things in the corner and asked subconsciously, "What is that?" The corpse of the blood servant who attacked me yesterday. You can go over and take a look," Su Lingwei said without turning her head. Lu Qing stepped forward despite the discomfort. "If you want to prove that you have really become a vampire, then these so-called corpses may be the best proof." Fingers, thighs, heads, intestines. The scene was horrific. He covered his nose and reached out to touch them, wanting to confirm whether they were real. At this moment, a system voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Ding, detected that the host has been first embraced and has become a vampire. The vampire evolution system has awakened." The ultimate goal of this system is to help the host evolve to the first generation of vampires, ancient species, or above. Personal information panel is generated. Host, Lu Qing, race, blood clan, bloodline, royal bloodline, family, none, level, last blood clan, ability, none. Evolutionary sequence. The highest sequence, vampire devouring, can achieve evolutionary advancement by devouring fellow vampires. Evolutionary sequence. Highest sequence, innate isolation, ability to infinitely hide one's vampire level undetectable. As the system prompt sounded, Lu Qing's fingers touching the blood servant's corpse suddenly felt strange. Countless red lights surged out of the blood servant's body, flowing into his body through his fingers, and a powerful force began to surge in his body. Ding, the host has devoured 20 blood servants. The bloodline devouring progress is 2020. Ding, the host evolves into a vampire baron. Ding, host awakens ability times 0. Time 0, freezes space and time within a 5-meter radius for 30 seconds. The effect weakens against high-level vampires and increases with the host's strength. It should be noted that the levels of vampires from high to low are first generation, second generation, prince, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, and last generation of blood. The voice from the system made Lu Qing stand there in a daze for a moment. He couldn't believe that he had actually turned into a vampire, and this evolutionary sequence seems powerful beyond imagination. The goal of evolution is actually the first generation of vampires and above. It seems that there are quite a lot of vampires in this world. Looking at the family column, it shows none, which means that the ancient and mysterious vampire family does exist. Evolution through devouring. Does it mean that one can improve oneself by devouring the power of other vampires? Talent isolation. It seems to be a skill used to hide one's strength and pretend to be weak, but the prerequisite is that one must have sufficient strength. The awakened ability is time 0, which can freeze time and space within a 5-meter radius. This ability is a bit abnormal. Lu Qing stood there for a long time. A large amount of information about the blood clan flooded into his mind like a tide, including the level division of the blood clan, the secrets of the first generation, blood inheritance, the situation of the 13 clans, and various special abilities, etc. When he finally came to his senses, he was shocked to find that the school beauty was standing right in front of him, less than 20 centimeters away. There was a look of confusion on the senior sister's cold face. The sudden abnormality on Lu Qing just now caught Su Lingwei's attention. The breath fluctuation at that moment disappeared without a trace in the next instant, as if nothing had happened. Su Lingwei subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her lips lightly, her eyes fixed on Lu Qing. Seeing this, Lu Qing took a step back unconsciously. "Senior, you don't want to eat me, do you?" Su Lingwei pressed on step by step with a sense of oppression on her body. "You smell very fragrant now." The description of very fragrant is really a bit weird. But for some reason, there was a strange power that made Su Lingwei, a vampire, have a strong desire to eat Lu Qing, who had just become the last vampire. Su Lingwei tried to look away, pointing to the pile of ashes in the corner and said, "You just devoured them, a total of 20 blood servants." Lu Qing nodded. "As soon as I touched them, they disappeared. I don't know what happened." Su Lingwei emphasized, "I mean, these are 20 blood servants. I've never seen a vampire eat so much at once. And normally vampires only suck blood, but you devoured their flesh and blood essence as well. You are a little special." Lu Qing did not respond, even though he had already accepted this outrageous fact. He was just delivering a takeaway, but was bitten by a vampire campus beauty and turned into a vampire. But he did not intend to reveal the system's affairs or his own hidden powerful abilities. Su Lingwei stared at him with blood-red pupils for a long time and finally looked away. "Forget it, go ahead, remember to fill the hole. Uncle Luo will take you away later and he will explain everything to you clearly." After saying that, Su Lingwei seemed to suddenly lose interest and turned around and left. Lu Qing had no choice but to pick up the shovel on the ground and start filling the big hole where he was originally going to be buried. After evolving into a vampire baron, his strength increased several times, and he filled the big hole again without much effort. Afterwards, Lu Qing came to the first floor of the villa. He looked up inadvertently and saw Su Lingwei standing in the shadow of the second floor, holding an exquisite goblet filled with scarlet liquid. He lifted his nose slightly and smelled a sweet and fishy smell. He knew without thinking that there was human blood in the cup. From this angle, Su Lingwei looked like a demon hidden in the shadows, exuding evil charm and coldness. She didn't look at Lu Qing, but just stared at the sunlight outside as if in a trance. Lu Qing didn't interrupt, silently picked up the takeaway that was delivered last night and walked out of the villa where the vampire school beauty lived. Sure enough, at the gate of the yard, he met a middle-aged man holding a black umbrella. This man used to be a driver who picked up and dropped off school beauties. "Hello, I am the young lady's butler, you can call me Uncle Luo." The middle-aged man was wearing a well-fitting black suit, looking old yet elegant. Lu Qing nodded and walked under the black umbrella unconsciously. Perhaps because he became a vampire, he began to hate sunlight, but fortunately he was not burned. "Since you have become a member of the vampire clan, let's cut to the chase." Uncle Luo smiled and led the way, showing the demeanor of a competent butler. From his narration, Lu Qing gradually understood the whole story. Su Lingwei is a vampire count. She comes from the Bruch clan, one of the 13 clans, and has direct bloodline. However, her mother was not of pure blood, so even though she was a direct descendant of the clan, Su Lingwei did not have a trace of royal blood. This is also the reason why she ran away secretly. Moreover, she did not like hunting humans for blood and thus became the weakest vampire count. Last night was the time when Su Lingwei was thirsty for blood once a month. If she didn't drink blood, she would go berserk. It was also the time when she was the weakest. Unfortunately, he was attacked by blood servants sent by another vampire count here. The count was from the Lesenba tribe and was hostile to the Bruch tribe. Su Lingwei was weakened after the attack, so she ordered takeout. "I was lured away by another vampire viscount last night, which is why the young lady was in danger. And you are the only person the young lady has embraced for the first time in nearly 100 years, so you are welcome to join us." Uncle Luo finished his words gracefully. Lu Qing silently digested this information. Uncle Luo said join us instead of join the family, which means that he now only belongs to this small group, not the Bruch tribe where Su Lingwei originally belonged. Over the long years, vampires have existed in both the East and the West. The current situation is that the strength of the vampires in the East is relatively weak. Lu Qing understood everything else and only asked one question: is royal blood innate? That's true in most cases. Blood is the source of power for us vampires. But after a long time, the true pure royal bloodline almost no longer exists. Today, the most outstanding vampires have only awakened part of the royal bloodline. Once this type of vampire appears, it will attract the attention of all families. "Oh, I see." Lu Qing lowered his head and stopped talking. He lowered his head just because he didn't want the other person to see the silver light flashing in his pupils, because he knew that silver was the symbol of pure royal blood. This villa, along with the other 4, is owned by the young lady. Uncle Luo pointed casually at the 5 connected villas, with 5 keys picked up on his pale fingers. Lu Qing looked in the direction of his finger and found that the 5 villas just surrounded the place where Su Lingwei lived at the edge. The young lady likes quietness, so she bought these houses at once. Uncle Luo explained, "There are vehicles in the garage. Since you are the young lady's newly embraced newborn vampire, you are free to use them as you please." Lu Qing glanced at the garages in the villa and saw that there were at least 2 top-of-the-line luxury cars parked in each garage. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Rich, really rich. Young lady is indeed wealthy," said Uncle Luo with an elegant smile. After a long time, every vampire would accumulate considerable wealth. Young lady inherited the mistress's estate, so she is even richer. Come to think of it, if a vampire has lived for hundreds of years, how could he be without money unless he is a very stupid vampire? I want to ask, you just mentioned that I automatically joined your family. So how many members are there in this big family now? Lu Qing asked. After all, he was embraced by Su Lingwei for the first time and survived. According to the rules of the vampire clan, he naturally became a member of this family. As for whether he can become a core member in the future, it depends on subsequent developments. The concepts of family and clan are different. The Blood clan has only 13 clans which are ruled by powerful clan princes. There are many families and they can be formed freely. This is also a way for vampires to alleviate loneliness in their long lives. The young lady has unilaterally left the clan, so there are only 3 family members now. Uncle Luo said, "The young lady, me and you." Lu Qing was speechless when he heard this. This poor family of 3. If I hadn't been bitten yesterday, there would only be 2 people left in this small family. It sounds like a joke no matter how I look at it. Uncle Luo continued, "You've just transformed and are still weak. It would be best if you could live with us." Newly born vampires often find it difficult to control their strong desires, and it is not uncommon for them to run out of control and bite people indiscriminately. However, Lu Qing shook his head calmly. "It's hard to explain, but I don't think I'll lose control. I'll go home first. If anything goes wrong, I'll come back to you." Lu Qing has the innate ability of isolation, so Uncle Luo does not know at this moment that he has the strength of a vampire baron. It was hard for anyone to predict that he would jump directly from the last generation of vampires to the Baron right after being transformed. "I respect your choice," Uncle Luo said, "but if you lose control, I will forcibly bring you back." After all, the greater the power, the easier it is to lose oneself. Uncle Luo did not force the request, but he made his bottom line clear. "No problem," Lu Qing nodded, then confidently reached out to Uncle Luo. "Last night, the lady said she would send takeout upstairs and give a 100 yuan tip. Moreover, the clothes given by my company were torn by the lady, so I have to pay for it. I don't ask for much, Uncle Luo, just give me 300. Hearing this, Uncle Luo stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Finally, he silently took out $500 bills from his jacket pocket and handed them to Lu Qing. "You are the first newborn I have ever seen who wants money first after being converted." Lu Qing looked hesitant. "Can you transfer the money? If I pay in cash, I won't have enough money for the rent." Lu Qing lives in Sunshine Community, a small old house with 2 bedrooms and a living room. When I was riding my electric scooter back, I happened to see my landlord, Mrs. Wu, climbing the stairs nimbly. "Zai Oking, isn't it time to pay the rent this month?" When Aunt Wu saw him, she reminded him with a smile, but she didn't mean to urge him. She understood this young man, and it was not easy for him to go to school and work at the same time all alone. Moreover, the young man was handsome and polite, so even if the rent was a few days late, she would not push him too hard. "Got it, I'll transfer it to you in a moment," Lu Qing responded. "After withdrawing this month's errand fee and adding the 500 yuan given by Uncle Luo, I will still have 600 yuan left after paying the rent. Zai Oking, my daughter will be back tomorrow. Why don't you take the opportunity to meet her? Although your financial situation is not good now, you are handsome and have a good education. If you two get together, Aunt Wu will give you this house." Aunt Wu used the ultimate temptation. Lu Qing hurriedly took the basket from her hand and helped carry it upstairs. "Forget it, I'll just pay the rent honestly. Your daughter will suffer if she stays with me. Silly boy, just tell the truth." After sending Wu Ma home, Lu Qing continued to go upstairs. When he reached the 5th floor, he took out his key, opened the door, and walked into the rented house. After taking a few deep breaths, the silver in his pupils finally faded away completely. "It seems I can really control my blood-sucking urge. And I'm not affected by the sun's burns either. I smelled it just now. Wu Ma should have had shredded pork noodles for lunch, and she added 2 cloves of garlic." In the bathroom, Lu Qing had just finished taking a shower and was staring at himself in the mirror. The wet hair fell down softly, and the original skin color became even paler, but out of nowhere, a bit of cold and evil charm was added to the temperament. His pupils had turned silver, and a strange silver light would flash from time to time. As soon as he changed his mind, 2 sharp fangs would quietly stick out. Moreover, he clearly felt that there was no heartbeat in his body. After previous attempts, he found that his physical strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. The whole world seemed to be redrawn in his eyes, presenting a completely different and wonderful scene. "So from now on, I won't age anymore." Lu Qing was only wearing a pair of loose shorts. As usual, he walked towards the bedroom skillfully, intending to jump hard onto the soft, big bed as usual. Bang. However, this time, after he jumped up, he hit his head on the ceiling, and the originally flat ceiling instantly became concave into a semicircle. "Oh my god, fortunately it doesn't hurt much," he rubbed his head. After becoming a vampire, the pain seemed to be greatly reduced. But lying in bed, Lu Qing tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, with all kinds of noisy sounds filling his ears. Just when he was feeling very upset, a cold voice suddenly came to his ears. "You'd better prepare a coffin, only then can you sleep peacefully." He turned his head and saw that the bed, which had been empty just a moment ago, had suddenly become occupied by a person. To be more precise, it was a vampire, Su Lingwei. Sleeping in a coffin is the best way for vampires to sleep peacefully. Su Lingwei lay flat on the bed looking at him sideways and said. Lu Qing sat up helplessly and asked, "How did you get in?" "The window was open, so I just jumped in." Well, with Su Lingwei's ability as the vampire count, she can indeed enter and exit the 5th floor at will. "Why do you refuse to live near me?" Su Lingwei was still lying on his bed, the moonlight shining on her profile like a quiet corpse, pale and beautiful to the point of being unreal. "I want to adapt for a while. After all, this happened too suddenly. Everything was normal yesterday, but after one night the whole world turned upside down. How could it not feel sudden?" Su Lingwei just looked at him quietly without saying anything else. Lu Qing felt a little awkward, so she stood up and said, "Lie down for a while, I'll get you something to eat." Even though he is now a vampire, he is still not used to Su Lingwei's emotionless gaze, as if examining an object. "When I came to the small living room, I saw the takeaway food that I was going to give to the school beauty last night on the table. After Su Lingwei bit him, she asked him to bring the takeaway back. It was just right for him to fill his stomach now, and he didn't need to heat it up, so he just tore open the package and started eating. After he left, Su Lingwei also got up from the bed and looked around the small room calmly. Finally, her eyes stopped on a photo frame on the desk and she stared at it in fascination. It was a photo of two people, an old man and young Lu Qing, with Bowie Welfare Home written on the back of the photo. Soon, the vampire lord had explored the entire small space. Finally, she came to the living room and looked straight at Lu Qing, who was wolfing down crayfish. Ever since she learned from Uncle Luo in the afternoon that Lu Qing did not live in the community, Su Lingwei always couldn't help but think of this newbie whom she accidentally embraced for the first time. There seemed to be a strange attraction about him, and the smell that gave her a strong urge to eat also made her feel both strange and irresistible. The feeling was so novel that she tossed and turned in her comfortable coffin tonight and couldn't fall asleep, so she came here. Seeing Su Lingwei in a daze, Lu Qing wiped the red oil off her mouth with her hand, handed her a peeled crayfish and asked, "Do you want some?" The school beauty frowned slightly. "Is it tasty? It smells so good." "You've already transformed into a vampire, why do you still like to eat these things?" I don't know either, try this." Su Lingwei threw over a small bag. Lu Qing took it and took a look. It was a 500 ml blood bag. The blood bag was made very delicately, and it was marked with beautiful handwriting, sweet and sour. On the other side, the school beauty senior had taken out another blood bag, tore open a corner with her mouth, found a straw and inserted it, and drank it with an expressionless face, as if she was drinking a bag of yogurt with a straw. Her blood bag was also labeled, "Full sugar." This is truly eye-opening. Human blood actually has so many flavors, how about trying it? It looks like it tastes quite good. Lu Qing hesitated again and again but finally suppressed the strong curiosity in his heart. "Thank you, I'd rather eat crayfish and drink this later." As he said that, he buried his head and started eating crayfish, one after another, chewing them with a crunching sound. Seeing this, Su Lingwei frowned even more tightly, her heart full of confusion. How could he eat so happily? Looking at the way he ate, Su Lingwei suddenly felt that the blood in her hand didn't taste so good anymore. She threw the blood bag away and said angrily, "I'm hungry and need to eat, come with me." Lu Qing's mind moved. If a vampire is hungry, it needs to eat. What else can it eat? It must be to suck blood. In Jiang City, outside the most luxurious bar, Zhang Tianhao, hugging two pretty girls on his left and right, staggered out of the bar door. He had just been too engrossed in dancing in the bar and opened 8 bottles of Crown liquor in one breath. Now he was tired and dizzy, and all he wanted was to find a hotel and have a good rest. After all, there was a fierce battle waiting for him next. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning, a rather awkward time as most of the people who were clubbing had already left, while those who planned to party all night were still having a great time. So there are very few pedestrians on the streets. In order to allow the alcohol in his body to dissipate more and to last longer in the upcoming battle, Zhang Tianhao deliberately took the two beauties for a longer walk. "Brother Hao, we still have to go, my feet hurt so much." "That's right, I'm wearing high heels and stockings today. I'm so tired. Let's get a taxi to the hotel." The two beautiful girls beside him couldn't help but complain. Zhang Tianhao naturally felt sorry for these two beauties and was reluctant to let them walk all the time. Okay, call a taxi." Just as he was about to take out his cell phone, he suddenly caught a glimpse of 2 figures appearing on the originally empty street. This, Su Lingwei. Zhang Tianhao squinted his eyes hard, wondering if he was dazzled. Isn't this the school Belle in the college? That was the beauty he had always dreamed of and wanted to get. It's so late and the school beauty is here, could it be? Looking at the person next to the school beauty, he also looks familiar, as if he is a classmate. What is his name? Lu Qing, how could this unknown person be with the school beauty? Zhang Tianhao looked at the school beauty's unparalleled beautiful face and graceful figure with drunken eyes, and suddenly felt that the two girls in his arms had lost their charm in an instant. If something wonderful could happen with the school beauty in the middle of the night, he wouldn't trade it for 10 other beauties. Su Lingwei looked at the trio in front of her calmly and asked, "Does he know me?" Lu Qing took a look, recognized him, and said, "Zhang Tianhao, my classmate, his family is quite rich. Then let's go with him. Apart from being a little weak, he's healthy in other aspects." Lu Qing glanced at the school beauty, who looked like she was selecting food. She couldn't help but ask curiously, would those two girls next to him be easier to eat? No, those two are not virgins. So there are such rules for bloodsucking. Su Lingwei stood there quietly while Zhang Tianhao was already staggering towards them. Lu Qing could clearly hear his heartbeat accelerating rapidly, the blood surging wildly in his veins, and the smell of hormones in the air became stronger and stronger. This guy is obviously in heat. Zhang Tianhao tried to act like a gentleman and said, "Senior Lingwei, what are you doing here?" Before he could finish his words, the dream lover he had been thinking about day and night grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Zhang Tianhao, who was hanging in the air, looked confused. He turned his head and met Lu Qing's calm gaze. "What is going on?" Then he smelled a faint fragrance followed by a sharp pain in his neck. School beauty Su Lingwei had already bitten his neck. He felt like his blood was like a flood bursting through a dam, rushing towards the wound on his neck, as if all his energy was drained away in an instant. Lu Qing calmly watched the school beauty senior suck blood. He knew from Uncle Luo that Su Lingwei rarely hunted like this, but he didn't know why it was like this tonight. It seemed that Su Lingwei's desire to eat was particularly strong, and she seemed a little angry. Soon Su Lingwei opened her mouth, and a trace of blood slowly dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was still holding Zhang Tianhao in one hand, her eyes red as she looked at Lu Qing and asked, "Do you want it?" Lu Qing shook his head lightly. "Forget it." He could sense that the school beauty had only sucked a little bit of blood and hadn't drained the unlucky guy dry. At most, it would only make him weak for a while. Seeing that he refused, Su Lingwei didn't say anything more. She turned her head and faced Zhang Tianhao, her pupils dilated instantly. She stared straight into his eyes and said, "Forget everything that happened today, you were just sick." Zhang Tianhao's eyes instantly became blurry and he repeated unconsciously, "I just had a serious illness. This is the vampire's innate talent, hypnosis." The school beauty senior gently let go, letting Zhang Tianhao collapse to the ground helplessly, and then said to Lu Qing, "The remaining two are up to you." Lu Qing guessed the school beauty's intention. She probably wanted to familiarize him with the daily routine of vampires. He had no choice but to quickly run to the two frightened little beauties, grab one with each hand, stare at them mercilessly, and say, "Forget everything that happened today. You just checked into a room with Zhang Tianhao." After a pause, he added with a smirk, "Well, and I feel he won't last." A little prank at the end. The two beauties also stood there in a daze, and in Lu Qing's eyes what was flashing was not red light but silver light. "Let's go." The school beauty turned and walked away, and Lu Qing hurried to follow. However, he noticed that Su Lingwei, who was walking in front of him, was a little unsteady, her steps gradually becoming crooked and unable to walk in a straight line. He hesitated and asked, "Senior, you just sucked blood, are you drunk now?" "No," the school beauty senior student denied it firmly without even turning her head. But she suddenly stopped. It turned out that Zhang Tianhao had drunk too much just now, and the alcohol concentration in his blood was extremely high. After Su Lingwei sucked his blood, she really felt dizzy now. "Not leaving? Then let's rest here for a while." Lu Qing walked to Su Lingwei with interest and helped her sober up. With a vampire's strong body, the alcohol will evaporate on its own in no time. Su Lingwei turned to look at him, their eyes meeting. "I stopped here not to sober up but to wait for someone." "Waiting for whom?" "Those blood servants who attacked me yesterday are here again." It's on the roof behind you." Lu Qing quickly turned around and saw more than a dozen pairs of red eyes on the roof behind him, staring at them viciously. Different from the situation of the first embrace, blood servants have no independent consciousness and are completely controlled by high-level vampires. They are just puppets that blindly obey orders. To some extent, they are like moving corpses. Moreover, as a vampire, he basically has the ability to create unlimited blood servants, and Lu Qing now also possesses this ability. The blood servants' combat effectiveness is not high, but they are all fearless and brave. In the blood clan battles, they often act as cannon fodder. For Su Lingwei, as a vampire count, tearing these blood servants apart is as easy as swatting a fly. The reason why she was attacked by the blood servant yesterday was simply because she was extremely thirsty for blood at that time. Since awakening the system, Lu Qing has had a clear understanding of the situation of the vampires in this world. The 13 clans of the Blood Clan originally originated in the West, but now clan members are spread across various countries and have spawned many family branches. Jiang City is the territory of a vampire count from the eastern branch of the Lesenba tribe, and the Lesenba tribe is in a hostile situation with the original tribe of Su Lingwei, the Bruch tribe. Even though Su Lingwei has left the family, she still finds it difficult to get rid of the other party's entanglement. There are 18 blood servants in total. I'll give you 3 and I'll take care of the rest. Su Lingwei calmly looked at the restless blood servants and made such arrangements. Lu Qing did not refuse. The school beauty knew that he had devoured the blood servant in the basement before, so she thought that 3 blood servants were the limit of what he could deal with. After all, in her cognition, Lu Qing was just the last generation of vampires. The blood servant on the roof suddenly attacked at a certain moment. As if they instinctively sensed Su Lingwei's powerful aura, the blood servants did not foolishly provoke her first, but rushed straight towards Lu Qing, and 3 of them came at once. Lu Qing gently exerted force with his feet and quickly bounced out with his own powerful strength. This was also his first head-on confrontation with the blood servant. At this time, he already had the strength of a vampire baron. Bang! He collided head-on with a blood servant, and the powerful force caused the opponent to stop instantly. Just when it was about to bounce back, Lu Qing grabbed it with his backhand and punched it directly through its heart. At the same time, the other blood servant bared its fangs and bit towards his shoulder. Lu Qing raised his leg and kicked its head directly, smashing it to pieces. The blood servant died on the spot. These blood servants do not have strong recovery abilities and will die once their vital parts are attacked. Soon, the last blood servant that rushed over also had its neck twisted by Lu Qing. In the blink of an eye, the 3 blood servants fell to the ground. With his current strength as a baron, it should be no problem for him to easily deal with 10 blood servants. The battles between vampires are simple and brutal, basically relying on brute force to kill each other, and the outcomes are often very tragic. Lu Qing took a look at the 3 tragic corpses on the ground, but surprisingly there was no fluctuation in his heart. He had never hesitated when he was ruthless when he attacked before. It was as if some of his emotions had been greatly weakened after being transformed into a vampire. On the other side, Su Lingwei's movements were even easier. With just a casual slap, a blood servant was knocked away. However, after getting rid of the 2 blood servants, the remaining 12 blood servants no longer attacked, and did not even stop and quickly disappeared from the roof. The last vampire shouldn't have such power as you. Su Lingwei frowned and looked at Lu Qing. She had been paying attention to the battle process on Lu Qing's side, so she became more and more confused and surprised. I devoured 20 blood servants before, so my strength has increased, Lu Qing explained. Then he naturally walked to the dead blood servants, put his hands on their heads, and red light floated out from the blood servants and merged into his body. At the same time, streams of pure power emerged. Ding, devour the blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0. 5. Ding, devour the blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0. 5. Ding, devour the blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0. 5. Sure enough, after evolving to Baron, devouring these blood servants can only increase the evolution degree by 0.5 for each one. It seems that if I want to speed up my evolution, I can only devour more powerful vampires. Lu Qing pondered in his heart, and a path to becoming stronger with an extremely high ceiling gradually became clear. That is to continue devouring until he becomes a first-generation species more powerful than the vampire prince. Even by then, he might be able to form his own family and bring the power of the Eastern Blood Clan to the pinnacle of the Blood Clan. However, this is just the beginning. After devouring the 3 blood servants, Lu Qing ran over and devoured the 2 blood servants that Su Lingwei had knocked away. At this point, his evolution level becomes level, Baron 330. At the same time, the personal information panel is generated. Personal information panel is generated. Host, Lu Qing race, blood clan bloodline, royal bloodline, family, none level, Baron 330, ability times 0 evolution sequence, highest sequence, bloodline devouring, can devour fellow bloodlines to advance in evolution. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, innate isolation, infinitely hiding one's vampire level undetectable. The blood servants on the ground had completely disappeared at this moment, leaving only a pile of black ashes. There was a red light flashing in Su Lingwei's eyes, making her look even more enchanting in the shadows. The moment Lu Qing devoured the blood servant just will these blood servants continue to seize opportunities to attack us? After Lu Qing absorbed the 5 blood servants, his eyes turned slightly red and his fangs slightly protruded from his lips. These were signs that appeared naturally after he took action. Only when he deliberately controls them will his eyes turn their signature silver color. Yes, after all, the Earl here is quite hostile to me. Clans have never been united. Su Lingwei looked at him expressionlessly, her throat moving unconsciously. Lu Qing was shocked and thought, could it be that the school beauty senior sister has the idea of eating me again? Is it possible that every time the blood is stimulated, a strange smell will be emitted? From now on, I will have to face a vampire count who always wants to eat me every day. Just thinking about it is really stressful. As if unwilling to be swayed by the desire to eat, Su Lingwei turned around and said with her back to him, "Okay, I should go now, you should go home too." "Yeah, okay, bye." Lu Qing responded softly, watching the school beauty senior gradually disappear into the shadows. In fact, no matter how powerful a vampire is, he will not turn into a bat as people imagine. However, powerful vampires do undergo some other mutations in their bodies, such as growing a pair of flesh and tendon wings that allow them to soar in the air. But generally speaking, this situation will only occur when one's strength reaches the level of a vampire prince. The blood princes are all old monsters who have survived for who knows how many years, and each of them possesses terrifying power that is terrifying and frightening. Moreover, in order to reduce the burden on their bodies, they usually fall into a deep sleep on their own initiative. Thinking of what it would look like when wings grew on his back in the future, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little excited, muttering to himself, "However, I still have to increase my strength step by step." Blood servant. He fell into deep thought. It was nearly 4 in the morning, the streets were deserted and the lights in the buildings were off. There were a few cars passing by occasionally, but Lu Qing didn't plan to take a taxi home. After all, that was too luxurious. He decided to run back, swish. Along with the sound of friction on the ground, his figure instantly turned into a blurred shadow under the street light and disappeared in the blink of an eye, and his speed instantly soared to the extreme. He jumped back and forth in various dark corners. In the dark night, like a ghost that appeared and disappeared at random, he ran wildly on the deserted streets and even jumped over the heads of sleeping people. It looks like there's room for improvement in top speed. From now on, I can just run wherever I want to go. 10 minutes later, Lu Qing emerged from the shadows. His strong body after the transformation allowed him to run nearly 30 kilometers in just 10 minutes. The dim light from the street lamps cast a dim light, reflecting on his pale skin, making him look somewhat eerie and strange. "You've been following me all this way, it's time to end it all. Let's choose here, there's surveillance further ahead." Lu Qing suddenly started talking to himself, and then stood quietly under the street light, as if waiting for something. It turned out that on his way home, he noticed that there were more than a dozen blood servants following closely behind him, and they were the ones who had escaped before. Presumably, after seeing Su Lingwei leave, he changed his target to him. But he ran too fast and those guys were left behind for a distance. About half a minute later, a black shadow suddenly flashed across the area illuminated by the street lights on the ground. "Here it comes." Lu Qing lowered his head, looking at his own shadow, thinking, so vampires have shadows. Immediately afterwards, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared from all directions. Without any hesitation, in an instant, the 12 blood servants pounced together. At this critical moment, Lu Qing slowly raised his head, his eyes already filled with a dazzling silver light, and the aura of royal blood was released without reservation. "Time 0, freeze it." His voice seemed like the whisper of a devil coming from the abyss, and a strange wave instantly spread out with him as the center. Suddenly, with him as the center, within a 5-meter radius around him, light, time, and space. Everything seemed to be frozen. The 12 blood servants all froze in place. The flashing red light in their eyes, their sharp fangs, and even the claws that had just popped out and almost touched Lu Qing's body were all frozen there. "Thank you for coming to my door." Lu Qing's mouth curled up slightly with a hint of pleasure. At this moment, his temperament seemed to have changed drastically, and he exuded an evil and noble temperament. "Rest in peace." With a soft sigh, he turned into a residual shadow and instantly shuttled between the 12 blood servants, tore their hearts one by one, and then began to devour them. Ding! Devour the blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0.5. A breeze blew by and the effect of time 0 disappeared. The original 12 blood servants turned into flying powder, and under the dim street lights they looked like a flurry of snowflakes. 12 blood servants, 6 points of evolution added. 21 more points are needed to evolve to Viscount. This is going to be a bit troublesome. Currently, each blood servant he devoured could only increase his evolution value by 0.5 points, and as his level continued to rise, he was afraid that simply devouring blood servants would not be enough to achieve evolution. Therefore, he had to find another way. Lu Qing took out the worn-out cell phone and dialed a brand new number he had just received. Beep. The phone rang for a long time before a cold voice came. Speak. Senior, Lu Qing greeted, then asked bluntly, those blood servants will continue to attack you recklessly, right? There was no response from the other end of the phone, but Lu Qing didn't care. He knew that the school beauty was always so cold, so he continued, so can you or Uncle Luo know the location of those blood servants in advance? There was still silence on the phone, but this time he didn't continue speaking immediately. Instead, he waited for a while. Then Su Lingwei asked calmly, do you want to hunt down those blood servants? Yes, provided you move in. Although Uncle Luo had said before that this small family currently only consists of him, Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei. But Su Lingwei was born into the direct bloodline of one of the 13 clans after all. Even if she unilaterally left the family, there must be a lot of people following her Uncle Luo, and it would not be difficult to monitor the whereabouts of other blood servants in this city. But in Su Lingwei's eyes, those vampires might not be considered real family members. However, the exchange condition was that he would move into that community, which meant that he would be truly tied to them. After being embraced for the first time, newborn vampires will naturally feel close to their original family members. Sooner or later, they will be drawn together by this attraction. Forget it, just move over. Lu Qing looked at the small dark window on the 5th floor. He had rented this house for more than 3 years and felt reluctant to leave. There are surveillance cameras in the community, so he didn't jump directly to the 5th floor like Su Lingwei did last time, but walked up the stairs honestly. Back home, he took a shower and lay down on the bed to spend his last night in this cabin. The next day, Lu Qing got up early and made himself some egg-fried rice for breakfast, which he ate to his heart's content. Judging from his living habits, unless there is something wrong with his body, he doesn't look like a vampire at all. He eats when he should eat, sleeps when he should sleep, is not afraid of sunlight, and does not have a strong urge to suck blood. The only difference is that now he is inexplicably excited at night, but a little drowsy during the day. After packing up, Lu Qing grabbed his school bag and went out. He has to go to school today, so he plans to go to class during the day and move after returning in the evening. Anyway, there aren't many things, and I've already informed Auntie Wu in advance. So much has happened these past few days that I almost forgot about school. He is now a sophomore and Su Lingwei is a junior. They are in the same department and Su Lingwei is definitely his senior. The school is not far away, about 10 minutes ride by bike. The main reason is that he sometimes has to work part-time to earn a living, so he rents a house outside. Lu Qing got on the small electric scooter that had been with him for many years and set off on the familiar road, but he felt a little different. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, he always felt that everyone was still the same as usual, but he was different. After all, he had died once. Perhaps this is the envy that vampires sometimes feel towards humans. Lu Qing was riding his bike slowly when he suddenly saw a man covered in equipment standing under the street light from last night. The man was wearing a windbreaker, a helmet, gloves, a backpack, and waterproof boots. His outfit looked like he was going on an outdoor adventure, which attracted a lot of attention. He was holding a mobile phone stand in his hand and was lying on the ground broadcasting live. I roam the nights, the most dangerous hours, searching for ghosts lurking in the darkness. Last night I found some eerie ashes on 8th Street. I am so clever that I found the same thing here again. You see, this ashes, according to legend, are what's left when a vampire's body turns to sand after being killed by sunlight or a magical weapon. I guess there must have been a battle here, a battle between vampires. He picked up a ball of black ash with his fingers and explained seriously. The live broadcast room's barrage was full of doubts. The anchor is stupid, that must be cigarette ash. Ha ha ha, vampires. Why don't you say you've discovered God? Don't be ridiculous, it's such a modern age and people still believe this. In our place, even if there are monsters, they can only be zombies, not vampires. No, my grandfather said that vampires have no nationality. Don't argue, I believe in Ayu. I think vampires exist, we just haven't discovered them yet. Despite the barrage of comments filled with ridicule, the anchor named Ayu still persisted in broadcasting live. Lu Qing couldn't help but take a few more glances. Wow, it seems like he's an avid fan of vampires. In this world, there is indeed a small group of people who are obsessed with the mysterious and evil vampires, and Ayu must be one of them. And although this guy was mostly talking nonsense, he was actually somewhat right. Didn't he kill more than a dozen blood servants here yesterday? It's understandable that you don't believe me. One day I'll photograph a vampire myself. Now, let's do an interview and see what everyone thinks about vampires. Ayu's eyes turned and he walked straight to Lu Qing. My dear brother, you look pale and you really have a vampire temperament. Do you believe that vampires exist in the world? Lu Qing glanced at the stubborn young man, smiled and shook his head. I didn't believe it before. What now? Ayu stared at him nervously. Now I believe it does. Wow, finally I met someone who understands me. Lu Qing's answer seemed to make the vampire fan extremely excited and his face flushed. So what do you think vampires look like? Where are they? Ayu asked expectantly. Lu Qing tilted his head and thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, vampires may look no different from ordinary people. Like you or like me, you might even find one of your classmates to be a vampire going out to suck blood at night. Haha, he said this with a laugh. Okay, I have to go. Keep up the good work and I hope you can really photograph a real vampire. Ayu stood there blankly, feeling that the man's words just now seemed to have opened up a whole new world for him. Yes, who says vampires have to be mysterious and high-powered beings? Maybe he is hiding among the people around him, living an ordinary life. As long as you explore and observe more carefully, you will definitely find clues. Looking at Lu Qing's departing back, he thought with a hint of regret. It would be great if he was a vampire. You know what, he does look a bit like a vampire, hee. Jiang City Humanities University is a well-known second-rate university in the province. Many wealthy people in this city are willing to spend some money and use their connections to send their children here for gilding. Even if you enter a relatively marginal department, at least you can get a good diploma. As a result, some departments of the college began to attract many children from wealthy families. Obviously, Lu Qing did not belong to this category in the past. At this moment, there are many luxury cars parked in front of the college gate to send children to school. Among them, a Rolls-Royce Phantom is particularly eye-catching. As soon as the car appeared, the attention of everyone at the school gate was unconsciously attracted to it. Not only because of the car itself, but also because of the people in the car. Wow, it's Senior Su Lingwei's family's car. It's rare that the school beauty is interested in coming to the academy for class today. I guess those rich kids in the academy are going to be super excited today. Oh, it would be better if the school beauty could be more approachable. She is so cold all day long and ignores everyone. The students cast all kinds of looks at him. At this time, Lu Qing also happened to arrive at the school gate. He saw the scene from a distance where people were watching the car like a star appearing and recognized the car at a glance. Too ostentatious. He muttered to himself, then quietly parked his electric scooter. No outside electric vehicles or cars were allowed into the campus, so he could only park his car outside and walk to the school gate. Please make way, Lu Qing squeezed through the crowd. With his upgraded strength, it was effortless for him to squeeze out a passage through the crowd. The school beauty's car window is rolled down. Oh my god, it's true. This car window hasn't been rolled down in years and it's actually open. Let me see it quickly. While the school beauty's profile is so beautiful, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Lu Qing turned around and saw Su Lingwei's face. Even through the dense crowd, he knew that the school beauty was looking at him. Oh my god. The school beauty is actually looking at me. Come on, you're obviously looking at my big brother, okay? Go to hell, you're clearly looking at me. Some rich kids who lacked self-control had already started quarreling and were tending to rush towards the car windows. Lu Qing saw that the situation was not good and that if he didn't leave now, he would be unable to leave, so he shouted loudly, "Everyone make way, I'll pass." Lu Qing squeezed all the way to the car window and Su Lingwei said directly, "Get in." After that, the car window slowly rose up. The car door opened with a click. Under everyone's strange gaze, Lu Qing got into the car with an expressionless face. Who is that? How could he get into Senior Sister Lingwei's car? I'll give you 3 seconds. I want to know all his information. That seems to be Lu Qing. In the crowd, Zhang Tianhao, looking pale, suddenly spoke. The person in front of him turned his head sharply, startled. Oh my god, brother Hao, why are you so pale? You look like you've seen a ghost, you're so weak. Zhang Tianhao had 2 deep dark circles under his eyes and said weakly, "It's nothing, I just got sick. The doctor said that my qi and blood are a little insufficient. That guy just now, should be Lu Qing from my class. But why does this guy feel a little different?" After saying so many words in one breath, Zhang Tianhao was breathing heavily and his head was dizzy. His family was extremely worried about his inexplicable illness and thought he had run into something unclean. But after checking inside and out, no other problems were found except for deficiency of qi and blood. In desperation, his family confined him to his home for a month, strictly forbidding him to go out and play and requiring him to take good care of his health. But how could Lu Qing know Senior Lingwei and even get in the car? This doesn't make sense. Zhang Tianhao muttered to himself, always feeling that something was strange. After Lu Qing got in the car, the Rolls-Royce Phantom restarted and drove straight into the college. The driver was the butler Uncle Luo. Today he was wearing a tuxedo with a white bow tie, looking very decent. "Senior, why can your car drive all the way into the college?" Lu Qing asked curiously. According to regulations, all vehicles are not allowed to enter the school, but Su Lingwei's car was able to drive directly to the downstairs of the department building. This is also a mystery that everyone in the college has been guessing the reason for. Su Lingwei was holding a blood bag in her hand, drinking boredly, and said casually, "Because I donated 100 million to the college. Besides, I donated 30 million to the department, so I can skip classes and won't be expelled even if I fail." Faced with such lavish behavior, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. "If you have money, you can be willful." Su Lingwei raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "It's okay. There's enough money at home. If you want to spend it, you can do whatever you want." Lu Qing looked at her half-smile, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Are you a devil?" "Uncle Luo, I don't want to go to class anymore. Let's go to the library. I need to catch up on some sleep." Su Lingwei gave the order lazily, and the housekeeper Luo Shu nodded slightly, then turned the steering wheel and drove towards the college library. "It seems that it is easy for us to feel sleepy during the day." Lu Qing quietly glanced at the profile of the school beauty senior sister and obviously felt that she was not in good spirits. But her habit of sleeping in the library is really special. In front of the library, Lu Qing was holding a black umbrella, and Su Lingwei was standing next to him under the umbrella. Due to the limited space under the umbrella, the two of them were almost stuck together. Su Lingwei was wearing a black dress today. Her fair skin and the black silk set off each other in a very striking contrast. Perhaps because Lu Qing was embraced by Su Lingwei for the first time, he could sense that the school beauty had an instinctive closeness to him, but this closeness was masked by her usual coldness. Coupled with the occasional aura of pure royal blood that Lu Qing exuded, Su Lingwei couldn't help but want to get closer. Their appearance caused a small stir at the entrance of the college library. Most people's eyes were focused on Lu Qing. Everyone was confused. How could there suddenly be a man beside the school beauty who always kept to herself and was as cold as ice? Facing these gazes, Su Lingwei and Lu Qing completely ignored them. This annoying sunlight. Su Lingwei narrowed her eyes, muttered softly, and walked into the library first. After Lu Qing sent her to the library door, he paused for a moment and did not go in immediately. "I still have to go to class. I'll pick you up after class." He didn't know how long the school beauty would sleep, but just as he finished speaking, a cold little hand grabbed him and pulled him in. "No, I want you to stay with me. But I have classes this morning." Lu Qing tried to struggle. Su Lingwei stopped, turned her head suddenly, and stared at him with her dark red eyes. "Okay," Lu Qing shrugged helplessly. "I have to say, being stared at like this by a vampire lord is quite stressful. There is a rather interesting phenomenon called the vampire gaze. When a person is stared at like this by a vampire, their heart rate will soon speed up and they will become nervous and uneasy. Fortunately, Lu Qing is also a vampire now. Although he did not show those reactions, he could still feel the oppression. After all, in terms of hierarchy, Su Lingwei is 2 levels higher than him. The college's library is a magnificent 5-story building. Moreover, as a humanities college, the library has a very rich collection of books. There were not many students in the library in the morning. Su Lingwei led the way to the top floor with ease. Finally, they came to a corner by the window on the top floor. It was shady here, and they could overlook most of the college through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass. Su Lingwei looked out the window for a while, then rested her head on her arms and slowly fell asleep. Lu Qing looked at her profile boredly. After falling asleep, the cold aura that kept people at a distance from Su Lingwei disappeared, and she no longer felt the oppression of the vampire count. Instead, she looked like a lonely little girl who had lived alone for 300 years. In fact, vampires do not sleep in the true sense of the word. It would be more appropriate to describe them as dormant. After looking for a while, Lu Qing retracted his gaze and shifted his attention to the book he had just picked up. The title of this book is Do Vampires Really Exist?, which is quite eye-catching. In the book, the author lists all the rumors about vampires in history and also introduces the classification of blood clans, their various habits and abilities, as well as the relevant content of the 13 clans. Lu Qing was fascinated by the book because most of the key points in the book were consistent with what he already knew. In other words, this book may seem absurd to ordinary people, but for vampires, the content is somewhat true. The author of this book might actually know a vampire. Lu Qing couldn't help but admire it, then asked in confusion, but the book mentions werewolves and says they are also hiding among humans. Just as he was about to continue reading, a vibrant voice came from behind him. Who are you? Why are you always following Lingwei? Lu Qing turned around and saw a sunny boy with wheat-colored skin. The moment their eyes met, a strong feeling of rejection surged in their hearts. This sense of exclusion is innate and has been passed down between the two opposing races for thousands of years. Lu Qing could feel that the foreign student in front of him was full of vitality. The sound of blood flowing was clearly audible. His body temperature was hot and his heartbeat was strong and powerful. If vampires are extremely cold creatures, then the person in front of him is the opposite extreme. Lu Qing smelled the scent of the forest from him. Werewolf. Are you a vampire? The two of them exclaimed in a low voice at the same time. I just saw something about werewolves in a book, but I didn't expect to run into one in college. The guy in front of me, oh no, this werewolf is called Brick. In the past, Lu Qing only knew that he was a foreign student who came from nowhere, but now he realized that this guy was not human at all. Before Lu Qing could speak, Brick's eyes widened and he raised his fist and punched her hard, cursing, "What a disgusting smell." Bang! Lu Qing subconsciously punched back and the two fists collided violently in the air, making a dull sound. Crack. Brick took 2 steps back and looked at his twisted and deformed right hand in astonishment. You've only just transformed, how come your power is so strong? Brick glared at Lu Qing fiercely, his pupils gradually dilated and his 2 fangs seemed to be about to protrude. With his keen sense of smell, Brick could tell that this was just a newborn vampire, but why was its power so amazing? Lu Qing was also a little surprised. He saw that the bones under the skin of Brick's right hand were twisting violently, but they returned to normal after a while. What a remarkable recovery ability. However, it seems to be just a werewolf cub that hasn't reached adulthood. Lu Qing knew very well that the deadly threat of werewolves to vampires was their venom. Once bitten by a werewolf, the wound would continue to fester. Vampires can also easily break a werewolf's neck with their powerful strength. Come out if you dare, let's have a big fight. Brick glared at Lu Qing with gritted teeth. Lu Qing shook his head indifferently. You are no match for me now. He had already seen that this little wolf cub was not yet an adult. Although it had strong vitality in terms of strength, it was no match for him who had reached the barren level. Roar. Brick let out a low roar from his throat with faint signs of wolf transformation. Get out of here. Su Lingwei's voice suddenly rang out. If you want to die, just stay here. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness spread throughout this small space. When Brick saw Su Lingwei wake up, he immediately put on a sunny smile. Senior Lingwei. Su Lingwei seemed to be quite troubled by this guy and said impatiently, I'm in a bad mood today, don't bother me. After saying that, he pulled Lu Qing away. Brick didn't dare to stop him but just glared at Lu Qing fiercely. Lu Qing curled her lips helplessly. Okay. It seems that this little wolf cub has held a grudge against me. He asked curiously, what's going on with this Brick? Su Lingwei was obviously still angry about being disturbed and replied with a sullen face, it's a little wolf cub from the West, the legitimate bloodline of their family. It's so annoying. Lu Qing thought West doesn't mean East. No wonder it's a foreign transfer student. He asked again, then why does he keep pestering you? Because this little wolf cub said that I am his brand and the one he will protect for the rest of his life. I see. Lu Qing looked at the school beauty senior who was so angry that her eyes were twitching and smiled secretly. The fact that Su Lingwei was so angry showed how difficult that little wolf cub was. A werewolf's mark appears on a vampire. This plot is quite bloody. That little wolf cub is very hostile to you, and it is in a rapid growth stage, so you'd better be careful. Su Lingwei warned. Lu Qing's mouth curled up slightly, thinking, is the campus beauty worried about me? However, no matter how fast the little wolf cub grows, it will not pose a threat to him. As long as it can be devoured, no creature in this world can catch up with his growth speed. Lu Qing was about to speak when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was Uncle Luo calling. There's news that another group of blood servants will arrive tonight, but the exact number is not yet known. The route has been determined and our people are following it. We will inform you of the detailed interception location at night. On the phone, Uncle Luo's magnetic voice came slowly and unhurriedly, just like himself, an elegant butler full of gentlemanly airs. Okay, thank you so much, Uncle Luo. You're welcome, we are family. Ever since Lu Qing was embraced by Su Lingwei for the first time, he automatically became a family member in Uncle Luo's eyes. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing's eyes flashed with joy. Uncle Luo is truly amazing. He found the location of the blood servant so quickly. I just wonder how many there are in this batch. He still needs 42 blood servants to evolve into a viscount. If you calculate it this way, the number is quite large. It would be great if he could devour a few Baron-level vampires. Devouring Barons of the same level would increase his evolution points. If you devour a higher level one, you don't know how much benefit you can get. Before, he had also thought about creating a group of blood servants and then devouring them to improve himself. But thinking about it carefully, this definitely wouldn't work. Even if he devoured a blood servant created with his own blood, it wouldn't improve at all. What's more, creating a blood servant requires killing a living person, and he is not so cruel as to hunt living people at will to improve himself. The vampire count here has created so many blood servants, which has actually violated the rules of the blood clan. Therefore, if it comes to the critical moment of evolution, Lu Qing will devour the Earl without hesitation and without any psychological burden. Let's go to my house and pack up first. I have to go out tonight. Lu Qing looked at the sunshine outside and considerately held up a black umbrella for the school beauty. After all, night is the world where vampires roam freely. Since they had decided to skip class, they might as well skip it completely. Lu Qing and Su Lingwei didn't plan to attend the afternoon class either. They waited for a while at the library entrance, and Uncle Luo drove over to pick them up. Half an hour later, the extremely luxurious car slowly drove into the Sunshine community. The security guard at the door was stunned when he saw the identical numbers on the license plates. When had he ever seen such a high-end car driving into this ordinary community? Many curious old men and women stretched their necks to look, marveling at what kind of car it was and how imposing it looked. They also tried to look into the windows to see who was sitting inside. However, the dark car windows blocked everyone's eager gaze. Lu Qing, sitting in the passenger seat, saw Uncle Luo turning into the residential complex with incredible skill and curled his lips helplessly. "Uncle Luo, have you followed me before? You seem quite familiar with our neighborhood." Uncle Luo adjusted the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses and admitted generously, "Yes, I've been with him twice. As a housekeeper, I have to get to know the new member of the family better and see if he has any bad habits or anything like that." Lu Qing's heart moved. He had followed her twice. He's only been back twice in the past few days. Could it be that Uncle Luo saw me killing the blood servant under the streetlight last time? Uncle Luo, did you find anything? Fortunately, apart from the fact that you don't like to wear underwear after taking a shower, I haven't discovered any other strange habits for the time being. Lu Qing was a little annoyed. This was not stalking, it was clearly naked peeping. He was about to explode when Su Lingwei, who was lying in the back seat, spoke up. "Uncle Luo, you haven't observed carefully enough. He also has the habit of not closing the curtains when going to the bathroom." Uncle Luo had a kind smile on his face and nodded in agreement. "Young lady is really considerate." Lu Qing turned around expressionlessly and stared at the school beauty. "You're following me too." Su Lingwei responded calmly, "It is my right and responsibility to understand the newborn vampire I embraced." Two peeping vampires. The car drove straight downstairs and Uncle Luo stayed in the car waiting. Su Lingwei wanted to go upstairs with Lu Qing, but he didn't mind. After all, there weren't many things and they could be moved in one trip. When I went upstairs, I happened to meet Aunt Wu, who was about to go out. Mother Wu had sharp eyes. She first noticed the luxury car parked downstairs, then glanced at Su Lingwei, and finally looked at Lu Qing with an expression of understanding. "Zioking, I was wondering why you didn't move in anymore and kept avoiding my daughter. It turns out you already have such a beautiful girlfriend. She's so pretty, she must be from a well-off family, right?" From his emotional perception, Lu Qing knew that Wu Ma's words were mostly jokes. But it was the first time that Su Lingwei was stared at so enthusiastically. She couldn't help but frown, and a dark red light flashed in her eyes. It was obvious that she wanted to hypnotize Wu Ma and make her forget about having seen her. Lu Qing quickly stepped forward and stood between the two of them. "Auntie Wu, you've been very good to me these past few years. Don't refund the remaining rent and deposit. You're going to buy groceries, right? Go quickly, the market will be closing soon." Having said that, he reluctantly sent Wu Ma away. Su Lingwei asked coldly, "Why did you stop me from hypnotizing her just now?" Lu Qing looked at her for a moment, then smiled and said, "Nagging and gossip are an integral part of ordinary people's lives. Although we are different from them, there's no need to deprive them of the joy of life." Su Lingwei stared at his back, speechless. The red light in her eyes flickered a few times before finally extinguishing completely. Shouldn't he have become increasingly indifferent after the first embrace? Why did he still have such strange emotions? It was really strange. Lu Qing packed up her things and finished in less than half an hour, basically just packing a backpack. He wanted to take those clothes away, but they were thrown away by the school beauty senior, who said that there was a special tailor at home who could make many clothes for him and they had no use for them at all. Lu Qing had nothing to say about this. He always felt like a rich kid who was lost away from home. After being found by his original family, he would soon transform himself from a poor commoner to a rich and luxurious life. In the end, a backpack and a photo frame were all the items he wanted to take away. Lu Qing looked at the little house that had hardly changed, took a deep look, and then slowly closed the door. He understood that as this door closed, another more mysterious and grand dark door had been completely opened to him. Lingwei pointed at the photo frame in his arms and asked, "What is this?" "A photo of the welfare home. This is the old director. He used to be so kind to me. If there's anything I still care about in this world, it's the old director." Looking at the old face in the photo, Lu Qing couldn't help but recall the time she spent in the welfare home a long time ago. Although those days were a bit hard, they were also full of happiness. Lingwei also looked at the photo. A trace of memory flashed in her eyes and she said softly, "I also grew up in an orphanage before. Let's go." Watching the school beauty senior turn around and leave, Lu Qing felt that at that moment Lingwei seemed a little sad. But doesn't she have parents? How could she have grown up in an orphanage? Arriving at the Seahorse Manor where Lingwei lived, Lu Qing originally thought that he would choose one of the other 5 villas to live in, but he was taken directly to the second floor of the villa where the school beauty senior lived. "I live here." He pointed to the familiar-looking room. This was the room where Lingwei had bitten him while he was delivering food, but now it has been tidied up and everything inside has been replaced. The school beauty said expressionlessly, "I'm alone at home, it's quite lonely. I live on the 3rd floor now, you can live here from now on. The coffin is in the next room, if you can't sleep at night, go there by yourself." After saying that, she left him with her back and went straight upstairs. Lu Qing looked at the beautiful back, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Would a vampire be afraid of loneliness? But before he could think about it, Uncle Luo called him. "The blood servants have already set off. You can move now. The location is." At 1 in the morning, the streets were dark and deserted. On the low rooftops, Lu Qing was sprinting like a shadow. According to the coordinates provided by Uncle Luo, he successfully arrived at the designated location and happened to appear on the route of the blood servants of the Lesenba tribe, successfully attracting their attention. Ever since being embraced by Lingwei for the first time, Lu Qing naturally has the aura of Lingwei. In the eyes of the hostile vampires, he was automatically classified as a member of Lingwei's family. So the moment they noticed his appearance, the blood servants chased after him without hesitation. There are 18 in total this time, 10 to the east and 8 behind us. There are also 3 with stronger auras, which should be the 2 last-generation vampires and a baron. It seems they have a strong lineup this time. Lu Qing's special royal bloodline gave him a perception ability far beyond that of ordinary vampires, allowing him to quickly discern the power level of the pursuers behind him. However, Lu Qing didn't know that, a little behind him, Uncle Luo was following him like a nimble bat. Uncle Luo was wearing an elegant tuxedo, white gloves, a small bow tie, and a silver-inlaid tang sword slung across his back. He had a small camera on his chest, transmitting real-time images to a certain vampire lord. On the 3rd floor of the quiet villa in Seahorse Manor, the entire floor was connected and there was only one huge room. In the center of the room was a large bed, with a strange pink coffin placed next to it. This coffin was obviously customized to satisfy a special hobby. It was pink all over and huge in size. It could not be an exaggeration to say that it was a small house. The inside of the coffin was covered with a soft and delicate lining. Lingwei leaned against the pillow, holding a blood bag in her hand and sipping it. A tablet was placed on her curled knees, on which was the picture sent by Uncle Luo. The picture showed vaguely the figures chasing in front, which was like a weird live broadcast. There is also a baron and 2 last-generation vampires coming this time. Lu Qing seems to be planning to lead them to the park. Uncle Luo's steady voice came from the tablet. "Lu Qing is only the last vampire now. If he encounters danger, I will take action at any time." Lingwei listened calmly and responded indifferently. "Watch first and then take action when he is almost dying." "Yes, miss." Lingwei decided to watch this live broadcast on a whim because she always felt that the guy she was hugging for the first time was a little strange. Although judging from his breath, he was just an ordinary last-generation vampire. She had never seen a devouring method like Lu Qing's, devouring 20 blood servants at a time, as if he was not worried about eating too much at all. And what exactly is that strange aura that emanates from Lu Qing from time to time that fascinates her? Lu Qing eagerly and proactively searches for the blood servant, tears it apart and devours it. This behavior shows that he is very confident in his own strength. But where does this confidence come from? Now Su Lingwei felt that Lu Qing was like a mysterious existence hidden in the darkness, and even she couldn't help but be curious. But he's only been a vampire for a few days. Su Lingwei took a sip of blood from the blood bag with a straw, frowned slightly, and glanced at the label. 80% sugar, too sweet, not tasty. She opened the small cooler next to her, carefully selected, and finally chose a blood bag marked almond flavor, tore open the package, inserted a straw, and drank it. Her seductive and calm expression, coupled with the girlish straw-sucking action, formed a strong and strange contrast. In the video, Uncle Luo's magnetic voice continued. Miss, when I was following Lu Qing before, I found traces of fighting under the street lights near his community. There were approximately 12 blood servants' body parts at the scene. I arrived a little late and didn't see the battle, but it seems that Lu Qing had a battle with the blood servant. Uncle Luo looked at the figure running in front of him. In just a few days, the originally thin and pale young man had perfectly adapted to the power and control of the vampires. No, not perfect, but completely adapted. Although he did not witness the battle with his own eyes, judging from the remaining traces, the battle seemed to be over in an instant. The young newborn vampire seemed to have torn and devoured 12 blood servants at once. He had never seen such a situation before. Could it be that Lu Qing had awakened a special ability? But the special abilities of the vampires usually only appear after they evolve to the Count. As Su Lingwei's most loyal butler, Uncle Luo is highly vigilant about everything that comes close to the young lady. For hundreds of years, the young lady has been cold and aloof, rejecting everything. But this time, it seemed that even the young lady herself was happy to let Lu Qing get close to her and even let him live in her villa. Let me see what you can do. Uncle Luo sped up and approached the team in front like a ghost because they had arrived at the hunting location. This is a park that has stood the test of time. The vegetation in the park grows wildly and is extremely lush, giving the entire environment a gloomy atmosphere. Lu Qing stood firmly on the horizontal branch of a big tree, waiting quietly. He intentionally split the pursuing blood servants into 3 parts. There are 8 in the front, 10 in the middle, and a baron and 2 last-generation vampires at the end. There is about a 10-second interval between each section. He did this not because he was afraid that the blood servants' joint attack would put him under tremendous pressure, but because he was afraid that they would slip away. After all, in his eyes, these blood servants are precious evolution points. Even if one runs away, it will be a loss for him. Especially the last 3, he didn't want to let them go at all. The Baron of the same level as him, he was curious about how many evolution points he could get after swallowing. Here it comes. Lu Qing, who had been motionless, suddenly squatted slightly and then kicked the branch hard. Just at this moment, a bloody servant pounced towards where he had just stood. However, the next second, Lu Qing stepped hard on the blood servant's head. Pop. A sound like a watermelon breaking was heard, and the blood servant's body fell weakly from the tree. After Lu Qing dispatched the blood servant with a single kick, he dove behind the tree trunk like a cheetah, looking at the other 7 blood servants that were parked nearby with a strange smile on his face. Time 0. Outside the park among the last 3 vampires, the Baron's eyes flashed red and he said, "The prey has stopped ahead and the 8 blood servants have already surrounded it. Speed up." This blood baron from the Lingwei tribe was considered to be one of the more outstanding of the new generation under the Earl who was in charge of controlling Jiang City, so he was sent to harass the female Earl from the Bruch tribe. Although it is said that the Earl has left the Bruch clan, the blood of that clan still flows in her body. As 2 hostile clans, even if they are in the eastern branch, the battle must continue to the end. What's more, this female countess stepped into the territory of the Lingwei tribe without permission, which was a great provocation to the clan. When the Earl is free, he will definitely take good care of her. Now let's collect some interest first. The Baron stared at the front with a grim gaze. Judging from the breath of the fleeing vampire, he was just a last-generation vampire. He also guessed that this was a newborn that had just been transformed. He felt that he didn't need to do anything himself to deal with such a newborn. Those blood servants and the 2 last-generation vampires he brought this time could tear it into pieces. But then, the Baron frowned. What's going on? In his perception, the aura of the 8 blood servants that had already rushed in suddenly disappeared in an instant, and almost at the same time. The dense vegetation blocked the Baron's view, and also made it impossible for Uncle Luo, who was hiding in the shadows, to see the situation in the garden clearly. "Miss," Lu Qing ran into the park. "The trees are too dense and we can't see inside for the time being." But just now, the auras of the 8 blood servants chasing us disappeared almost at the same moment. Su Lingwei looked at the blurry image on the tablet and felt a little unhappy because she couldn't see anything, but she remembered Uncle Luo's words. The eight-headed blood servant must have been killed by Lu Qing. Judging from his current aura, killing the eight-headed blood servant should theoretically be no problem, but killing them all in an instant, that's a bit strange. Uncle Luo, let's go in and take a look. Su Lingwei's tone was flat, but her curiosity was growing little by little. The Baron was full of doubts and slowed down unconsciously. Let those 10 blood servants go in first, we'll wait. He ordered the 2 last-generation vampires beside him. It is easy for the Lesenba tribe to create blood servants. As long as they do not go too far, their superiors will not pursue the matter. After all, in their eyes, the lives of those wandering humans are worthless. Just as the Baron slowed down, the 10 blood servants also entered the wooded park. In his perception, the 10 blood servants quickly found the location of the vampire and then rushed forward to attack. But the next moment, the aura of the 10 blood servants disappeared again. What's going on? Disappearing at the same time again. The Baron couldn't understand why, even if the vampire inside was about to break through to the Baron level and could easily kill the blood servants, there shouldn't be any signs of fighting. Could there be other vampires hiding in the park? Impossible. He had carefully investigated before and found that the Countess of the Bruch family had never converted anyone except a housekeeper. She even rarely sucks blood, which is why she is the weakest vampire count. But what is going on now? The Baron looked at the park in front of him and suddenly felt that it was a monster that could devour everything. The Baron stopped at the edge of the park and pointed at the 2 last vampires beside him and said, "You and you, both of you go in and take a look. Call." Lu Qing slowly withdrew his hand, the red light on his hand gradually dimmed, and the body of the last blood servant turned into a pile of ashes before his eyes. Although the red light on his hand was extinguished, the red light in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Abundant power surged in his body, causing his breath to overflow uncontrollably. Under the influence of the special effect of talent isolation, Lu Qing exists in 2 states. When the royal bloodline is not activated, his physical strength is almost the same as that of an ordinary vampire. Although he can use the ability of Time Zero, at this time, his pupils will only show red. However, once the royal bloodline is activated, his strength will instantly double, and his silver pupils will release a powerful and oppressive aura. However, Lu Qing would never reveal the secret of possessing the aura of royal blood unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, pure royal blood is like a deadly poison to those powerful and long-lived old vampires. If they absorb the royal blood, their bodies, which have long been unable to bear the burden, will be revitalized. Therefore, once Lu Qing reveals this bloodline, he will definitely attract the covetousness of many old monsters, and they will even come from afar to devour him. Without the protection of a powerful clan, possessing pure royal blood is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous thing. Ding, absorbed 18 blood servants gain 9 evolution points. Evolving to Viscount requires 12 more points. 18 blood servants only give 9 points, this speed is a bit slow. Lu Qing muttered to himself, but fortunately 2 more last-generation vampires have arrived. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked to the side, where he saw the leaves swaying gently, and then 2 figures jumped out. The last generation of vampires are the lowest level of vampires who have gained intelligence after being transformed. Compared with those poor fellows who have become blood slaves, they are considered luckier. After these 2 last-generation vampires stepped onto the battlefield, they quickly glanced around, as if looking for the blood servants who had entered here before. However, to their disappointment, there was nothing around except the last vampire who was staring at them quietly. "You are definitely not an ordinary last-generation vampire," one of the vampires said in a hoarse voice. The strange scene before them made them feel puzzled. This last generation of vampires who seemed to be at the same level as them must have something wrong with him, as he could kill so many blood servants in an instant without leaving any trace. Lu Qing didn't respond, but just looked at them quietly. His eyes seemed to irritate the 2 last vampires. "Let's go together and tear him to pieces," one of them growled and rushed towards Lu Qing first. Although these 2 last-generation vampires are not of high level, they have survived for decades and their strength has long reached the peak of this level. And the guy in front of me is just a newborn who has just been transformed. Even if it is a little weird, it is definitely no match for them when they join forces. Moreover, even if they really encountered any difficult situation, they were confident that they could escape. How could they be stopped by this last generation of vampires? Lu Qing looked at the 2 slightly cautious last-generation vampires without moving. He just spoke slowly and said with a smile, "Welcome to hell, brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of the two vampires in an instant with crushing force like a gust of wind. The two last-generation vampires only felt a flash before their eyes and subconsciously wanted to escape quickly. But the next second they were horrified to find that their bodies seemed to be frozen, unable to move, and even their thoughts seemed to have stopped functioning. Isn't he the last vampire? How could this be? This was the last doubt in their minds. Then their heads exploded and their bodies glowed with a faint red light before gradually dissipating. Ding! Devoured two last vampires, evolution points +2. The system prompt sounded at the right moment. Fortunately, each last-generation vampire can give 1 evolution point. But after I evolve to Viscount, I guess my evolution points will decrease again. While wiping the blood off his hands, Lu Qing thought to himself, I wonder how many evolution points I can get by devouring a baron of the same level. Thinking of this, he looked into the distance excitedly. Before this, he sensed that the only remaining vampire baron seemed to have noticed something unusual and stopped outside the park without entering. Lu Qing thought, since you won't come in, I'll go find you, so he ran quickly. But then he frowned because he found that after the baron sensed that he was approaching, he also moved quickly and tried to escape. You want to run away? I can't let you get away. I finally met a baron. Lu Qing instantly increased his speed to the limit and chased after the fleeing baron. At this time in the park, Uncle Luo rushed to the battlefield. Looking at the various traces left on the battlefield, he couldn't help but be shocked. The first time I killed 8 blood servants instantly, and the second time I killed 10. The third time he instantly killed 2 of the last vampires. Now he's chasing the baron again. Uncle Luo murmured to himself, Miss, I think Lu Qing might be a little bit strange. Uncle Luo, who is always elegant and calm, could not hide his shock at this moment. The battlefield situation before him was beyond his understanding. Even if he was a count, it would be impossible for him to kill so many people in an instant without using his special abilities. Follow him and see if the baron will be swallowed by him too. Su Lingwei's slightly excited voice came from the headset. Under the pitch-black night, a figure was running away in panic. The baron of the Lesenba tribe was filled with fear at this moment, because he clearly sensed that the guy behind him, who looked like the last generation of vampires, was approaching rapidly, and the distance between them was less than 100 meters. A demon seemed to be roaring madly in the baron's heart. No, there is no way he is just a last-generation vampire. His speed and strength are completely superior to mine. In order to escape the pursuit behind him, the baron has tried his best and pushed his body functions to the extreme. Hurry, we must not be caught. Is he a mutant? The aura is that of the last vampire, but the actual strength has reached the baron level. Mutants are extremely strange existences among the vampires. No one knows the conditions under which each mutant was born, and the powers gained through mutation are also bizarre. They often possess various unimaginable abilities, but are also more likely to get out of control. For the family, the emergence of mutants is both an opportunity and a potential huge crisis, because once they grow up, they usually have extremely powerful fighting power. Because of this, the baron determined that Lu Qing was an extremely rare mutant. If this is true, he must report this news to the family as soon as possible, and the Lesenba tribe must do everything they can to eradicate it before it grows up completely. Unfortunately, however, he guessed wrong. The real reason was far more terrifying than he could imagine. Swish. The sound of the air being sharply cut suddenly rang out. The baron subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was still a step too slow. A fist-sized stone whizzed towards him at a speed faster than a bullet and pierced his knee joint directly. The baron lost his balance instantly and crashed heavily into a big tree on the side of the road. Bang! A tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters was broken in half. This shows the powerful kinetic energy contained in the two vampires when they were running. No. I can't die, I'm an immortal vampire. The baron struggled to stand up, his blood burning violently. For the vampires, such injuries are not fatal. They can fully recover in just a dozen minutes. But unfortunately, he no longer has the time. Still want to run. A slightly teasing voice came from behind him. Lu Qing casually threw away another stone in his hand, gently patted the dirt on his hands, and looked at the baron, who slowly turned around and looked at him. You dare not kill me. I am from the Lesenba tribe. If you kill me, you will be subjected to crazy revenge from your family. The baron tried to threaten Lu Qing. Lu Qing shook his head calmly. It's come to this point, there's no point in talking about this. Besides, from a certain perspective, I would rather your people come and seek revenge on me. Seeing that this negotiation was ineffective, the baron's eyes instantly turned blood red. Then his powerful body functions erupted instantly. Although his left leg was injured, he rushed towards Lu Qing like a cannonball. His fingers had turned into sharp claws, piercing straight into Lu Qing's heart. Although you are strong, I am not completely powerless. As long as we fight with all our might, there may not be no hope at all. This was the only thought left in the Baron's mind at the moment, and he was still gambling that this new vampire would not dare to really kill him, and would not dare to provoke the anger and revenge of the Lesenba tribe. The Baron's sharp claws were getting closer and closer to Lu Qing's chest. If he stretched it a little further, he could pierce his heart and buy himself a chance to breathe. However, the next moment, he was horrified to find that his hands could not move. The entire outstretched right arm seemed to be stuck in another static space. You've actually awakened your abilities. No, only a count can awaken abilities. You absolutely cannot be a count. Endless fear instantly occupied the Baron's mind. He looked at Lu Qing's calm eyes, as calm as if he was looking at a corpse. No, you can't kill me. The Baron felt the strong murderous intent and was completely frightened. It's true I'm not an earl yet, but I will be soon. Too bad you didn't get the chance to see it. Time 0. As Lu Qing spoke calmly, the frozen space began to spread outward until it completely enveloped the Baron's entire body. With Lu Qing as the center, within 3 meters, the breeze, light, time, space. Everything is still and frozen. Lu Qing's eyes also turned completely silver at this moment. The Baron, who was frozen in midair, suddenly understood. He knew why those blood servants and the 2 last-generation vampires were killed in an instant. It was not just because of this strange ability, but also because of the pair of silver eyes he saw. The next moment, the Baron's consciousness completely dissipated, and his body began to turn into blood-red light, slowly flowing along a slender and pale hand. Ding. Devoured Vampire Baron X1, Evolution Points +2, evolved to Viscount, 8 more points are needed. Hint, after the host evolves to Viscount, he will gain new abilities. In my mind, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded, and this time there was an additional prompt. After evolving to Viscount, you can also comprehend an ability. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. You know, for ordinary vampires, only when they evolve to the Earl can they comprehend a special ability, and they usually only have this one ability in their lifetime. Even if there are extremely rare vampire geniuses, the abilities they awaken will not exceed 2, and 2 is the limit. But I can comprehend abilities every time my evolution level increases. Moreover, the time 0 law he comprehended when he evolved into a Baron, this ability to control time and space, is one of the most powerful top abilities among all clans. Then the abilities gained when evolving to Viscount will definitely not be inferior to this. The days are really getting more and more promising. After sorting out his thoughts, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little happy. Then he took out his cell phone and called Uncle Luo. Hey Uncle Luo, where are you? The battle is over here, but there are some traces left at the scene. Uncle Luo's voice sounded a little strange on the phone. I'm not far from you, don't worry about what's happening at the scene. I'll send someone to handle it, go home directly. The lady asked you to go find her. Campus Beauty, what did she want to talk to me about? Lu Qing hung up the phone, full of confusion. On the other side, Uncle Luo hung up the phone and looked at the battlefield from afar. To avoid being discovered, he carefully kept a distance and saw the entire process of the battle. From tracking to completing the kill, the entire process took less than 3 minutes. The strength and speed displayed by Lu Qing far exceeded that of an average Baron. And at the final moment of the kill, he obviously used some special ability. And for a moment, I sensed a breath that even made me feel afraid, but that breath disappeared in a flash. My lady, I think you may have given birth to a truly extraordinary monster. Uncle Luo finished his report, and the footage was transmitted to the villa in Seahorse Manor in real time. After a long time, Su Lingwei's response came from the headset. I know, I'll ask clearly later. In the Seahorse Manor, Lu Qing strolled leisurely in the quiet neighborhood. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there was no one moving around in the community. He quite enjoyed the quiet atmosphere. When he was a human in the past, he almost never went out at this time. Now that my identity has changed, I feel that the world is particularly peaceful and harmonious. He walked slowly to the depths of the community. He looked up and saw that there was a window on the 2nd floor of the villa that was not closed. He simply imitated what the school beauty senior did. With his great strength, he jumped directly to the 2nd floor and got in through the window. Walking straight up the stairs to the 2nd floor, he knocked lightly on the door. Senior, are you looking for me? Click. No one answered, but the door opened by itself. He walked in and found that the entire 3rd floor had been connected into one large room. In the center of the room was a huge bed with no one on it. Next to the bed was the particularly eye-catching pink coffin. She looks cool on the outside, but she's a girl on the inside. From this slightly weird arrangement, he could already sense the unique bad taste of the school beauty senior. Since there is no one on the bed, it is most likely in the coffin. He walked forward and leaned into the pink coffin. Su Lingwei was leaning against the wall of the coffin, looking up at him. The red light in her eyes seemed to turn into substance and flow out. At the same time, a strange invisible energy surged towards him like a tide, penetrating into every pore of his body. Lu Qing frowned. What was going on? However, the one who was more confused than him at the moment was Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei raised her pale face, the red light in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a look of confusion. You can actually resist my hypnosis. The hypnosis she was performing at this moment was not the kind that ordinary vampires were born with, but a special ability that she awakened when she evolved to the Earl. It was much more powerful than ordinary hypnosis. But when I used it on Lu Qing just now, I found that it had no effect. Lu Qing, who understood the situation, protested, "Senior, you're going to hypnotize me right after I got back." As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the tablet in the school beauty's hands. The image on it was exactly the scene of him fighting with the Baron. Not only did he try to hypnotize me, he even hid here and watched. Can we as a family be more trusting of each other? It seemed that the three words family touched Su Lingwei, and she rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, for the vampires, since they have accepted the other party as a member of the family, they should not monitor them in this way. After all, every vampire has his or her own little secrets. But Su Lingwei decided to put this aside for the time being, because she was now filled with intense curiosity about this newbie she was embracing for the first time. You're not the last vampire now, right? And you've already awakened your abilities. Su Lingwei and Lu Qing looked at each other, one sitting in the pink coffin and the other standing beside it. Uncle Luo must have secretly filmed me and you saw it, but there's nothing to hide. My actual strength right now is probably at the peak of the Baron level, Lu Qing said with a smile, and saw with his own eyes that Su Lingwei's beautiful pupils gradually dilated after hearing the answer. The campus beauty was obviously shocked. Yes, how can you not be surprised and astonished when a newborn vampire who has just been embraced suddenly tells you that he is already a Baron? Then what is the ability that you awakened early? Asked the school beauty senior. Lu Qing thought for a moment. This is hard to explain, I'll just show it to you. Facing the senior's curious gaze, he whispered, "Time 0. In an instant, everything stopped. Under the moonlight, Su Lingwei looked like a still and beautiful statue. This was the first time he looked at the campus beauty so closely and carefully. Su Lingwei, in a state of stillness in time and space, is breathtakingly beautiful. Although she was still cold and pale, he now had a feeling that he could easily touch her. So he really reached out and gently pinched the school beauty's cheek. Hee, since you can't move, let me pinch it. It feels pretty good." However, the next second, he was horrified to find that Su Lingwei's big eyes flickered and her scarlet little mouth slowly moved. "Do you want to die? Do you want to die?" The voice of the senior school beauty came slowly as if in slow motion, but there was no doubt that she was already able to speak and move. Oh my God," Lu Qing exclaimed. "It turns out the level gap is too big. There's no way to completely stop the other person." He quickly withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted, only to see the school beauty senior staring at him. Although the murderous intent in her eyes came slowly, it had already quietly emerged. He's gone. Faced with this situation, Lu Qing decisively chose to slip away. The space freeze created by Time 0 lasted for less than 5 seconds before it shattered on its own after losing his support. In just 5 seconds, Lu Qing rushed to his room on the second floor and quickly turned on the faucet to start taking a shower. He knew in his heart that the school beauty would definitely not chase him if he looked like this. After the field disappeared, Su Lingwei slowly stood up from the pink coffin. With her keen hearing, she could already hear the sound of water splashing from the room on the second floor. The newbie, who was so bold just now, has actually started taking a shower. "HMPH, you're asking for death," she grumbled. "Do you think that with the power of a Baron you dare pinch my face?" Although her words were filled with murderous intent, the murderous intent and anger in her eyes were gradually dissipating. She stood quietly in the coffin, unconsciously raised her hand, and gently touched her beautiful face that had just been pinched by a daring guy. The moonlight shone down and her long eyelashes cast a shadow. She slowly took off the pendant that she never took off from her neck. Inside the pendant, 2 white and sharp fangs lay quietly. She held the 2 fangs gently, her eyes filled with sadness as if she was lost in memories. "Mom," her voice was like a dream, "I think I embraced a very powerful guy for the first time. Do you think he can avenge you?" On the outskirts of Jiang City, there is a low hill called Fengaming Mountain. There is a series of mountain villas on the mountain, among which there is a manor with the largest area. The estate was surrounded by high iron fences, and at first glance it seemed to have no guarding force other than these fences. But in reality, anyone who attempts to break in or sneak in here will inexplicably disappear without a trace. Under the manor, there is an extremely large space. In the center of the space was a square pool filled with scarlet liquid. Next to the pool stood quietly an extremely thin middle-aged man. His skin was so pale that it was almost transparent, his fangs were exposed without any cover, and his pupils reflected a blood red. He is the devil entrenched in the dark world of Jiang City, and he gave himself a seemingly elegant name, Earl of Fengaming Mountain. He belongs to the Lesenba clan, one of the 13 clans, but he is not a core member of the clan. The power of the Eastern vampires has always been weaker than that of the West, because most of the core members of the clan are in the West, and the Eastern side is just a branch of the clan. So even though he had become a vampire count, it was still difficult for him to obtain more resource support from the clan, and he had to rely on himself for everything. The blood pool before him carried all his hopes of breaking through to the rank of Earl and evolving into a Marquis. As long as I can evolve to the Marquis, I can truly become a core member of the clan. His voice was hoarse and gloomy. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he instantly appeared behind a blood servant. With a click, he easily twisted the blood servant's neck and threw it into the boiling pool of blood in front of him. The blood servant's body was quickly dissolved by the scarlet blood, and the color of the blood became darker red. In this underground space, hundreds of blood servants stood quietly, waiting to be thrown into the abyss-like blood pool. There was no fear in their eyes, for their souls had long since vanished. Not enough, not even close to enough. The Earl roared angrily, the blood servant's essence is too little, damn it. He has cultivated this blood pool for decades, and it is now at a critical stage. However, the essence contained in the blood servant is too little. If only we could obtain the essence of the Countess of the Bruch clan. And the one called Su Lingwei has now left the clan. The Earl's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. At this moment, a vampire exuding a murderous aura slowly walked over. Your Excellency, speak. The Count was interrupted in his thoughts and seemed quite angry. The vampire said respectfully, most of the blood servants who had been monitoring the Countess of the Bruch tribe were attacked and killed. But it wasn't the Countess who attacked, but one of her newly converted vampires. At his hands, we've already lost over 30 vampire servants, 2 last-generation vampires, and a baron. Oh, the Earl turned his head instantly and looked at his capable subordinate. Didn't you just say it was just a newborn cub? After all, a newborn cub could never have such strength. Yes, Lord Earl, judging from his aura, he is indeed a last-generation vampire, but the power is a little strange. The vampire was also full of doubts. The news from his subordinates showed that it was indeed just a newborn. The Earl was obviously very interested. After a moment's thought, he directly ordered, since he is the Countess's subordinate, bring him here for me to see. When I have time, I will personally capture the Countess and throw her into this pool of blood. Now that you are a Viscount, you will make the journey yourself. Have fun. Yes, my Lord Earl. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the young vampire Viscount. How could he play with the newborn? Of course, the Earl wanted it alive, but nibbling on its limbs bit by bit would be fine, right? Oh yeah, that newborn looks like it came from an orphanage. Great. It's been ages since he's tasted a human cub. Which one are you going to drive? In the spacious garage, Su Lingwei pointed to the row of luxury cars, all worth more than 10 million yuan, and asked Lu Qing. Lu Qing raised his hand and scratched his head, looking troubled. Where's Uncle Luo? Can't he drive us to school? Uncle Luo has something to do today, and you don't need him to send me home in the future. I can't drive, so you have to come. Su Lingwei looked calm, as if it was normal to live for hundreds of years and still not be able to drive. Lu Qing looked at the school beauty's appearance and secretly complained. Okay, I'll give it a try, he replied nonchalantly and chose the RR. After all, he had ridden it before and was somewhat familiar with it. Lu Qing has a driver's license, so driving is no problem for him. It's just that he has never had the opportunity to drive such a luxurious car before. It's just a luxury car, how difficult can it be? With this thought in mind, he opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, while Su Lingwei sat in the passenger seat. Today, Su Lingwei was wearing a dark lace dress and a thin black collar around her slender neck. She still looked cold and charming. Perhaps because she is a vampire, her skin is so smooth and delicate that all women envy her. Her pores are almost invisible and it feels cool and soft to the touch. Lu Qing had a deep understanding of this the night she was bitten, but at that time Su Lingwei's body was extremely hot. After getting in the car, Lu Qing studied it for a while, then sighed helplessly and looked at Su Lingwei shyly. "Senior, where is the gear shift?" Su Lingwei looked at him quietly, her eyes seemed to say, "Do you think I would know?" Lu Qing sought help but to no avail and could only figure it out on his own. "It took me a while to figure out the location of each controller." When the RR started slowly, he found that Su Lingwei had already fastened her seat belt silently. "Don't be nervous, just drive it, and if you crash it, buy another one." Su Lingwei comforted with an expressionless face. Hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but complain in her heart, "I'm not nervous, but you look quite nervous." Regarding what happened last night, both of them tacitly agreed not to mention it again, and Lu Qing just let it go. "It's just a pinch of the face, how big a deal can it be?" Although Su Lingwei didn't mention it again, Lu Qing always felt that there seemed to be a hint of expectation in her dark red eyes that he couldn't understand. The journey was smooth, and they arrived at the school. Lu Qing first sent Su Lingwei to the teaching building, then parked the car and went to his classroom for class. He felt strange when he recalled that Su Lingwei said inexplicably, "I'll come to see you in the afternoon," before getting off the car. Didn't she have classes in the afternoon? There were no other activities during the day, so why did she want to see her? At first he was full of doubts, but it was not until the afternoon class that he understood what Su Lingwei meant. During the break, the counselor rushed into the classroom with a smile on his face. Announced to everyone, "Dear classmates, there is a transfer student in our class today. I believe you all know this person, especially the boys in our class. I hope everyone will cherish the time we spend together in the days ahead. Come on, applaud and welcome us." Immediately afterwards, under the eager gazes of the counselor and the whole class, Su Lingwei, dressed in dark clothes, slowly walked into the classroom. The moment she stepped into the classroom, all the boys in the class became excited and their male hormones surged wildly in their bodies. "Oh my God, school beauty! I'm not dreaming. The school beauty senior is actually coming to our class. Isn't the campus beauty a junior? Why is she here as a sophomore? Why bother with so much? I feel like my spring is coming. School beauty, sit here, I'm the class monitor." The boys in the class clapped like crazy, their hands turning red. Everyone stared eagerly at the beautiful girl on the podium, whom they could only watch from afar, their eyes full of hope. "Student Su Lingwei, you..." The counselor greeted her warmly but was interrupted directly by Su Lingwei. "Thank you, I'll find a seat myself." As she spoke, under the gaze of the whole class, Su Lingwei walked towards the location she had sensed long ago. Lu Qing looked at Su Lingwei, who came up to him with a helpless look on her face and asked, "Senior sister, aren't you a junior? What's the matter with you coming to take classes in the sophomore year?" Su Lingwei said calmly, "It's too troublesome to take classes in different places, so I asked Uncle Luo to arrange for me to repeat a grade. I wouldn't pass the exam anyway." "Well, this reason does make sense, but it's still a bit embarrassing to tell others that you voluntarily repeated the grade from junior year to sophomore year. The school beauty, you don't have the awareness that a school beauty should have." Su Lingwei had naturally sat down next to Lu Qing, lying on the table looking at him lazily. "And I asked Uncle Luo to donate 5 million to your department, so your counselor will definitely be happy to have me here." Lu Qing was speechless after hearing this and hesitantly said, "Isn't this a bit too wasteful? After all, that's 5 million. It's okay, our family is rich." Su Lingwei smiled happily. On that day, the news that the school beauty Su Lingwei had voluntarily applied to be demoted from junior year to sophomore year quickly spread throughout the college. At the same time, there was also a piece of gossip that broke the hearts of countless male compatriots. After the school beauty Su Lingwei changed classes, she took the initiative to sit next to a boy, and she has been inseparable from him in class ever since. Even going to and from school, the two of them rode in the same car. For a time, all kinds of rumors were flying around, along with countless heartbroken voices. And on this heartbreaking night, a sharp and angry howl suddenly came from the sky above the academy. The sound was like a wolf howling. That howl was undoubtedly that of a wolf. On the rooftop of the academy building, Lu Qing punched the werewolf brick and sent him flying. Just as Su Lingwei had said before, this little wolf cub was indeed at the critical peak of its development. Only a few days had passed, and this guy's vitality was obviously much stronger than the last time we met. Ever since learning that Su Lingwei had transferred to their class and was inseparable from Lu Qing all day long, this little wolf cub has gone completely crazy. Make an appointment with Lu Qing to duel on the rooftop of the college tonight. Lu Qing arrived as promised and knocked the wolf cub down with just a few punches without much effort. After all, the wolf cub grows quickly, and Lu Qing's own growth rate is not inferior at all. In the past few days, he went out to hunt blood servants every night and saved up a lot of evolution points. He was about to evolve into a vampire viscount. However, for some unknown reason, the blood servants of the Lesenba tribe have significantly reduced their activity frequency recently, making it extremely difficult to find their traces. Even if he was lucky enough to encounter one, it would only be a small group of 4 or 5, which would slow down his pace of devouring evolution to a certain extent. At this time, Brick had completely transformed into a giant brown wolf with a mouth full of scarlet blood. It lay on the ground, glaring at Lu Qing fiercely and roaring, "Stay away from Su Lingwei. Otherwise, I will tear you apart sooner or later." Lu Qing shook his head helplessly. This little wolf cub was really stubborn. Even after being beaten so badly that he couldn't even get up, he was still here spouting harsh words. And why was a foreign wolf speaking with such a Beijing accent? Lu Qing couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your mark appeared on Su Lingwei, but she's a vampire. Your family has no objection to you protecting a vampire." Brick comes from a small country in the west, but his tribe is huge and is the werewolf lineage with the purest bloodline. This guy seems to be the real direct descendant of their family. You know, werewolves and vampires are mortal enemies, but the mark appears on a vampire, which is really dramatic. Brick struggled to stand up and uttered human words from his wolf mouth. "Mind your own business, just stay away. Otherwise, I will bite your neck off." Lu Qing looked at it with a smile and said, "With your current ability, if you want to bite my neck off, you need to practice for a few more years. Until then, you better stay away from us. Oh, and remember to take a shower more often. You smell really bad. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. Bye." After saying that, he jumped straight down from the rooftop. Now the height of dozens of meters poses no threat to him at all. Ow. Just as Lu Qing landed on the ground, an angry and shrill wolf howl came from the rooftop. I guess this little wolf cub's howl will make the academy nervous for a while. Maybe everyone should call the police to see if there's a wolf that's escaped from the zoo. Lu Qing sighed leisurely. This little wolf cub is still too young and impatient. Although the wolf cub was persistent and unfriendly, Lu Qing could feel that it didn't seem to have any killing intentions towards him. It just wanted to beat him up. This is also the reason why Lu Qing did not use any harsh force just now. Otherwise, the wolf cub would have been killed long ago. After all, werewolves are still quite fragile before their powers are fully awakened. But once awakened, their strength will be extremely strong, especially when dealing with vampires. It is not an exaggeration to say that they can kill them one by one. Downstairs of the teaching building, the luxurious RR was parked quietly. Lu Qing opened the car door and got in. Su Lingwei in the passenger seat asked lazily, "Are you done?" "Of course, a complete victory. The little wolf cub is no match for me now." Lu Qing responded easily. "Then let's go. I finished drinking the blood bags and I'm a little hungry." Su Lingwei curled up in the comfortable and soft leather seat. She was so lazy at the moment, not because she was really lazy, but because she had finished drinking the blood bag this morning and had been hungry for the whole afternoon. Ever since she drank Zhang Tianhao's blood in front of Lu Qing last time, Lu Qing has never seen her drink other people's blood again. She has always drunk blood from labeled bags. Although drinking blood bags can meet the body's needs, for vampires, if they only rely on blood bags without sucking human blood, their strength will gradually weaken. No wonder Su Lingwei became the weakest vampire count. However, the school beauty senior didn't seem to care about it and drank the blood bag happily. However, Lu Qing himself did not encounter this situation due to the system. So tonight, he and Su Lingwei are going to a place to purchase. Half an hour later, RR stopped quietly in a remote corner. Lu Qing and Su Lingwei both opened the car door and got out, looking at the iconic illuminated characters on the building not far ahead, Red Cross Blood Center. This is the largest blood storage institution in Jiang City, and it is also the place where the school beauty senior has always purchased goods. In the past, Su Lingwei had always done the task of selecting blood bags herself, because she would choose blood of different flavors according to her mood, and Uncle Luo naturally could not do it for her. But this time, the school beauty also brought Lu Qing along, and it seemed like she wanted to focus on training him to do this. Should we sneak in or jump in directly? This was Lu Qing's first time participating in such an event, and he was not very familiar with the process. Su Lingwei turned her head and glanced at him, then led the way towards the building and said, "Let's go in." Tonight, the atmosphere at the Red Cross Blood Center is particularly tense. The people who were supposed to get off work had already left, but those on the night shift were looking around vigilantly as if they were facing a great enemy. It is clearly noticeable that the defense strength of the entire building has increased to 3 times its original strength. Security guards armed with batons can be seen patrolling everywhere, and cameras in every hidden corner are turned on. The air is filled with a suffocating tension. Since about last year, the staff of the Red Cross Blood Center have discovered something strange. On this day every month, a blood theft incident always occurs at the blood center on time. A heavily guarded blood bank is bound to lose a batch of precious blood samples. The amount lost each time was not much, but where the blood was lost, there would always be a small silver box filled with golden gold. The amount of gold depends on the rarity of the stolen blood, but each time the value of the gold far exceeds the value of the lost blood. This has put the heads of blood institutions in a difficult position. Blood theft is undoubtedly a bad thing, but every time there is such a high amount of gold compensation, enough to buy several times the amount of blood, it is really tangled. What's even more bizarre is that no matter how many defensive forces are deployed, blood will still be lost from the blood bank on this day every month. Various methods, including checking surveillance footage, were tried, but no one could figure out how the blood was lost. Because there was gold compensation, the head of the agency did not choose to call the police, but instead organized more defensive forces on his own. At the lobby front desk, there are two sweet-looking girls on duty tonight. They stared nervously at the half-closed door and one of them said, "Today is the 15th again. Do you think someone will come and steal blood again?" "Of course it does. It happens on this day every month without fail. It's even more punctual than my period." Another responded, "But who is this guy anyway? He's so bored that he comes here to steal blood and he always leaves behind so much valuable gold." "Who knows? No one's ever seen it. Look, there are 10 more security guards tonight than last time." "I think it's probably useless. Do you think there might be a ghost?" One of the little girls said with lingering fear, but then she denied it herself. "Why would a ghost steal blood? Ghosts don't need blood. Besides, there are no ghosts in this world." "They are all lies," the two continued to whisper to each other. No one would come at this time, so although they were nervous, they had some free time. Suddenly, a little girl saw two people walking in through the door. One is a beautiful girl in black, exuding a breathtaking elegance. The other is a slightly pale and thin young man with three-dimensional and handsome features, especially his eyes, which seem to have a kind of magic that makes people unable to help but fall into them. Compared to the girl next to him, the man has a slightly gentler temperament, with a faint smile on his face but also a hint of evil charm. The little girl was stunned for a moment. With so many security guards outside, how did these two people get in? "Hello, where is the blood bank?" Lu Qing smiled and politely asked one of the girls. At this time, Su Lingwei's cold voice came, "Don't ask, I know where it is. Let's go through the process anyway. Hasn't the process already been completed? We've already hypnotized those security guards in the monitoring room." "All right." The little girl looked at the two people who were talking as if no one was around, and her brain was a little confused for a moment. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she saw the handsome man carrying two small silver boxes in his hands. A small silver box looked so familiar. She was about to speak, but the next second she met a pair of red eyes, and a voice full of magnetism and temptation rang in her ears. "You didn't see anything, forget everything today." Then she sat down blankly as if she had lost her soul. "I didn't watch anything. Forget everything that happened today." After both receptionists were hypnotized, Su Lingwei suddenly reached behind the reception desk and took out two lollipops. She peeled one and ate it, then stuffed the other one into Lu Qing's mouth. He said proudly, "Every time I came here before, this little girl was on duty. She especially liked to hide two lollipops under the table. They tasted pretty good." Lu Qing had a candy stuffed in her mouth. He looked at the unconscious little girl with some sympathy and thought to himself, how pitiful. Lu Qing and Su Lingwei continued forward without hindrance, hypnotizing every person they met. Later, a faint red light appeared on Su Lingwei's body, and this light spread to every corner of the building like mist. With her special ability, she successfully hypnotized everyone in the building. "Senior, so this is how you used to get blood." At this moment, Lu Qing felt that the senior sister looked quite cute. He couldn't help laughing when he thought of the scene where this cold-blooded vampire girl sneaked into the building on a dark and windy night and hypnotized everyone in order to get blood to drink. And she always chooses the same day. The school beauty has quite a few bad tastes. As Su Lingwei opened the blood bank door, she corrected him, "This isn't called stealing blood, we're here to buy it, I'll pay for it." The door of the blood bank opened and a gust of cold air hit me in the face. Ordinary people might feel bone-chilling cold, but the two of them squinted their eyes comfortably. There are rows of freezers in the blood bank, each labeled with various models. Su Lingwei checked these marks one by one. Occasionally, when she came across a blood bag that she liked, she would stop, take out a bag, tear open the bag, and take a small sip. If he was satisfied, he would take out a marker and mark the bag, then hand it to him and say, "Take 2 bags of this." Lu Qing glanced at the mark made by the campus beauty senior on the blood bag in his hand, strong fragrance. He took a sip out of curiosity. It did have a slight fragrance. And this cabinet, this one, take 2 bags each. At this moment, Su Lingwei was like a little girl picking snacks in a supermarket. When she saw something she liked, she would ask him to take it down and put it away. Even Lu Qing could feel her happiness. Following the instructions of the school beauty, Lu Qing kept taking out blood bags from the freezer and putting them into the small silver box in his hand. Sweet and sour, light fragrance, 3 parts sugar. Each blood bag has a unique mark made by Su Lingwei. When the small silver box was almost half full, Su Lingwei pulled him to the innermost part of the blood bank and stared at the largest freezer in front of her with shining eyes. Said, "There are usually good things hidden in here. Last month I found a bag of panda blood here. The so-called panda blood is just a popular name. Its real name is Rh-negative blood, which is extremely rare, hence the vivid name." Lu Qing looked at the freezer. It was labeled Rare Blood Type Storage Cabinet. He thought it was a place dedicated to storing various rare blood samples. Sure enough, there's another bag. Su Lingwei stretched out 2 slender fingers, picked up a blood bag with a special mark, and smiled like a child who found a treasure. Looking at Su Lingwei's smile, Lu Qing suddenly felt that when the school beauty senior smiled, there was a different kind of warmth. "If you ever meet someone with panda blood," Lu Qing suggested with a smile, "we'll kidnap him and bring him home. We'll give you some of his blood to drink every day." This made Su Lingwei's smile even brighter. "It's not impossible." They raided the cabinet and took away about 5 or 6 blood bags. The small silver box was already full. Su Lingwei looked at the box full of blood bags of various flavors, and her eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents. "Let's go, that's enough for today. Come back next month." The school beauty senior walked out of the blood bank contentedly. Lu Qing placed another silver box in his hand on the metal table in the center of the blood bank. Inside was half a box of gold, which was the money the school beauty senior student used to buy blood. Considering the value of this gold, the blood center definitely made a profit this time. No wonder the person in charge here is so reluctant to call the police. After losing a bag of panda blood last time, he even released another bag this time. How smart. Su Lingwei had already returned to the car. Her straw was in the car. She was a little hungry, so she must be sucking the blood bag with the straw in the car. Lu Qing, on the other hand, had to complete the remaining finishing work. When he left, he found that the 2 girls at the front desk were still dazed, as if they hadn't seen him at all. In fact, they were lucky to have encountered a blood thief like Su Lingwei. If it were any other vampire, they would probably just rob people violently and suck their blood. As I walked out the door, my phone rang in my pocket. I opened it and saw a message from Uncle Luo, saying that some traces of blood servants had been found in the South City and that we could go and hunt them. Looking at the news on the screen, Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. He finally found the whereabouts of the blood servant again. It seems that he can evolve to Viscount tonight. In the deep and dim subway tunnel, 2 vampire barons were running wildly along the railway tracks. With the powerful strength of the vampires, their figures were like flickering black shadows when they ran. Behind him, 7 or 8 blood servants followed silently. From the tattered clothes on these blood servants, it can be seen that most of them were beggars wandering the streets or poor workers who drifted around. People like this can be found everywhere in such a big city. Even if they disappear silently, it is difficult to attract the attention of others. The newly transformed 8-headed blood servant must be sent back quickly. One of the barons quickly glanced back as he ran. The Earl's plan is at the most critical stage. These blood servants who were just transformed tonight must be sent to Fengaming Mountain and handed over to the Earl immediately. Although they didn't know what the Earl wanted these blood servants for, they understood that once these blood servants were sent to the manor on Fengaming Mountain, they would never come out again. Even some of the last vampires or barons like them would be sent to that manor and disappear from the scene if they made the slightest mistake. They were relatively lucky because they had to keep searching for and transforming blood servants, so they didn't have to stay in the manor with an increasingly terrifying aura. They have been doing this for a long time, but recently there have been a lot of problems. Several teams transporting blood servants were intercepted and killed. Those teams seem to have evaporated out of thin air, just like the team that had harassed the countess before, which disappeared without a trace. The culprit behind all this seems to be a new vampire named Lu Qing. Moreover, I heard that the Earl is quite angry because the number of blood servants sent recently is too small. That's why they chose to take the subway tunnel route tonight. This is the last batch of blood servants to be transported. After this batch is delivered, we have to go to that welfare home tomorrow. The Viscount summoned us personally, apparently to deal with that vampire named Lu Qing. Oh, I've been exhausted these past few days. I hope I can find something delicious to eat at the welfare home tomorrow. The two barons kept walking without slowing down at all while complaining to each other. Those newly transformed blood servants ran tirelessly, but their speed could not keep up, so the two barons had to stop and wait from time to time. Why is one missing? When the blood servants caught up again, one of the barons suddenly discovered that the original 8 blood servants had become 7. What's going on? The baron looked into the dark and deep tunnel, but the missing blood servant seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth with no trace left. Call out. Suddenly, a loud sound of breaking through the air was heard in the silent tunnel. A small stone, rubbing against the air while flying at high speed, ignited a blazing light and accurately hit the body of a blood servant. The powerful force directly smashed the blood servant's head into pieces. Bang! The blood servant's body fell heavily to the ground. Run. The baron's pores tightened instantly, and he turned around and fled desperately towards the front of the tunnel. Because he had already noticed that deep in the dark tunnel, something was approaching at a very fast speed. He could not sense the presence of the pursuer behind him, but judging from the sound of the air exploding, it was a creature with far greater power than theirs. It must be him. That's the new vampire who's been trying to kill us recently. The two barons fled frantically without the courage to turn back and fight. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 more sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the heads of 2 more blood servants were shattered. Due to inertia, the corpses rushed forward for more than 10 meters before falling down. And every time a blood servant was killed, the vampires behind him seemed to pause for a moment and then continue running. With every pause, the aura of the vampire would slightly increase. Damn it, how can he be so fast? The two barons no longer cared about the blood servants. At this moment, they just wanted to escape quickly, but the vampires behind them were closing in on them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, 3 blood servants fell one after another, and the fall of each blood servant seemed to be a fatal knell. Call out. Another bloody servant fell. One of the barons looked back in horror and found that only the last blood servant was left. Once this blood servant dies, will it be their turn? But he guessed wrong, because this time the stone shot out after smashing the last blood servant still had a powerful force and directly shot off his knee. Save me. The baron lost his balance instantly and called for help to his companions in front of him the moment he fell to the ground. But he discovered in despair that his companions in front of him didn't even turn their heads, but just kept running away desperately. The next moment, he felt a breeze coming from behind him. Then, with a click, his neck made a crisp breaking sound and his head turned 180 degrees, revealing an expressionless pale face. The next second, his body turned into ashes. Call, there's only one baron left. After devouring him, I should be able to evolve into a viscount. Lu Qing looked at the darkness farther into the tunnel and chased after him calmly. In the dark and deep tunnel, the only remaining baron was fleeing for his life. The cry for help from his companion just now hit his heart like a heavy hammer, but he did not dare to stop at all. He knew in his heart that if he hesitated for even a second, death would follow. If he had known that this mission was so dangerous, he would not have accepted it. At this moment, fear was like a raging fire, as if it was going to ignite his entire body. Even the little blood left in his body seemed to be boiled by the flames of fear. However, the terrifying aura from behind him was slowly approaching like a leech on his tarsal bones, and the sacrifice of his companions only bought him a few extremely short seconds of breathing time. These few seconds were enough for him to run hundreds of meters. There's an exit up ahead and there's a bar right outside. The baron screamed madly in his heart, as long as I can get out, I can survive. He was thinking that as long as he rushed into the bar, replenished his strength with blood, and used those ignorant humans to block the demons behind him, he would be able to escape death. At this moment, he had already thrown the rules of the vampire clan out of his mind, and his only thought was to survive. Driven by extreme fear, the baron increased his speed again. He had vaguely seen the small exit not far away that seemed like a life-saving straw. However, fate did not seem to let him go. Do you think you can escape from my control? A calm but cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The baron turned his head in horror, only to see a pale, angular profile. The devil-like being had already come to his side and was running side by side with him. No, the baron roared in despair, trying to launch a final attack. Don't waste your energy struggling. Lu Qing said coldly, then stretched out his hand, accurately pinched the baron's neck and pulled him to a stop. Lu Qing's mind turned, and a strange red light appeared on his hand, which quickly completely enveloped the Baron's body. Soon, the red light began to flow back, and as the red light returned to Lu Qing's body, it was full of energy and essence. The Baron's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at the exit that was right in front of him yet out of reach. He knew that he could no longer move forward there. "No," the Baron shouted at the top of his lungs, "the Viscount will not forgive you. Orphanage, you're dead." As soon as he finished speaking, the Baron's body turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. Lu Qing frowned slightly. Orphanage. Could it be that these vampires have found out his background and are preparing to attack the orphanage? In an instant, an uncontrollable violent emotion surged in Lu Qing's heart. The innocent children in the welfare home and the amiable old director are the few things he cares about in his heart. If these guys really dare to do anything bad to the welfare home, he will make them pay a heavy price for their stupid behavior. Ding, devoured vampire Baron X1, evolution points +2. Ding, evolution conditions met, evolution begins. The sudden system prompt interrupted his thoughts. A powerful force surged out from deep within his body cells. Compared to the energy he had obtained from devouring the vampires before, this force was purer and more powerful. At the same time, a piercing pain followed, as if every cell was being repeatedly tempered and reshaped under the influence of this force. This painful process lasted for a full 10 minutes. As that power gradually disappeared into his body, his already pale face became even more bloodless, like a piece of white paper. "Ouch, this pain is unbearable." His voice trembled uncontrollably due to the pain. Since becoming a vampire, his tolerance for pain has improved qualitatively, but this time the pain was too intense. It spread from deep within his cells as if his entire body was completely crushed and put back together again. Ding, the host has evolved to Viscount. Awakening the vampire ability Deep Red Blood, Crimson Blood Rage can stimulate the blood energy of the whole body and double the body's strength in a short period of time. The current duration is 30 seconds. After use, the body will fall into a short state of weakness. After evolving to Viscount, he really has awakened a new ability. What a domineering name. You know, among the vampires, even a genius can only awaken 2 abilities at most, and every time he advances a level, he can awaken a new ability. In addition to his noble bloodline of the pure-blooded royal family, as long as he doesn't encounter those old monsters that have gone through thousands of years, and the level gap is not too great, he will basically not be in danger of his life. How about trying this new ability? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. He stared at his hands and whispered, "Crimson bloodshed." In an instant, his blood seemed to be ignited, becoming boiling hot like molten iron rushing through his veins. Boom. A faint red mist suddenly spurted out from his pores. It was the blood mist formed after the blood boiled. He slowly raised his head. The red light in his eyes had completely condensed into substance, and the surging power in his body made him feel as if he was filled with endless energy. At this moment, he was like a terrifying demon waking up from a bloody mist. This state lasted for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the red blood mist gradually retreated into his body, and a slight feeling of weakness came over him. Phew! Fortunately, the weakened state after the power was removed isn't too serious. I can probably still maintain about 60% of my strength. And it seems that the stronger the body, the faster the recovery. The double strength bonus, coupled with the advantage of recovery speed during the weak period, is undoubtedly an extremely powerful ability in combat. He took another look at his personal information at the moment. Personal information panel host. Lu Qing race, blood clan bloodline, royal bloodline, family none level, Viscount of the blood clan points required to evolve to the next level. 040, ability times 0, Crimson Bloodshot evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, evolution achieved by devouring fellow vampires. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, innate isolation, can infinitely hide one's vampire level, undetectable in the quiet and deep subway tunnel. A new vampire Viscount was quietly born. For vampires, the evolution of levels often requires a long period of sedimentation and accumulation. However, Lu Qing broke the rules and grew from a fledgling vampire newborn to a vampire Viscount whose strength should not be underestimated in just 1 month. This speed of advancement is a miracle, but Lu Qing knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. Above the Viscount, the hierarchy of the vampires is like a pyramid reaching into the sky. Powerful beings such as Earl, Marquis, Duke, Prince, etc. are arranged in order, and there are also ancient and mysterious second-generation and first-generation species. They command the awe-inspiring 13 clans, like dark masters lurking in the shadows of the world. He understood that he still had a long way to go. However, as long as he can continue to devour, he will have the opportunity to continue evolving. If you are lucky enough, perhaps one day you will be able to evolve to the level of the first-generation species. By then, he might have enough strength to establish his own family, and even make his family stand out among the 13 clans and become the strongest. Lu Qing stood in the darkness, as if blending seamlessly into the shadows around him. With each evolution, the sinister aura around him became stronger, and his temperament seemed to be changing subtly. To evolve to Earl, 40 evolution points are needed. Lu Qing thought to himself, according to the previous rules, I can get about 2 evolution points by devouring a Viscount, 1 by devouring a Baron, and 0.5 by devouring the last blood. As for the blood servant, it should be of no help to evolution. After evolving into a vampire Viscount, Lu Qing had already noticed it. Devouring blood servants can no longer bring any strengthening effect to his body. The minimum standard for devouring now is to at least be the last generation of vampires. The number of vampires is already small, and their advancement speed will probably slow down. It seems we need to find as high-level vampires as possible to attack. He pondered silently. As his evolutionary needs increased, he would inevitably devour more high-level vampires. However, each high-level vampire has been accumulated over a long period of time, and their number is extremely limited. Unless you go west. The west has always been the core area of the vampires and the foundation of each clan. The number of high-level vampires is far greater than in other places. Most of the ancient vampires who have been sleeping for thousands of years are also hiding there. But that's a matter for the future until you're strong enough. It's too early to think about it before you evolve to the Duke. Just as Lu Qing was lost in thought, click. Suddenly, a slight sound was heard in the silent tunnel, followed by a flash of white light. Lu Qing was dazzled by the white light and subconsciously squinted his eyes. He looked towards the source of the sound and couldn't help laughing. At some point, a person was standing there, holding a cell phone and staring at him blankly. I must have been too focused on my thoughts just now, and I didn't even notice this person approaching. Alas, Lu Qing sighed helplessly, feeling both amused and helpless. Look at you had to deliver yourself to a vampire when you were fine. An ordinary person insists on getting close to a vampire. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Moreover, this is a hidden subway tunnel. This guy is so lucky to have met me. You don't come over here. The man saw Lu Qing walking towards him and said in a trembling voice, I'm recording. Although he was scared, he still stubbornly held up his phone and refused to put it down. This courage is really extraordinary. At this time, instead of running away, he is still obsessed with recording. Lu Qing walked slowly to a lamp emitting a faint green light, and then he found that the person in front of him looked familiar. Dressed in camouflage, carrying a huge backpack and fully equipped, isn't this the vampire fanatic we met at the gate of Sunshine Community before? I think his name is Ayu. Why are you here? Lu Qing found it a little funny. After seeing Lu Qing's face clearly, Ayu was delighted at first. It's you. Then he was horrified. Oh my god, you really are a vampire. Yeah, didn't I tell you last time that vampires might look like me? Lu Qing said, opening his mouth and revealing 2 sharp fangs. Now it is certain that this guy named Ayu must be looking for traces of vampires again. I don't know how he came into this subway tunnel and happened to meet me. This fate is really wonderful. Fortunately, there is no signal here, so it should just be a recording, not a live broadcast. Did you see everything? Lu Qing deliberately showed a ferocious expression, his fangs flashing coldly in the dim light. Ayu was so frightened that he took several steps back. Look. I saw it, you killed another vampire. Alas, that can only mean that you have very bad luck. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. You can either have your neck broken or have your heart ripped out and eaten. Choose one. Ayu's face was full of struggle. He didn't want to choose either of these 2 ways of dying. Today, he had wanted to try his luck in such a secluded place to see if he could find a vampire, so he sneaked into the tunnel, but he didn't expect to actually run into him. If this scene could be broadcast live, it would prove that vampires really exist. Lu Qing looked at this guy who was obsessed with vampires and didn't react for a long time. He didn't know what he was thinking, so he prepared to take action. At this moment, Ayu suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment, elder brother, can we talk about this? I don't want to die yet, considering our fate." A determined look suddenly appeared on Ayu's face. "Brother, can you turn me into a vampire too? How about biting me?" As he spoke, he suddenly opened his collar, exposing his neck with a look of fearlessness in the face of death. This action made Lu Qing stunned for a moment. This proposal is not very good. Lu Qing shook his head. Just be a normal person. Come look into my eyes. Lu Qing's eyes instantly turned blood red, and he used his innate ability hypnosis on this fanatical vampire fan. Then he went up and deleted all the videos and photos from Ayu's phone. After thinking for a while, he took out his mobile phone to take a selfie of Ayu, who was in a trance, then retreated into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. After a long time, Ayu's eyes gradually became clear and he stared blankly at the dark tunnel in front of him. Huh, didn't I come here to explore? Why are you standing here in a daze? Why is there suddenly a selfie of me on my phone? Who took it? How strange. He stared at the photo on his phone, stood there for a while and suddenly muttered to himself, "Vampires can hypnotize people. My intuition tells me that I was probably hypnotized by a vampire just now." When Lu Qing returned to the Seahorse Manor, it was already 4 in the morning. Since becoming a vampire, Lu Qing's need for sleep has decreased significantly. On weekdays, he would only take a short nap during the day. After all, for a vampire, a good night's sleep was a luxury. Most vampires have difficulty falling asleep and are more likely to be in a dormant state. And the best way to sleep, in their opinion, is to lie in a coffin. In fact, it is not necessary to sleep in a coffin, but this special hobby has been passed down since ancient times. Most vampires will have a coffin at home and lie in it in their spare time, which will make them feel safe. Perhaps the ancestor of the Blood clan originally slept in a coffin, and over time, the genes of this habit were passed down from generation to generation. In fact, there is no essential difference between lying in bed and lying in a coffin. Just like Su Lingwei, she never sleeps in the pink coffin in her room, but instead uses it as a closed little play area. There was also a coffin in Lu Qing's room on the second floor. It was specially customized for him by Su Lingwei, but he had never used it. As soon as Lu Qing returned to the courtyard, he felt a gaze falling on him. The gaze came from the balcony on the 3rd floor. He exerted a little force with his legs and jumped lightly to the 3rd floor. Su Lingwei was seen wrapped in a black blanket, curled up on the spacious balcony, with her arms around her body, holding a piece of transparent crystal in her hand. Her long red hair was wet, with water droplets dripping from it from time to time. It looked like she had just taken a shower. She was wrapped in only this blanket, with her white feet, smooth legs, and slender pale neck all exposed. "Why are you here?" Lu Qing asked softly. He felt that the school beauty seemed to be a little sad at the moment. "Look at the moon here." Su Lingwei raised her face and the moonlight sprinkled on her face, making it look white. Lu Qing squatted down and squatted with her. Neither of them spoke for a while. "The moon tonight is particularly round and all vampires love such nights. I used to watch the moon like this with my mother." Under the moonlight, Su Lingwei said slowly, "Mom is very beautiful, but unfortunately she is not a pure blood. To that man, she was just a temporary plaything. So even if she gave birth to me, she would not be recognized by the family." In the moonlight, Su Lingwei narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she was lost in distant memories. Next to her were 4 or 5 boxes of red wine, all of which were empty. As soon as Lu Qing came up, he knew that the school beauty had drunk a lot of wine tonight. "I didn't inherit that man's bloodline and he was mad. The same thing happened to my brothers and sisters. Back then my life was a little difficult. Later my mother died at the hands of that man. I was sent to an orphanage and grew up slowly before being found by Uncle Luo, who transformed me into a vampire." Su Lingwei's voice became lower and lower, until it was almost inaudible. She turned her head, her bloodshot eyes staring directly into Lu Qing's eyes. "Lu Qing, today is the day I'm thirsty for blood. I just went out to suck blood from a human, and this time I couldn't control myself and sucked all the blood from him. You see, I can become strong, but it's useless. Su Lingwei slowly lowered her head. She seemed drowsy, perhaps due to excessive alcohol or weakness from thirst for blood. Lu Qing stared at her for a long time. It turned out that today was the day when she was thirsty for blood. This day last month was the night when she first embraced him. He didn't expect that a month had passed. He reached out and gently put his arm around Su Lingwei's cold and pale shoulders. With his other hand, he passed through her knees, bent down and picked her up. He chuckled softly. "I'm so glad you killed that human instead of transforming a new member. 3 vampires are enough for our family." He carried Su Lingwei towards the room. At this moment, she was like a sleeping kitten in his arms, except that she had no breathing and no heartbeat. "It doesn't matter if you're not strong, I'll be there for you in the future." Lu Qing gently placed Su Lingwei on the large bed in the middle, took off the only blanket on her, looked at her for a while, and then covered her with the quilt. Su Lingwei, who seemed to be asleep, suddenly opened her eyes again at some point, looked at him for a while, and then closed her eyes again. "Lu Qing, if you become very powerful in the future, can you do something for me?" He gently pinched Su Lingwei's face, his eyes smiling. "Okay, even if you want the world to be destroyed, I will agree to it." On the rooftop terrace of the villa next door, Uncle Luo, dressed in an elegant tuxedo and white gloves, gently raised his hand and took a sip of coffee. Looking at the figure disappearing on the balcony, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and then the figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. The vampire world will soon welcome a true king. Three figures in black walked in front of the slightly remote and dilapidated door of the Bowie welfare home. A well-dressed butler wearing gold-rimmed glasses held a black umbrella steadily in his hand, and under the umbrella was a beautiful girl in a black dress. Next to them stood a thin and handsome man. This welfare home is in a remote location and few people come here, so it looks a bit shabby. I have lived here for 12 years and the old dean has always treated me like his own grandson. After I left, I often came back to visit, and the children there were all familiar to me, Lu Qing said as he led Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo to the welfare home. Su Lingwei looked around curiously and added casually, "Over the years, you have donated your extra money to this welfare home every year, which is about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. The children in the orphanage receive gifts from you every year. However, you were not well off financially before, so most of the gifts were made by you yourself. The children love them very much." Hearing these details from Su Lingwei, Lu Qing cast a resentful look. "You even found out all this before. I even suspected that there were vampires following me every day during those first few days after I was converted." Su Lingwei had a blank expression on her face and immediately passed the buck. "This isn't my fault, it was Uncle Luo who did it." Lu Qing turned to look at Uncle Luo, who reached out and adjusted the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses. "Again, it's my job to know everything about the new family member, and you're wrong. I only monitored you for 2 days at the beginning. On the third day, I realized that your perception ability could already detect my presence, so I withdrew." Lu Qing curled her lips helplessly, too lazy to pay any more attention to this peeping duo. The reason why he came to the welfare home so early in the morning was because when he killed the Baron in the tunnel last night, he heard some information related to the welfare home, and he was really worried. If those guys dared to do anything bad to the welfare home, he would definitely get furious on the spot. "Brother Lu, you're here." Just as the three of them walked a short distance into the welfare home, a clear and joyful voice suddenly rang out. Under the big tree in front, a mischievous little guy poked his head out. When he saw Lu Qing, a bright smile instantly broke out on his face. The little guy stretched out his hand and shouted in one direction, "Everyone come quickly. Brother Lu is here to see us again." Following this shout, countless childish and surprised shouts suddenly rang out from around the corner. "Ah, Brother Lu is here. Quick, stop playing, run faster. Let's go see Brother Lu." Along with the shouts, a group of cute children appeared, and a dozen cheering children suddenly rushed out from the corner. Su Lingwei was slightly stunned when she saw this scene, and then a smile appeared on her face. "It seems that you are very popular in the welfare home." Lu Qing smiled proudly. "Of course, I used to be the king of the kids." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. "Don't be anxious, run slowly, don't fall." The children ran up to him, surrounded him, and chattered non-stop. "Brother Lu, why did you come to see us so early this year? I missed you so much." "Brother Lu, why are your hands so cold? Do you have a cold?" "Brother Lu, do you think I've grown taller? I listened to you and ate a lot." "Brother Lu, hug me quickly, otherwise you won't be able to hold me when I grow up." Lu Qing was overwhelmed by the constant calls of Brother Lu. However, he had experienced this kind of welcome scene dozens of times, so he handled it calmly. He hugged this one, patted the head of that little guy, and smiled gently. "Zixia, why are you so tanned? Do you always sneak out to play? Ziohua, you must eat more so that you can grow more beautiful in the future. Brother doesn't have a cold, he's just wearing less today, so his hands are a little cold. Come Dandan, let your brother hug you." After touching all the children's heads, Lu Qing distributed the big bag of snacks in her hand to these lively little ones. Su Lingwei stood not far away, quietly watching the lively scene here, not daring to step forward to join in. In this world, apart from Lu Qing, there is probably no other vampire who can treat these children so gently after being transformed. "Sister, you are so beautiful." A crisp voice suddenly sounded beside Su Lingwei. She looked down and saw a little girl with pigtails looking up at her. Su Lingwei squatted down and gently pointed at the braids on the little girl's head. "You are very beautiful too." After being praised, the little girl thought about it seriously and said, "I am pretty, but not as pretty as my sister." "Sister, are you Brother Lu's girlfriend?" the little girl asked innocently. Su Lingwei was stunned for a moment and did not answer immediately. Instead, she asked, "Do you know what a girlfriend is?" "I know, a girlfriend is the kind you can kiss on the lips." "Sister, if you were Brother Lu's girlfriend, I would give you candy." Seeing that she didn't say anything, the little girl stretched out her hands, which had been behind her back, holding 2 lollipops in her hands. "Eat candy." Su Lingwei took it gently with a smile and patted her little head. If I weren't Brother Lu's girlfriend, would I have no candy to eat? The little guy shook his head and said with a sly smile, that's not the case. If you were my girlfriend, I could give you 2 candies, but if you're not Brother Lu's girlfriend, I can only give you 1. The little guy stretched out his other hand behind his back, and this time there was only a lollipop in his little hand. Each child received exclusive gifts and snacks from Lu Qing, but these children were not like other children who would run away after receiving the gifts. Instead, they surrounded Lu Qing even more closely and started to share their snacks. Brother Lu, this is delicious, come and try it. And this, you have to eat this too. After a while, Lu Qing's mouth was stuffed full of the little ones. The little guys were like cheerful elves, but Lu Qing felt a little uneasy. Something is wrong. His eyes swept across the children's faces one by one and his heart suddenly moved. Yes, it was wrong. 3 children were missing. Where is Kyukyu? Why isn't Kyukyu here? Lu Qing suddenly stood up. Although there was still a smile on his face, his eyes had gradually turned cold. Huh, really? Why isn't Kyukyu here? The children finally realized what was happening and started looking for him in the crowd. However, they couldn't find Kyukyu. Strange, I saw Kyukyu this morning. How come he disappeared? Ball, the children shouted anxiously. Just then, a white-haired old man hurried over. Old Dean. Lu Qing hurried forward and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the old Dean. Fortunately, the old Dean was fine for the time being. But then, he became worried again because the old Dean was in a terrible condition. The old Dean's eyes were bloodshot, his eye sockets were dark and gray, his gray hair was messy, he walked with a limp, and from time to time he rubbed his left leg with his hand. As soon as the old Dean arrived, he grabbed Lu Qing's arm tightly with his dry hands, his lips trembling, but he couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing this old man, who used to be so elegant despite his advanced age, now in this state, Lu Qing felt an inexplicable rage in his heart. Don't be anxious, take your time. Lu Qing patted the old Dean's dry hands and comforted him. The old Dean glanced away and finally spoke in a hoarse and trembling voice. Last night 2 children were taken away. I saw it with my own eyes. Those guys took the child away, and when I tried to stop them, they lifted me up and threw me out. Those guys look so weird. No, it's like a monster. As the old Dean spoke, Lu Qing's expression grew increasingly gloomy. It was those vampires. They finally took action against the children in the orphanage. Yesterday must have been just the beginning, which is why they only took 2 children. 2 children? That's not right. There are 3 children missing. Lu Qing tried hard to suppress his emotions and asked, Old Dean, are you sure those 2 children were taken away yesterday? Was Kyukyu among them? The old Dean seemed to still be immersed in the fear of last night, slowly recalling. He rushed forward regardless of everything, but was unable to shake those guys at all. He also heard those people say, you are old and not as delicious as these little guys, you are lucky. Among the 2 children who were taken away yesterday, Kyukyu wasn't one of them. They were 2 older ones. Kyukyu was eating breakfast in the yard this morning. The old Dean muttered to himself and suddenly came to his senses, looking around anxiously. Kyukyu is gone too? Where did Kyukyu go? Su Lingwei and Luo Shu, who were far away, seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere here. They clearly felt that Lu Qing's aura was a little out of control, as if it was about to explode. What's going on? Su Lingwei patted Lu Qing's arm gently as if to comfort her. Those people took away 2 children yesterday and another child is missing. Lu Qing looked at her, his eyes seemed to be filled with angry magma. Then he whispered to the old Dean, Dean, don't look for it anymore, I know where the ball is. With his powerful perception, Lu Qing had just searched the entire welfare home and sensed a faint heartbeat and breath on a piece of grass. It should be Kyukyu. Although she could sense that Kyukyu had not been captured, her heartbeat and breath were terribly weak at the moment. Let's go. Lu Qing took the lead and ran towards the direction of perception, while Su Lingwei followed closely behind, supporting the old Dean. Please don't get into any trouble with Kyukyu. Kyukyu is Lu Qing's favorite little girl in the welfare home. She is lively and cute. Every time Lu Qing comes, Kyukyu will give him a small gift made by herself. She also often said that when she grew up, she wanted to live and eat with Brother Lu. When she said this, Kyukyu's eyes were full of joy and seriousness. The welfare home was not large, and Lu Qing arrived there quickly. There was a little girl lying on the green grass, looking like a porcelain doll. She seemed to be suffering from great pain, her small body curled up into a ball, her chubby little face pale and bloodless. Kyukyu, Lu Qing quickly stepped forward, gently picked her up, and found that Kyukyu's body temperature was surprisingly hot. What made him even more angry was that there was a deep bite mark on Kyukyu's arm. Su Lingwei handed the old Dean to Uncle Luo, walked forward to take a look, and explained in a cold voice, This is a delaying venom. The person bitten will experience long and painful periods, and then their body will slowly rot and finally die. They did it on purpose. Su Lingwei frowned, looking reluctant. I understand. Lu Qing's voice was surprisingly calm, and he looked quietly at the ball in his arms. Kyukyu seemed to have noticed something and struggled to open his eyes. Brother Lu, come and see. Kyukyu. Kyukyu is sick. Looking at Kyukyu's forced smile, Lu Qing showed a gentle smile on his face. Brother knows you are sick. Does it hurt? Number, it doesn't hurt. Lu Qing kissed Kyukyu gently on the cheek. Be good, you'll be fine after a good sleep. Okay, brother has to wait for Kyukyu to wake up. Good. Kyukyu's beautiful eyes slowly closed and her breath became weaker and weaker. Lu Qing held the sleeping ball in her arms, standing there quietly, motionless. Behind him, Su Lingwei's dark red pupils had dilated extremely, and her eyes were full of horror. In her eyes, Lu Qing was surrounded by a thick layer of red blood mist. The dark and cold aura made her shudder slightly. Although Su Lingwei was just standing there quietly, she could clearly feel that Lu Qing's body was filled with endless violent power. She had never seen Lu Qing like this before. He was like a tyrannical king about to awaken. His powerful aura made her breathless. Senior, please take care of Kyukyu, then take all the children and the old dean and leave here first. Lu Qing turned around calmly and handed the ball in his arms to her. And you, I'll just stay alone. Su Lingwei silently took the ball without asking any more questions. Lu Qing turned his gaze to Uncle Luo and said, Uncle Luo, please lend me your Tang sword. Also, please help me clear the field. Finally, everyone evacuated the orphanage. As they left, they all felt that this familiar orphanage seemed to have changed. An endless chill began to spread slowly in the yard. As the sun gradually sank, the icy air became stronger, and the air was even filled with a sweet smell of blood. Su Lingwei turned her head at the last moment and took a look at the figure standing quietly with the Tang sword in hand. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared, she seemed to witness the arrival of a bloodthirsty king. Tonight, this place might become hell. Miss, the preliminary detection results are out. There are 40 blood servants, 18 last-generation vampires, and 8 barons, led by a vampire viscount. Given Lu Qing's condition, he might be in danger. Should we go and provide support? Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei stood on the rooftop of a high-rise building, from where they could vaguely see the situation inside the welfare home. Uncle Luo has already found out the strength of the Lesenba tribe this time, and the viscount leading the team is said to be a newly promoted vampire under the Earl of Fengmingshan. He is bloodthirsty and likes killing. This viscount seemed to treat the welfare home as a battlefield for a game. Miss, this viscount planned the attack on the welfare home, and his target was not just Lu Qing. It was done on purpose for us to see. Uncle Luo still said in a calm tone. Although his young lady is not good at analyzing this kind of situation, as a wise butler, he will select the most critical information to report. Although Su Lingwei is not good at analysis, it does not mean that she is not smart. She naturally understands the intention of the current fight. I know they are demonstrating. These guys from the Lesenba tribe are trying to tell me that this time they're targeting Lu Qing, and next time it might be my turn as the Earl. But Uncle Luo, Su Lingwei looked straight in the direction of the welfare home. Even though her vision was a little blurry, she could still clearly feel the violent and oppressive atmosphere. I think they might have miscalculated this time. Lu Qing was really angry just now. For a moment, even I felt fear. Su Lingwei recalled the scene just now. At that moment, even though she was a vampire count, she was suppressed by an inexplicable force. The breeze was blowing gently and the bright moon was hanging high in the night sky. In an instant, countless black shadows rushed out from various dark corners like ghosts. They moved silently, their sharp fangs and claws already extended, surrounding them from all directions. On the trees, rooftops, lampposts, vampires appeared one after another. In the dark night, their blood-red eyes stared at the man standing alone in the open space. Haha. An extremely feminine voice sounded. Is he really alone? A figure covered in a black robe appeared on the tallest tree in the welfare home. It was the viscount. His eyes were full of teasing. Little guy, who gave you the courage? How dare you wait here to die alone? I hope your blood is tasty enough. My men are starving and thirsty right now, haha. The viscount showed off his self-righteous elegance to the fullest. In his opinion, this was just a game, and since it was a game, he had to enjoy it to the fullest. So he didn't intend to tear the other party into pieces immediately, but was ready to slowly enjoy this feast. F***ku. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Who are you calling a little guy, you pervert? The viscount's originally good mood was instantly like being poured with a bucket of cold water. He couldn't believe what he heard. Swearing, so vulgar, then he heard the same sound again. You pervert, I'm asking you, where are those two kids you kidnapped? Hearing this, the Viscount's mood instantly became cheerful again, because the answer he was about to give would surely cause great pain to the guy who dared to scold him. Haha, those two little devils. Of course they were eaten, not even a bone was left. Oh right, it seems there's another little ghost who will soon die in extreme pain. The Viscount became more and more excited as he spoke. He was intoxicated by the pleasure of torturing the other person bit by bit. He was looking forward to the other party's reaction. However, the next second he saw the man who had been lowering his head slowly raise his head. Complex black lines appeared on the man's face, and the blood red in his eyes seemed to turn into substance. A faint blood mist lingered like a blazing flame. At the same time, a strong atmosphere of tyranny instantly filled the entire venue. The Viscount suddenly felt as if a demon king had awakened. In that case, then all of you go to hell, Crimson Bloodstorm. Lu Qing roared in a low voice, and in an instant all the pores on his body opened up, and his originally cold blood instantly became boiling hot. Immediately afterwards, countless blood mists surged out from his pores, wrapping him tightly. These blood mists seemed to have life, and with every breath they took, they leaped like ferocious red flames. The red flames came with great force, instantly burning all the clothes on his upper body. Even the tang sword he was holding tightly in his hand was stained with a rich layer of red. Die! With this loud shout, Lu Qing's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind a blood servant. With a sharp kai sound, the sharp sound of a blade cutting through the air suddenly came, and the blood servant didn't even have time to react before his entire body was neatly split in half. At the same time, Lu Qing disappeared without a trace again. The next second, the head of another bloody servant squatting on the fence suddenly rolled down from its neck. Until the moment his life faded away, the blood servant was unable to see clearly when the vampire had quietly come behind him. After entering the bloodthirsty state, Lu Qing gained a double strength bonus, as if he had completely transformed into the cold-blooded god of death in the darkness. He ran through the crowd like the wind, and every time he swung the tang sword in his hand, he would take the life of a bloody servant. Either chop it into pieces with a single blow or chop off its head cleanly and efficiently. In less than half a minute, more than a dozen of the 40-plus blood servants had fallen silently to the ground, unable to get up again. This power is actually comparable to that of the Viscount. A vampire baron widened his eyes, trying his best to catch the figure moving as fast as a ghost, and a strong sense of fear surged in his heart. Suddenly, he heard a terrified roar, "Run!" He subconsciously turned around and met his companion's frightened gaze. Run. What on earth had happened? However, before he could react, a sharp pain came from his chest. He lowered his head in a daze and saw a pale hand passing through his chest, and in that hand it was tightly clutching a dark red heart. Is this my heart? He thought blankly. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the heart was crushed by that hand. At the same time, a faint red light began to emanate from his body and eventually turned into ashes, slowly dissipating. When the ashes cleared, Lu Qing's figure was revealed. At this moment, his naked upper body was already covered with countless blood. The blood slowly flowed along the intricate patterns on his body and then was slowly absorbed by his body. The first blood burst had ended, and as soon as the blood burst ended, Lu Qing killed the Baron in front of him in seconds and devoured him. The essence devoured is constantly making up for the weakness brought by deep red violent blood. Lu Qing raised his head and looked straight at the vampire Viscount standing at the highest point, and clearly caught the hint of surprise in the Viscount's eyes. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, made a gesture of wiping his neck towards the Viscount, and said coldly, "Wait for death." The Blood Clan Viscount was enraged by his provocation and roared angrily, "Go tear him apart." In an instant, all the blood servants, the last generation of vampires, and the Baron rushed towards Lu Qing like a tide. For a moment, the entire welfare home was filled with loud rumbling noises, which were the sounds made by vampires smashing through the walls while running at high speed. "Today, none of you can leave." Lu Qing looked at the vampires that were surrounding him, and with a backhand, he grabbed the last vampire that was already very close behind him and pulled it in front of him. This last vampire was unable to break free from his powerful strength and could only allow his body to be smashed to the ground. Roar! The last vampire howled in pain. Lu Qing then stomped down hard, crushing his chest. The powerful force stomped out a deep pit on the ground. Then his figure disappeared from everyone's sight again. Crimson Bloodstorm. The blood burst ability was activated again. Lu Qing carried a blood mist like a red flame and rushed towards the vampires who were attacking him. In an instant, an endless aura of brutality was completely released, and the entire welfare home seemed to be drenched in blood. Master Lu Qing's strength is truly formidable. He has surpassed me. On top of the building, Uncle Luo put his hands behind his back, looking at the fierce battlefield from afar and exclaimed in admiration. Su Lingwei was slightly startled, turned her head expressionlessly, stared straight at Uncle Luo and asked, "When did Lu Qing become a young master?" Uncle Luo turned around and faced Su Lingwei, placed one hand on his chest, bowed slightly and said, "Master Lu Qing has been recognized by me. As the housekeeper, I can naturally call him master. Besides, miss, didn't you already approve of him a long time ago?" As he spoke, Uncle Luo's eyes fell playfully on the lollipop in Su Lingwei's mouth. Pooh! Su Lingwei immediately puffed up her cheeks and spat out the lollipop in her mouth. The lollipop drew a graceful arc in the air and fell towards the bottom of the building. But just when it fell halfway, it was caught by a slender little hand. It turned out that Su Lingwei regretted spitting it out. With the powerful hand speed of the Blood Clan Earl, she instantly retrieved the lollipop and stuffed it back into her mouth with an expressionless face, muttering, "Young master is young master, it doesn't matter." Uncle Luo watched his young lady's series of actions, and the smile in his eyes became more and more intense. My young lady has become even more arrogant now. Inside the orphanage, the brutal hunt continued. With the exception of the vampire Viscount, all the other vampires were trapped in this brutal battlefield. Lu Qing held the Tang sword tightly in his hand and began to kill with an expressionless face. Under his sword, no vampire could leave a complete corpse. Only when he was tearing apart the last vampire or the Baron would he pause and devour it. The originally flat ground of the welfare home was now broken beyond recognition, with huge pits of varying depths scattered everywhere. In this thrilling hunt, the identities of hunter and prey have already quietly exchanged. The original 40 blood servants, 18 last-generation vampires and 8 barons, now only the last 6 barons are left. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and terror. However, the Viscount did not give the order to retreat, so they had no choice but to continue this almost fatal battle. Let's go together. The remaining 6 barons gathered all their strength and instantly transformed into 6 blurry shadows, surrounding and killing the terrifying vampire in the center, Lu Qing. But in the next second, a cold voice seemed to suddenly ring in their ears. Time 0. In an instant, they felt that everything around them was still. Some were still in the pouncing posture, some were hanging in the air, and some had sharp claws about to touch the target, but without exception, they were all frozen. And Lu Qing, as if taking a leisurely stroll, crushed their hearts one by one. Wouldn't it be nice to be an ordinary person in your next life, if you still have a next life? As the essence of the last Baron turned into red light and flowed into his body, Lu Qing's fatigue and injuries were instantly healed. Killing and devouring 6 barons at once allowed his previously consumed strength to return to its peak state. Phew, there's only one left. Lu Qing turned his gaze to the Viscount, who had never made a move. The Viscount was also looking at him with an expression of disbelief on his face. Impossible, this is impossible. That static space just now must be a special ability. He's not even a count, how could he possibly awaken his abilities? At this moment, the Viscount was filled with regret and just wanted to die. Although he is cruel and bloodthirsty, he is not stupid. A vampire of unknown rank, whose ability has been awakened before he even reached the rank of count, how could he possibly provoke such a being? Thinking back to those ridiculous thoughts he had before, the Viscount wanted to slap himself hard. Why would I want to provoke this devil? This time, all the men he brought with him were annihilated. If he went back like this, even though he was now a favorite of the Earl, he would surely have his neck twisted and be thrown into the pool of blood. However, he also clearly realized that in front of this terrifying vampire, he would also end up being torn to pieces. No, we have to run quickly. Go back and tell the Earl that we encountered a suspected mutant this time. Yes, that's what I said. Only mutants can possess such terrifying strength. The Viscount's mind was racing as he stepped back. However, the next second a hoarse voice sounded behind him. What, you want to escape now? You. The Viscount turned around in horror, and before he could see when Lu Qing came behind him, he was kicked out fiercely. Lu Qing's kick was so powerful that it sent the Viscount flying from the rooftop to the open ground like a cannonball. I've already told you that you will all die here. Don't even think about escaping. Lu Qing stood where the Viscount had been before, looking down coldly. The Viscount had just struggled to get up from the deep pit he had created, and he ran away without looking back. But Lu Qing, who was in a bloodthirsty state, appeared next to the fleeing Viscount almost instantly, and the Time Zero domain unfolded again, and the time and space in this area were completely frozen. Swish. Lu Qing swung the Tang sword in his hand lightly and directly cut off the Viscount's 2 legs. In the realm of Time Zero, even the flowing blood is frozen. Oink, two more knives fell and the Viscount's arms were separated from his body. Lu Qing retracted the tang sword, stretched out a hand, slowly pinched the Viscount's head, and then lifted the effect of time zero. The moment the freezing effect disappeared, the piercing pain made the Viscount let out a shrill scream. No, don't kill me. I am willing to be your slave. I swear on my soul, the Viscount begged for mercy frantically, his face distorted with fear and pain. Lu Qing looked at him coldly and said slowly, You are not worthy to be my servant. Besides, you've already lost your soul. Bang, a huge force exploded, crushing the Viscount's head into a ball of flesh. The next moment, a red light flashed and the Viscount's body quickly dried up and then turned into ashes bit by bit. This vampire Viscount, who may have lived for many years, had his last traces completely vanished. Ding, devoured vampire Viscount X1, evolution points +3. Viscount Devourer actually gave 3 evolution points. It seems that as the evolution level increases, the evolution points gained by devouring vampires of the same level will also increase. At this time, Lu Qing had advanced to Viscount, so this was considered a swallowing of the same level. Ding. This time, a total of 18 last vampires, 8 vampire barons, and 1 vampire Viscount have been devoured. A total of +20 evolution points obtained. You still need 2040 to advance to the vampire Earl. After this battle, Lu Qing almost obtained half of the evolution points needed for advancement. It seems that as long as I go through a few more battles, I will be able to advance to the vampire Earl soon. By this calculation, I will soon be on the same level as the school Belle. The school beauty senior has lived for 300 years, and I have only been a vampire for more than a month. Inside the orphanage, Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei slowly approached. Looking at the potholes of varying sizes on the ground and the densely packed holes on the walls, Uncle Luo couldn't help but sigh. Young Master Lu Qing's destructive power is truly astonishing. They had a general understanding of the battle just now, and only vaguely felt that Lu Qing defeated his opponent in an overwhelming manner. It was not until I was there in person that I truly realized how fierce and cruel the previous battle was. Lu Qing stood alone in the rubble, took a deep breath, and tried to slowly calm the violent emotions that remained in his heart. The strange patterns on his naked upper body had gradually faded. This kind of pattern appeared naturally when he cast deep blood violence. Especially when his emotions were fluctuating violently, those strange patterns seemed to come alive and almost showed signs of penetrating his body. When he exerted his strength to the extreme, all the patterns gathered on his back, forming a shape similar to strange wings. As for what other functions this pattern has, it is not yet known, but as the evolution level increases, these secrets will eventually come to light. Just like now, after he advanced to Viscount, the duration and range of the time zero field have been improved. Now it can cover an area of about 6 meters around it, and the duration has reached an astonishing 1 minute. What's more amazing is that the freezing power of time zero has also been greatly enhanced. For example, when he used his domain on Su Lingwei before, although Su Lingwei's movements were restricted, she was still able to make some slight movements and speak. But if we release it on the school beauty senior now, I'm sure she will be completely imprisoned. After all, the school beauty is just one of the weaker vampire earls. The bloodshot in Lu Qing's eyes completely dissipated. He turned to look at Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei, who were walking towards him, and said, Uncle Luo, I'll trouble you to clean up the mess. He failed to control his strength during the fight just now and almost destroyed the entire welfare home. Uncle Luo looked around and bowed slightly in response. Okay, Master Lu Qing, but this place is too badly damaged. Instead of repairing it, it's better to rebuild it. After all, this is where you lived as a child. Lu Qing did not refuse and replied, Okay, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Luo. I'll return this tang sword to you. As he spoke, he tossed the clean tang sword to Uncle Luo and added, This sword is pretty good, but it's a little light. In battles between vampires, they usually tear each other apart with their claws. But in the battle just now, he found that it would be more convenient to have a weapon when facing many enemies at the same time. It was unknown what material Uncle Luo's tang sword was made of, but it was jet black all over, strong and sharp. However, for him, the only drawback was that it was too light, and he always felt powerless when using it. Su Lingwei looked at him with a slightly strange look and said, Each of the 13 clans has its own sacred weapon. Those sacred weapons are considered the most powerful weapons in the world, and each one has unique abilities. The sacred weapon of the Bruch tribe is a weapon called the Execution Axe. Legend has it that the strength of the person holding it can be increased by more than 10 times, but it will be accompanied by the side effect of excessive bleeding. I know the whereabouts of this holy weapon. Su Lingwei's voice seemed to carry some temptation. Lu Qing's curiosity was piqued. An execution axe? Just by hearing the name, he could imagine that it must be a huge axe. An image of myself holding a super cool axe in both hands, blood all over my body, appeared in my mind. It seemed pretty cool. But he was not blinded by fantasy and said rationally, "Since it is the sacred weapon of the Brutch tribe, they will definitely not let me get it easily. I will wait until I am strong enough." A flash of red light flashed in Su Lingwei's eyes and she nodded with some anticipation. "Okay, let's go, take me to see how Kyukyu is doing," Lu Qing said, slowly walked out of the welfare home casually draped over his body. The old director and other children have been placed elsewhere by Uncle Luo and can only return after the welfare home is rebuilt. Kyukyu was sent to the Seahorse Manor alone by Su Lingwei. When Lu Qing returned home, she saw Kyukyu's small body curled up in a ball, his heartbeat and breathing so weak that it seemed as if they would stop at any time, and his skin had ulcerated and cracked. The originally cute little girl now looked very scary. "The chronic venom has begun to erode Kyukyu's body. My blood can't stop her condition from worsening, so Kyukyu may not be able to hold on for much longer." Su Lingwei seemed unable to bear to look any longer and gently moved her gaze to Lu Qing's profile. Lu Qing picked up Kyukyu, looked at the little guy's face full of cracks, and called him softly a few times. Kyukyu, who was in a semi-comatose state, actually opened his eyes slightly and shouted weakly, "Brother Lu, Kyukyu, it hurts so much." Seeing the little girl like this, Lu Qing's eyes were a little red. She leaned close to her ear and whispered in her ear, "It doesn't hurt, dear. Kyukyu, do you want to be with Brother Lu forever?" Kyukyu struggled to open one eye, looked at his face clearly, then stretched out her little hand with great effort to touch his chin and asked, "Forever? Forever together? Okay, Kyukyu wants it. Okay, then Brother Lu will always be with you." As he spoke, Lu Qing's fangs slowly protruded from his lips. Su Lingwei instantly understood what he was going to do and distressedly dissuaded him, "It's useless. The blood of the vampires cannot prevent the venom injected by their own kind. You will only make Kyukyu weaken faster." Lu Qing slowly shook his head, and deep in his pupils a silver flame gradually expanded, occupying the entire pupil in the blink of an eye, and a pair of silver eyes were fully revealed. His voice was low and firm, "My blood can." As soon as he finished speaking, his fangs gently pierced Kyukyu's arm. At the same time, that familiar, devilishly tempting aura instantly spread. Su Lingwei's eyes suddenly became blank and she murmured, royal bloodline." At this moment, Su Lingwei completely lost her usual cold appearance. She had just come back to her senses from her trance, but her body couldn't stop shaking. This is suppression at the bloodline level. The pure-blooded royal bloodline has an innate suppressive power over the pure-blooded vampires. Royal blood has been passed down from ancient times to the present day and has become extremely rare. Even if one awakens only a trace of royal blood, they will be regarded as treasures by the clan. But now what Lu Qing exudes is clearly the aura of pure royal blood. She trembled, but couldn't help wanting to get closer. The aura of royal blood was like the temptation of the devil, making it difficult for her to resist. She moved closer unconsciously until her face was pressed against a broad back, and even opened her mouth involuntarily and bit the solid muscles on the back. Lu Qing had just retracted his fangs and injected his own blood into the ball when he suddenly felt a pain in his back. He reached out and hugged the school beauty with dazed eyes into his arms, frowned and stared at her and asked, "Why did you bite me?" As the silver pupils disappeared, the aura of royal blood also dissipated. Su Lingwei came back to her senses, looked at the handsome face in front of her and couldn't help but look away, saying, "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Su Lingwei stood up from his arms, straightened her clothes, and said seriously, "Although I don't know why you awakened the royal bloodline, you must remember that the royal bloodline has a fatal attraction to all vampires. Once they sense the presence of royal blood, they will involuntarily want to get close to you and even want to eat you, just like I did just now." Su Lingwei stuck out her tongue and licked her scarlet lips. Although the scent of royal blood in Lu Qing's body had disappeared, the air seemed to still linger with the scent that fascinated her. "I didn't bite through the skin just now, I really want to take another bite." This sudden thought made Su Lingwei blush slightly. Lu Qing looked at her strangely. The school beauty's behavior at the moment was really weird, as if she was in heat. "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Lu Qing had always been cautious about awakening his royal bloodline and had never revealed it. Moreover, he has not yet started to develop and utilize his bloodline, mainly because he is afraid of leaking his aura and accidentally attracting high-level vampires to hunt him down. After all, he doesn't have a strong clan to back him up now, so he should develop cautiously first and make other plans after he becomes strong enough. After Kyukyu injected his blood, the cracks on his body finally stopped spreading. But the heartbeat continued to drop and the body temperature dropped to an alarming level. But Lu Qing understands that this is normal. When Kyukyu is embraced by him for the first time, he will experience death and then rebirth. When Kyukyu is resurrected again, he will become a vampire. However, Kyukyu's body will always remain at the age of 5 and will never grow up. Lu Qing and Su Lingwei could both feel that there was a unique blood slowly flowing inside the ball, which was the breath of royal blood. However, this aura is temporarily dormant and may not fully awaken until later. Because she was worried about Kyukyu, Lu Qing stayed by the bed, and Su Lingwei also stood quietly beside her. Until the first ray of sunlight penetrated the early morning mist, Kyukyu's eyes, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened and she called softly, "Brother Lu." Lu Qing looked into Kyukyu's clear eyes and asked nervously, "Kyukyu, how are you feeling? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" "No, I just feel like everything around me has become strange and Brother Lu looks even more handsome." Kyukyu looked at him innocently. Even if a 5-year-old child is transformed into a vampire, his or her cognition may not be clear. At this moment, Kyukyu's body has fully recovered, and because it was transformed by Lu Qing, it seems to have inherited more of his physical characteristics. One of the most obvious points is that they are not afraid of the sun. As for other characteristics, we need to observe slowly. "Brother," Kyukyu climbed up from the bed, hugged his arms with her chubby little hands, kissed him lightly on the face and said a little embarrassedly, "Kyukyu is hungry, I really want to eat." Lu Qing was so adorable by the little girl's innocent and cute behavior that she quickly kissed her on the cheek and said, "Then you play with this sister for a while, I'll go make you some food." After saying that, he ran to the kitchen. Since Su Lingwei hardly eats at home, there are very few ingredients in the refrigerator. Soon, he made a bowl of egg noodles and a bowl of egg custard with the few ingredients he had. When he walked into the room with the prepared food, he saw Su Lingwei and Kyukyu already huddled together. The big one and the small one looked as if they had known each other for a long time. "Kyukyu, come and eat." He put noodles and egg custard on the table and called Kyukyu. The little fellow came over skipping and looking at the food on the table, frowned slightly and said, "Brother, have your cooking skills gotten worse? Why doesn't it smell good?" Seeing the little guy frowning, Lu Qing's heart moved and asked, "Don't you want to eat?" Kyukyu nodded awkwardly. "Well, Kyukyu is so hungry, but I don't want to eat this." Lu Qing was slightly stunned, thinking, could it be that Kyukyu wants to suck blood? On the second day after transformation, vampires often develop a strong desire to suck blood, and some even kill indiscriminately because they cannot suppress this desire. Although Kyukyu's characteristic is not very prominent, her big eyes still reveal resistance when facing the fragrant food in front of her. "Come, sister, we'll take you to eat delicious food." Su Lingwei gently took Kyukyu's little hand. Kyukyu raised his head and looked at Lu Qing. After getting his nod, he followed Su Lingwei to the side. "Wait a moment." Su Lingwei asked Kyukyu to wait for a while, and then she got into the pink coffin and opened the small silver box. Kyukyu stared at the large coffin in front of him curiously and asked, "Beautiful sister, what is this big box?" Su Lingwei's slightly dull voice came from the coffin. "This is a small room for sleeping, do you like it?" Kyukyu nodded hurriedly, "I like it." "Then ask Uncle Luo to make one for you and put it next to mine." Hearing Su Lingwei's words, Kyukyu smiled happily, revealing 2 cute dimples on her fair and tender face. She stretched out her chubby little hand and pointed, "Can Kyukyu also have this color?" "The pink one?" At this time, Su Lingwei had picked out 2 blood bags from the silver box and crawled out of the coffin again. Looking at Kyukyu's cute appearance, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of admiration in her eyes. Kyukyu has great taste. Lu Qing felt a headache watching from the side. Pink coffin. Why did Kyukyu like this style? Come try this. Su Lingwei opened the 2 blood bags in her hand, inserted straws, drank from one and handed the other to Kyukyu. "What is this?" Kyukyu held the blood bag in her 2 little hands. The blood bag was really a bit big for her. However, the smell coming from the straw made her swallow her saliva involuntarily. It smelled so good. Kyukyu carefully took a sip, her long eyelashes trembling constantly, and then she cheered in an instant. "Wow, it tastes so good, what is this?" Kyukyu held the blood bag tightly in both hands and drank it in big gulps, with a trace of scarlet liquid overflowing from his little mouth. While helping her wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, Su Lingwei said expressionlessly, "This is milk tea. Oh, it's delicious." "What the hell is going on? It's called milk tea." Sometimes the way of thinking of the campus beauties is really hard to understand. Is it really appropriate to deceive children in this way? However, considering Kyukyu's current situation, it is okay to do so for the time being. Brother, take a sip, it's really delicious. Kyukyu held the blood bag in both hands, ran to Lu Qing, and handed over the milk tea in his hand with great anticipation. Lu Qing first gently pinched the little guy's chubby face, then took a sip. It's really delicious. Kyukyu snuggled in his arms, pointed at the two words written on the blood bag and asked, Brother, what's written on it? Full sugar. What does full sugar mean? Full of sugar. There's a lot of sugar in this milk tea. Oh. Lu Qing carefully felt Kyukyu's physical condition again and found that except for being a little weak, the previous injuries had completely recovered. Even the scars left after the cracks on the body healed had all fallen off and disappeared. Now Kyukyu's skin is getting whiter and whiter, just like an exquisite porcelain doll. But Kyukyu is no longer that ordinary little human girl. Go, let your sister take you to take a bath. From now on, Kyukyu will live with your brother. Okay. Kyukyu kissed him on the face and then ran to Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei took her hand and walked towards the bathroom. One big and one small held hands, each holding a blood bag and sucking slowly with a straw, while walking and talking in low voices. Sister, can Kyukyu drink this kind of milk tea often in the future? Sure, as long as you listen to me, you can drink as much as you want. Okay, but Kyukyu has to listen to her brother first, then her sister. Can't you just listen to your sister? No, beautiful sister, are you angry? No, the content of the conversation between the adult and the child reached Lu Qing's ears without missing a word. It can be seen that the campus beauty seems to like Kyukyu particularly, otherwise she would not let Kyukyu live in her room. Just watching the interaction between the two, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little worried. Would Kyukyu be led astray by the school beauty? Sometimes, even he feels speechless about the school beauty's ideas. But he never expected that his worry would actually become a reality in the future. In the distant future, the entire vampire world has completely changed, and the 13 clans have surrendered to another powerful family. When the man who had become the king disappeared, a little girl whose body always remained around 5 years old became the new ruler of the entire dark world. She has many strange habits, and her temperament is unpredictable. She has many titles, including Queen of the Night, Iron-Blooded Thorn Flower, and Holy Child of Judgment. However, there is only one person who can stroke her head and call her Kyukyu. The original small family of 3 now unexpectedly has the addition of the little girl Kyukyu. Her arrival has brought a lot of joy to the family. Especially Su Lingwei, no matter where she goes now, she always holds the little one's hand tightly. Not only did she customize a small pink coffin for Kyukyu in her room, she also generously took out a large portion of her collection of blood bags of various flavors and placed them in a small box specially made for Kyukyu. However, what makes the school beauty senior quite depressed is that no matter how many good things she gives Kyukyu, every time she asks her, who do you like more? The little guy always answers seriously, I like my brother. Facing Su Lingwei's resentful eyes, Lu Qing could only helplessly express that he could do nothing to help. Although Kyukyu's physical development has stagnated, his intelligence is still growing. In order to ensure her healthy growth, this small family specially hired a top tutor. Every time the tutor gave Kyukyu a lesson, Su Lingwei would listen in. However, as a vampire, the cold temperament she exudes inadvertently always brings an inexplicable pressure to the tutor. So much so that every time the teacher left after class, he was pale and sweating all over. If the salary wasn't so incredibly high, this teacher would have quit long ago. During this period, Lu Qing often visited the old dean. Ever since the last time the vampires attacked the welfare home, the old director, who was already old, witnessed 2 children being kidnapped that night, and his health suddenly collapsed. In order to recuperate, he even temporarily used a wheelchair. Lu Qing could clearly feel that the vitality was gradually fading from the old dean's body. The old man who has watched him grow up since he was a child has not much time left. Although Lu Qing now has the ability to stop the natural law of birth, aging, sickness, and death, he does not want the old dean to become anything else, so all he can do is spend more time with the old man in the days to come. The old dean's memory of that night has been modified by him, and the relevant personnel have also been hypnotized one by Uncle Luo. In other people's memories, the 2 missing children were abducted by human traffickers. But sooner or later, Lu Qing will have to seek reconciliation from the Earl on Fengeming Mountain. The old director and the dozens of children in the welfare home are currently being temporarily placed by Uncle Luo in an idle manner. The renovation of the welfare home is also progressing in a tight and orderly manner and should be completed soon. When Lu Qing went there that day, He saw staff from the community to which the welfare home belonged asking the old director about the situation. Two community workers, one male and one female. Old director, the community received news last time that there was a loud noise coming from the welfare home that night. What exactly happened? The old dean has been in a much better mood since his memory was erased. However, when faced with the questions of the two staff members, he did not answer for a while. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face, but he found that his memory of that night was a little vague. Uncle Luo, who had been standing by, stepped forward with an elegant smile and explained, "We were the ones who caused the noise that night. We needed to repair the welfare home, so we did some basic measurements of the grounds ahead of time. I apologize for the noise we made that night and for disturbing the surrounding residents." The two staff members looked at each other. They had received reports about the renovation of the welfare home a long time ago, but the extremely elegant middle-aged man in a tuxedo in front of them made them inexplicably convinced. So they had no other questions about this explanation. One of the staff members asked cautiously, "Sir, we heard that you will not only renovate the welfare home, but also donate some funds to the community." Uncle Luo nodded and responded in a very magnetic voice, "Yes, in addition to rebuilding the welfare home, we will also donate 1 million to the community for the renovation of community infrastructure. Someone will be assigned to contact you about this fund soon." "Well, thank you so much." Uncle Luo shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, "You don't need to thank me. All of this is donated in the name of our young lady and Master Lu Qing." Master Lu Qing once lived in an orphanage, so he was happy to do this. The two community workers showed longing in their eyes. They renovated the welfare home and donated 1 million to the community. What a rich family they must be. "I wonder where the Master Lu Qing you mentioned is." "Young Master Lu Qing often comes to visit the old dean." "Oh, he's here." Uncle Luo moved his eyes slightly. The two community workers looked in the direction and saw a slightly thin young man slowly walking towards them. "Mr. Lu, on behalf of the community, we thank you for your generosity." Two community staff members immediately came forward warmly. Lu Qing glanced at Uncle Luo with some doubt. Uncle Luo stretched out his hand to push up the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses and said with a smile, "Master Lu Qing, the 1 million yuan donated to the community in your and Mrs. name will arrive soon. I'm following up closely." Lu Qing immediately understood what was going on. "Oh, that's good." Then he smiled at the two community workers and said, "It's not much money, don't worry too much. I hope you can take care of the welfare home in the future." "Don't worry, that's for sure." The community worker assured, patting his chest. "They have an extra million in construction funds and the welfare home can be renovated for free. How could they not care about such a good thing? The welfare home is so lucky to have such a young, promising, handsome, and wealthy young man." After the two community workers were taken away by Uncle Luo, Lu Qing came to the old director, pushed the wheelchair naturally and said, "Director, can I push you for a walk?" The old director patted the back of his hand with his dry hands and said distressedly, "Zio Lu, if you are busy with work, you don't have to come to me every day. With Mr. Luo taking care of us, the children and I are doing well." "It's okay, I'm not busy. We'll assign you a few assistants in the orphanage so you don't have to work so hard." "Zio Lu, what exactly happened that night? Why can't I remember it?" "It wasn't a big deal. A few bad guys broke into the yard and we chased them away." "Oh, now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of her. But the girl next to you is so beautiful, you should cherish her." "I know, don't worry. And Kyukyu, she'll be living with you guys from now on. Remember to bring her back often. The little girl used to be the darling of our courtyard." "Yeah, remember it." At this moment, a creepy and oppressive atmosphere permeated Fengmingshan Manor. This terrifying aura originated from the basement of the manor. Whether it is the vampires who were originally stationed in the manor or their kind who came here by chance, they have all been shrouded in great fear recently. Because from that gloomy underground space, the Earl's angry roars could be heard from time to time. "Not enough, far from enough. Blood, I need more blood." Along with this angry roar, batch after batch of newly transformed blood servants were sent to the underground space. At first, only blood servants were sent there, but gradually, the last generation of Blood Clan was not spared, and even 1 or 2 Blood Clan barons were ruthlessly thrown into that place of no return. Such a horrific situation made many barons terrified, fearing that misfortune would befall them one day. Under extreme fear, the vampire baron actually defected. These barons who attempted to escape completely angered the Earl. In front of all the vampires, the Earl personally broke the necks of the defectors, then dragged their broken bodies into the basement. Now, except for the Earl and a few trusted viscounts, other vampires are strictly prohibited from entering here. Even if they had permission to enter, they probably just wanted to get as far away from this horrible place as possible. In the underground space, the previous pool of blood was now filled with boiling blood. The blood seemed to be ignited, emitting an eerie red light. Just a wisp of breath emanating from it can make people feel the tremendous power contained in it. However, the Earl still frowned and put his pale hand into the pool of blood. The moment his hand touched the blood, it made a sizzling sound. When he pulled his hand out, the flesh and blood of his entire hand had been corroded, leaving only the hideous hand bones. But in the blink of an eye, flashes of blood appeared, and the new flesh and blood on the hand bones began to wriggle, and soon it returned to normal. This is the unique ability awakened by the Earl of Fengmingshan, the ability to recover physical damage extremely quickly. It was for this reason that he dared to adopt the method of absorbing the blood pool in an attempt to evolve to the position of Marquis. The Earl waved his hands and ordered a Viscount beside him. "It's not enough, go and catch another Baron." "Yes." As his orders were given, a Baron was soon captured. The Baron didn't even have a chance to struggle before the Viscount broke his neck and threw him into a pool of blood. In an instant, the scarlet blood completely corroded and devoured the Baron's body. After swallowing it, the aura of the blood pool became stronger. "Even if we throw all our current men in, there still won't be enough energy." The Earl gnashed his teeth and muttered to himself, "It's all the fault of that kid named Lu Qing. He killed so many of my men. Otherwise, the energy in the blood pool would have been much more abundant. The blood pool has merged with my blood essence, but now I can't go and capture Lu Qing and the Countess myself. It seems that I can only absorb this blood first and then devour the Countess. This may help me break through to the Marquisate." The Earl looked at the seething pool of blood, his heart filled with anger and calculation. "Just wait, woman of the Brutch tribe. You will pay a heavy price for trespassing into my territory. Go and call back all the vampires. Once I have absorbed all their blood, I will tear them apart with my own hands." The Earl gave the order coldly, then waved his hand to let all the Viscounts leave. As the Viscounts left, they couldn't help but look back again and again at the pool of blood in the center. Compared to those unlucky vampire barons, they can more clearly feel the abundant energy contained in the blood pool. If these energies can be used by oneself, it is likely that one can evolve directly on the spot. But it was just a thought. After all, this blood pool, which had been thrown into by countless vampires, was extremely corrosive. With their bodies, they would be melted completely if they stayed in there for a few seconds. Moreover, if they had any improper thoughts about the blood pool, they would be thrown in by the angry Earl. After all, this was something the Earl spent decades of hard work to build. As long as the Earl can evolve into a Marquis, he will be praised by the family and will also gain more territory and resources. By then, these Viscounts will also be expected to have the opportunity to evolve. Everything had to wait until the Earl came out of the blood pool and led them to devour the Countess of the Brutch tribe. After all his men had left, the Earl closed the heavy iron door of the basement. The robe on his body automatically broke into pieces and he stepped into the boiling pool of blood. There was a constant sizzling sound as his flesh and blood were quickly corroded by the boiling blood. In an instant, he turned into a horrible skeleton. But the next moment, flesh and blood slowly regenerated on his body, then were corroded again and then regenerated again. Every time this process is repeated, the energy of the blood in the blood pool will be integrated into his new flesh and blood, and his aura will gradually become stronger. However, even though his breath grew stronger, the pain also grew more intense. The Earl's body could not help but tremble violently. Finally, he could no longer bear it and let out a shrill howl. "Roar, hello, this is the Meduan Takeaway Control Center. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Qing?" At this time in the Seahorse Manor Villa, Lu Qing was holding a bucket of instant noodles and eating it with relish when suddenly a gentle female voice came from the phone. "No takeout control center." Lu Qing felt a little puzzled. After swallowing the noodles in his mouth, he replied, "It's me, what can I do for you?" The person on the other end of the phone continued, "Well, you registered as a delivery driver on our platform before, and your positive reviews have always been quite high. However, the backend data shows that you haven't accepted any orders since May 6th. Is this true?" May 6th. Lu Qing recalled that it was the day he delivered takeout to Su Lingwei and was bitten by her. Since then, he really didn't accept any more orders and never paid much attention to this matter. He didn't expect that the control center would call him specifically to ask about it. "Ah yes, I haven't taken any orders since that day." "Excuse me, did you encounter any problems with the delivery that day? If you encounter difficulties or personal harassment, you can report to the backstage at any time. We will definitely do our best to help you solve it." You know, with such an excellent delivery driver like you, the company really wants to keep you. The young lady's voice on the phone was gentle and sincere, which made Lu Qing feel a little touched. Unfortunately, it's hard to say. Personal harassment. The image of the school beauty naked that day flashed through his mind. It seemed like it could indeed count. But this is different from ordinary personal harassment. I can't tell others that I was bitten by Su Lingwei. Yeah, thank you, but I really don't plan to continue delivering food. Oh. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little regretful, and then asked, "Excuse me, what made you leave this warm and loving family of our company and stop pursuing this glorious career as a food delivery driver?" This little girl speaks in an interesting way. Lu Qing thought for a moment, then tried to use a regretful tone to give an irresistible reason. There's no other reason. It's mainly because my family asked me to go back and inherit the inheritance. It's several million. There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone, and then the other person said, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy life. By the way, since you have inherited an estate, if you want to order takeout in the future, please use our Meiduan takeout more often. After all, our delivery guys are the most professional and dedicated." "No problem, thank you." Lu Qing hung up the phone speechlessly and recalled the days when he was a delivery boy. At that time, he ran around a lot in order not to exceed the time limit and receive bad reviews. It was not until he was bitten by Su Lingwei that he officially bid farewell to his original life. Alas, I can only say that things in the world are unpredictable and everything changes. He sighed, drank the remaining noodle soup in one gulp, and then went downstairs to the living room on the first floor. The living room on the first floor is a place for the whole family to relax and entertain. These days, he and Su Lingwei did not go to school and stayed at home. At this time, Su Lingwei should be drinking blood bags and watching TV with Kyukyu in the living room. After going downstairs, Lu Qing found that the atmosphere in the living room seemed a little strange. Su Lingwei and Kyukyu did not squeeze on the same sofa as usual, but sat far away, each holding a blood bag. Su Lingwei was wearing a cool home suit. Under the white long t-shirt, her two long white legs were casually resting on the sofa. Kyukyu was wearing a black dress, holding a blood bag in both hands, drinking angrily and secretly glancing at Su Lingwei from time to time. This scene is just like two best friends who are arguing about something and are sulking, but one is 300 years old and the other is only 5 years old. How could they quarrel? Lu Qing walked between the two of them, looked around and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Su Lingwei looked up at him, moved her little mouth but didn't say anything. Kyukyu rushed over, hugged his calf and said angrily, "I had a quarrel with my beautiful sister." Lu Qing squatted down and touched the little guy's head. It turned out that a 5-year-old kid would also quarrel. He asked patiently, "Why are you arguing with your sister?" "I had milk tea with my beautiful sister at noon today." Kyukyu held up a blood bag in one hand, with the words "full sugar" written on it. "My pretty sister said that the full sugar version doesn't taste good, only the 50% sugar version tastes good. But I think the 50% sugar version doesn't taste good, only the full sugar version tastes good." Kyukyu looked very determined and took a big sip of the milk tea in his hand as he spoke. Just because of this. Lu Qing was stunned and subconsciously looked at Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei seemed dissatisfied with his look and snorted coldly. "The full sugar one is too sweet, the one with 50% sugar tastes just as good." Then he murmured softly, "Humph, who isn't a baby?" The school beauty's arrogant look gave Lu Qing a headache. "What's going on? I feel like the campus beauty has been showing too much girlishness lately. Could it be that I've been too nice to Kyukyu recently, and someone is jealous, so they have to compete with me on this matter?" Lu Qing knew in his heart that in this situation, it was inappropriate to say who was right or wrong. So he cleverly took the blood bags from the two people, took out a cup, poured the 2 bags of blood with full sugar and 5-point sugar into the cup, stirred them, and then divided them into 3 cups, one for each person. "Both the full sugar and the 50% sugar ones taste bad," Lu Qing said, picking up one of the cups, taking a big sip and giving a thumbs up. "Come on, let's try the 80% sugar one, it's super delicious." Kyukyu and Su Lingwei both looked at him in bewilderment, and then Kyukyu said, "Brother is still the best." With Lu Qing's skillful mediation, the adult and the child quickly stopped arguing about which one tastes better, full sugar or 5-point sugar. They each held a cup of blood with 8% sugar, and then gathered together intimately and drank it happily. Lu Qing also took the remaining half cup and drank while paying attention to the news on TV. To him, all the blood tasted the same, so how could he tell the difference between full sugar and half sugar? However, if the owner of the blood had diabetes, he might be able to detect something unusual. Suddenly, a piece of news on TV caught his attention. Our latest news. During this city inspection, our reporters discovered that all the homeless people on the streets of this city seem to have disappeared, and relevant personnel have not yet found out the reason for their disappearance and whereabouts. At the same time, there have been many cases of missing outsiders recently. According to reports, the disappearance is very likely related to a large transnational human trafficking organization. The police have now intervened in the investigation. We also urge the general public to report any relevant clues in a timely manner. Then, the news showed a series of missing people's information, most of which were only given their names because it was difficult to obtain more identifying information for those people. But the moment Lu Qing saw the news, he realized that these missing people were all caused by the Earl of Fengaming Mountain's men, including the Earl's current men and the blood servants who had been sent to attack him before. Moreover, the Earl seems to be plotting something recently, because in recent times, Uncle Luo has found it difficult to detect the traces of the blood servants, as if those blood servants and vampires have all disappeared overnight or have all been recalled. This also caused Lu Qing to not devour vampires for a long time, and his evolution level has been stuck at around the middle Viscount level. The Earl on Fengaming Mountain had long been included in Lu Qing's kill list, but his current strength was not strong enough, so he did not take the initiative to go to him for the time being. But if the Earl really intends to attack him and sue Lingwei personally, a fierce battle is inevitable. Just as he was lost in thought, the doorbell suddenly rang in the living room. I'll go open the door. Kyukyu suddenly jumped out of Su Lingwei's arms, holding the cup, and ran happily to the yard to open the door. This little girl has been full of energy recently, as if she has endless energy. As soon as the door opened, Kyukyu saw a man who seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her. Why is your hair brown? It's different from mine. Why is your skin so dark? You smell so bad. Kyukyu wrinkled her nose and stared at the person in front of her warily. She had just smelled a strange smell, not a bad smell, but it made her inexplicably disgusted. Tell me, who are you? Kyukyu put on a fierce look, and with a pop, his other little hand crushed the glass in his hand. Werewolf Brick looked at the little girl in front of him in a bit of a daze, especially when he saw that her chubby little hands could easily crush a cup. He couldn't help but sigh, how brutal. Then his nose twitched and his golden pupils instantly revealed an expression of extreme surprise. You are not a human, you are actually you're not a human being. Kyukyu was angry and waved her chubby little fist. At this time, Lu Qing came from behind and picked her up. What are you doing here? Brick glared at Lu Qing angrily. So you live here too? I'm so p******d. You're living with the person I branded. Are you even sleeping in the same bed? Werewolf Brick felt his blood boiling. Lu Qing said with a stern face, if you are okay, I will close the shop. Then he was about to close the door and kick people out. Although he had a good impression of the little wolf cub, he didn't want to pay much attention to it. After all, both sides were disgusted by the smell of each other. Wait. Brick saw that he was really about to close the door and reluctantly glanced inside the room. Not seeing the person he wanted to see, he had no choice but to say, that vampire from Fengaming Mountain, from the Lesenba tribe, you should know him. Lu Qing nodded and waited for him to continue. The Earl has been smelling a bit strange these past few days, as if he's performing some kind of ritual, and his aura is increasing very quickly. After all, you are in their territory, and I am worried that the Earl might do something bad to Lingwei. I have called a few brothers over here. If Lingwei is in danger, you can notify us immediately. Brick stared straight into Lu Qing's eyes. Of course, all this is not for you annoying vampires, but for my Lingwei. Also, you damned vampire, move out of this house immediately or I will. Before Brick could finish his harsh words, the door in front of him slammed shut. Lu Qing's slow voice came from behind the door. Okay, got it, please go back, damn it. Brick looked at the closed door, feeling so depressed that he just wanted to howl to the sky. In the yard, Lu Qing carried Kyukyu into the living room. Kyukyu put her arms around his neck and asked worriedly, brother, is there any danger at home? Lu Qing smiled and pinched the little girl's cheek. Yes, so what should we do? What else can we do? If bad guys come, we just beat them away. Then you and your pretty sister should do your best. Kyukyu will cheer you on. Yeah, brother is very good, don't worry. By the way, when will you and your beautiful sister be together? You should ask the pretty sister about this. Kyukyu asked, pretty sister asked me to ask you. In Jiang City in recent days, people often feel an inexplicable chill for no reason, accompanied by a strong sense of fear and depression. This feeling came without warning, but was extremely obvious, especially to the residents living at the foot of Fengaming Mountain, who felt it even more deeply. At the foot of Fengaming Mountain, an old man in his 60s was leisurely sipping tea in his own courtyard. He looked at Fengaming Mountain, and his eyes were not cloudy. In the old man's eyes, there was a faint blood mist lingering above the top of the mountain, almost blocking out the sunlight. Crack! A red lightning as thick as an arm flashed across the air, followed by a rumbling echo. The sound startled the old man so much that he trembled violently. He murmured to the younger generation beside him, "Red thunder in broad daylight. I'm afraid the heavens are going to strike the monster to death." However, the younger generations obviously do not believe in such stories about monsters and demons. A young man who looked like the old man's grandson stepped forward to refill his cup of hot tea and said jokingly, "Grandpa, since the founding of the People's Republic of Daxia, spirits have been banned. There are no such things as monsters. It's just that the weather has been bad and humid lately, so your legs keep hurting." The old man's grandson's words were unanimously agreed by several other descendants, who all had nonchalant smiles on their faces. In fact, they had all seen the red lightning just now. Someone said, "But that lightning just now was quite interesting. It was actually red. I have never seen it before. Hurry up and take out your phone, maybe you can capture someone going through a tribulation, haha. Quick, another lightning." "Oh my god, this lightning is really big." Crack! Another red blood thunder flashed across the sky. This prompted a group of younger generations to quickly take out their mobile phones and chase after this strange sight. The old man looked at these little guys who had lost their reverence for heaven and earth, shook his head helplessly, and sighed, "Alas, the young people nowadays." On that day, all the residents living at the foot of Fengaming Mountain were shocked by this strange sight. One after another, red lightning flashed across the sky. With the appearance of lightning, the originally light mist in the sky became thicker. More than one elderly person sighed in surprise at the scene before them. "I haven't seen anything like this in ages. Could this be a monster becoming a spirit?" In the manor on Fengaming Mountain, all the vampires hid in various dark corners, lying dormant quietly like silent corpses. But they all had an evil red color in their eyes. The red lightning outside pierced their chests like sharp blades. Facing the power of heaven and earth, they felt unprecedented oppression. Moreover, this feeling of oppression not only came from the sky, but also came from under the manor. Waves of breath continued to surge out from the ground, letting all the vampires in the manor know clearly that their Lord Earl was about to emerge from the blood pool. All vampires. The figures of the two viscounts suddenly appeared on the roof of the manor, and their long voices reached the ears of the vampires hiding everywhere. "The fog has obscured the sun, and your movements will no longer be restricted. The Earl will break out soon. Tonight we will follow the Earl into battle. So now you need to eat, go fill your belly and come back." As the Viscount finished speaking, low roars rang out from every corner, and then hundreds of black shadows shot out like arrows. They couldn't wait to rush out of the manor and ran towards the foot of Fengaming Mountain. The smell of humans has already made their eyes become redder. It won't be long before these vampires can sink their fangs deep into the soft necks of humans and enjoy the delicious blood. Eating before battle is an ancient tradition of the vampires. It not only allows the vampires to maintain their strongest combat capabilities, but also greatly boosts the morale of the members. At the Seahorse Manor, Lu Qing stood on the balcony on the second floor, with Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo beside him. He looked towards Fengaming Mountain, which was not far away. In their perception, the mountain was emitting a terrifying and evil aura, and a powerful vampire seemed to be slowly awakening. "Once the Earl wakes up, he will surely come to us immediately." "This aura has already reached the peak of an Earl," Su Lingwei said expressionlessly. Today, she seemed to have transformed back into the incomparably cold and arrogant queen, ignoring everything with an icy attitude. Uncle Luo was still wearing the same black tuxedo and white gloves, but this time he carried his tang sword on his back and had an exquisite silver badge on his chest. It was the badge of Su Lingwei's mother's family. Uncle Luo reached out to adjust the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses and said gently and firmly, "Protecting the young lady is my life's creed. Before I fall, I will definitely protect the young lady with my own body." Lu Qing took a look at this elegant and loyal housekeeper. He knew that Uncle Luo was left by Su Lingwei's mother to accompany her. From the moment Uncle Luo was transformed, he was destined to live and die for her. He looked outside the villa and saw several figures flash by. At the same time, he also saw Brick's iconic golden pupils. Brick and his werewolf brothers had arrived. Lu Qing held Su Lingwei's cold little hand and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lingwei let him hold her hand, turned her head to look at his profile, her eyes complicated and difficult to read. Crack! An extremely thick red lightning flashed across the dark sky. It's raining, Huela. A heavy black rain began to fall from the sky. A torrential downpour as dark as ink, like a huge black curtain, tightly covered half of Jiang City. In that dark and deep underground space, the most eye-catching thing is the pool in the center. Once upon a time, the blood in the pool was boiling like water, but now it has dried up, leaving only a thin layer of thick plasma. In this layer of plasma, there lies a human-like object quietly. Looking at the exposed part, there is no flesh and blood, only white bones. It is clearly a lifeless human skeleton. After an unknown amount of time, a painful sigh suddenly rang out. Ugh. Immediately afterwards, the humanoid skeleton trembled slightly and then let out a hoarse howl. It hurts so much, roar. As it moved, the remaining plasma in the blood pool began to boil again, as if driven by some powerful force, rushing towards the skeleton's body, making gurgling, bubbling sounds, and slowly seeping into the skeleton's body. As the plasma continued to seep in, flesh and blood began to grow on the skeleton, and its aura continued to rise, soaring from the last vampire, Baron Viscount, until it broke through to the Earl level, and this aura continued to strengthen. This rising aura did not stop until it reached the peak state of the Earl. At the same time, the plasma in the blood pool had been completely absorbed, and complete flesh and blood had grown on the skeleton. When his body moved, the blood clots that had formed into scabs on his body fell off piece by piece like broken ice, revealing the pale skin of Earl Fengmingxian. At this moment, the Earl seemed a little younger with more elastic skin. At first glance, he looked like a man in his 30s, but his actual age was close to 400 years old. Roar! Accompanied by a low roar, the figure of Earl Fengmingxian disappeared instantly, turned into a black shadow, and rushed out of the dark underground space rapidly. Thirsty? I'm so thirsty. I'm dying of thirst. In an instant, a strange voice echoed throughout the manor. The vampires who had returned from their meals suddenly changed their expressions upon hearing this voice. Run. Except for the Viscounts in the manor, all other vampires began to flee frantically. But they didn't dare to jump out of the manor and could only run desperately around the huge manor. The moment a baron heard the strange sound, his body shot out like an arrow. Just as he was about to jump onto the roof, he felt as if his feet were being tightly pulled by something, and then a huge and irresistible force pulled him down. He turned his head in horror and saw those blood-red eyes and the terrifying aura that made him extremely frightened. The Earl roared hoarsely, "I'm thirsty." The Baron wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could say anything, he could only let out a shrill scream, because the next second the Earl had bitten his neck. The Baron struggled desperately, but was held tightly by a pair of hands like iron pliers. All the blood in his body flowed out continuously along the sharp fangs. The light in his eyes dimmed instantly, and all the blood in his body was sucked away along with his life essence. "It's not enough, I'm still thirsty." The Earl threw the shriveled and gray corpse in his hand away as if it were garbage. Then his body turned into a black shadow again and shuttled back and forth in the manor. "My Lord Earl, I am your most loyal servant." "My Lord Earl, please let me go. Ah, my Lord Earl, my Lord Viscount, save me." Accompanied by miserable howls, the vampires had their throats bitten open by the hungry and thirsty Earl, and all their blood was sucked out. In the end, there were only 18 Viscounts and 29 barons left in the entire manor. All other low-level vampires were slaughtered. The Earl finally suppressed the murderous intent boiling within him and emerged from the courtyard, letting out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, I'm finally full." Then he glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground and smiled with great disdain. "These low-level trash, just kill them. It's their honor to quench my thirst." The remaining Viscounts and barons stepped forward cautiously after seeing the Earl stop killing. A vampire at the peak of the Viscount rank asked respectfully, "My Lord Earl, have you made a breakthrough?" Earl Fengmingxian took a handkerchief as white as snow, carefully wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a hoarse voice, "Not yet. Once I eat that female countess, I can truly evolve into a marquis. Where is that female countess now?" He couldn't wait any longer. The blood in the blood pool could only increase his strength to the peak of Earl. Just a little bit more and he could evolve into marquis. "As long as I can eat the countess of the Brutch tribe, I will eat her." "My Lord Earl," the female countess seemed unwilling to influence humans, so she took the initiative to go to the forest north of Fengeming Mountain, bringing only 2 vampires with her. One of them should be at the peak of Viscount status, and we have been unable to successfully kill the other one many times before, so we cannot accurately judge it from its aura. After listening to the report from the Viscount beside him, Earl Fengmingshan sneered, HMPH, if you can't tell, then ignore them. They're just small fry. Leave the female countess to me and you can do whatever you want with the remaining two. Earl Fengmingshan glanced at the remaining vampires. At this time, the moon had reappeared in the sky above his head. Well, a night like this is perfect for killing. Let this cool night breeze play a hymn of praise for his promotion to Marquis. Servants, let's go. Earl Fengmingshan waved his hand happily, and with dozens of black shadows like demons in the dark, they rushed towards the forest. The night is deep, like a huge piece of black silk, quietly wrapping everything in the world. Under the cover of the inky night, three figures shuttled back and forth through the dense forest like ghosts. Lu Qing took the lead and was in the center of the front. Lingwei followed closely on his right side, while the school beauty senior was wearing a black tights, hot pants, and boots. Her two slender white thighs showed the muscle lines faintly as she ran, showing a unique strength and beauty. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This was the first time he saw the school beauty senior in such a fighting posture. Compared to usual, she didn't seem to have changed much, except that her expression became more cold. If I hadn't been able to feel that powerful aura, it would have been hard to imagine that this cold and beautiful girl was actually a real vampire count. Among the three, Lingwei's movements were the most relaxed and comfortable. She just lightly touched the tree trunk with her feet, and her figure instantly shot out dozens of meters away like an arrow. But she did not rush to the front, but followed Lu Qing slowly. While running, Lu Qing turned his head to look to the right and saw six figures also running quickly. They were six werewolves, the family brothers summoned by Brick. This operation was essentially private in nature, and Brick could not participate in the battle in the name of his family. He could only call on a few close werewolf brothers to help. Lu Qing had told them in advance that if they encountered danger, the werewolf brothers could retreat first, and there was no need to take risks for them. The little wolf cub also nodded in agreement. After all, what they were about to face was a powerful earl and a large group of vampire subordinates whose strength should not be underestimated. He didn't want the five brothers who were willing to come to help to be seriously injured because of this battle. However, the little wolf cub firmly stated that if necessary, he would stay and fight alone. Lu Qing felt helpless about this. The wolf cub's mark had accidentally fallen on Lingwei, and the wolf cub really couldn't be blamed for this. But as far as the current situation is concerned, whether or not there is this mark, the little wolf cub has no chance of winning when facing such a powerful enemy. Fortunately, Brick was there purely for the purpose of protection and had no other messy thoughts. Otherwise, if it were someone else, Lu Qing would have driven him away long ago. When the three of them ran to a hillside, Lu Qing raised his hand and pointed at a tall signal tower in front of him, then jumped onto the tower first. Uncle Luo and Lingwei followed closely behind. After a while, the three of them were standing on a signal tower more than 200 meters high, overlooking the lush mountains and forests below. That's it, Lu Qing said softly. He stood on the beam and looked out at the city. From this angle, the whole picture of Jiang City is clearly presented before your eyes. Against the backdrop of the night, the lights in Jiang City are bright, like a brilliant Milky Way lying across the earth. So beautiful. The lights were reflected in Lingwei's blood-red pupils, and she stared at Jiang City in the distance in a trance. Yes, these beautiful views are often only enjoyed by those of us who walk in the dark. A strange light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. This place and the outside world seem to be two completely different sides of the world. On one side, some people are singing and laughing in the light, while on the other side, some people are walking silently in the darkness. They are wandering on the edge of light and darkness. As he spoke, Lu Qing put his arm around Lingwei's thin shoulders, looked at her pale face, and whispered, "If you feel like you can't hold on any longer, come to me. I can support you." Lingwei turned her head, looked into Lu Qing's eyes stubbornly, and shook her head slowly. "No, I can do it." Then she saw Lu Qing frowning slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. "Don't forget, I'm the Earl. I'm more powerful than you." Lu Qing looked at the sudden smile on the campus beauty's face and felt that there was really no need to persuade her anymore. After all, this decisive battle is a life-or-death battle. Although Lu Qing's combat effectiveness can be greatly improved with the two abilities of Time Zero and Crimson Blood Rage, his opponent this time is a vampire Earl who has already stepped half a foot into the Marquis realm. Even Lu Qing is not completely sure of victory. Therefore, they had already formulated a battle plan for today. Lingwei first went to entangle the Earl of Fengeming Mountain, using the Earl against the Earl. Lu Qing and Uncle Luo were to eliminate the Baron and Viscount-level vampire minions as quickly as possible. Afterwards, the three of them would reunite, and together they would surround and kill the Earl of Fengeming Mountain. There are two key points in this plan. One is how long Su Lingwei can hold back the Earl of Fengaming Mountain, and the other is how many vampires there are and how long it will take Lu Qing and Uncle Luo to hunt them all down. Lu Qing was most worried about the former. In his perception, the Earl of Fengaming Mountain was powerful, while Su Lingwei was relatively weak among the vampire earls. He was even prepared to unleash his royal bloodline at the critical moment. If only we had more time, Lu Qing felt secretly annoyed. He has only evolved to the middle level of Viscount and is not yet able to defeat the peak-level Earl. But time is running out and they cannot afford to delay any longer. This time they were a small group of 3, going against an entire family of the other side, and were clearly at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. One day we will establish our own family and make all those who dare to challenge us bow down before us, even the 13 clans. A silver light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes and he looked at Su Lingwei firmly. Our own family. Su Lingwei was a little confused at first, then blinked. Okay. Uncle Luo, who had been standing quietly by the side, bowed gracefully and said, "It's my honor." Lu Qing's hair fluttered gently in the night wind. At this moment his blood was boiling. Suddenly his expression became stern. Here it comes. In the forest there were faint and sporadic sounds, and in an instant dozens of strong and cold auras came rapidly like ghosts. Suddenly a wolf howl like thunder suddenly sounded in the mountains and forests. Brick and his werewolf brothers instantly rushed down the mountain like tigers and started an extremely fierce battle with the vanguard of the vampires. At the same moment, Lu Qing let out a low roar from the depths of his throat, and then he jumped down from the 200-meter-high signal tower. With a loud bang, a deep hole was instantly smashed into the soft ground. Lu Qing didn't hesitate at all. Relying on his own powerful strength, his body rushed to the other side like a cannonball. He crashed into the big tree in front of him and broke it in half, sending wood chips flying all over the sky like snowflakes. At this moment, his sharp claws accurately pierced through a vampire baron who was running quietly and stealthily. So fast, the baron's eyes were full of horror. He couldn't believe that the vampire in front of him could burst out with such astonishing speed and strength in an instant. Then, Lu Qing ruthlessly crushed the baron's heart. Then, he rushed to the front left without stopping, aiming directly at the 2 barons running side by side. With Lu Qing's current strength, as long as these vampires do not gather together, he can almost kill a single baron instantly. At this moment, his only thought was to race against time and kill as many vampires as possible. There was another loud bang, and the 2 barons were thrown out to the left and right as if they were hit by a huge hammer. Their heads were shattered while still in the air. Immediately afterwards, their bodies transformed into a burst of red light and then fell like ash. When the red light completely dissipated, Lu Qing's figure reappeared. Ding, devoured vampire barons x3 evolution points +1, 5. That's right, while Lu Qing was fighting, he was also constantly devouring the vampires he had torn apart. As long as he devours enough vampires in this battle, he will be able to advance to the vampire Earl in one fell swoop. At that time, the Earl of Fengmingshan will no longer be able to escape his hunting. A large amount of blood and flesh essence continuously flowed into his body, causing the power in his body to surge like waves. A layer of blood mist gradually filled his body, and the clothes on his upper body were quickly corroded cleanly. Those strange black lines quietly emerged again, covering his back, cheeks, neck, as if they had life, wriggling strangely. With a little perception, Lu Qing determined the locations of several vampire viscounts. He licked his lips slowly, and the red light in his eyes was like a blazing flame. Crimson Bloodstorm. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving behind only a huge deep pit that was burned and emitting black smoke. On the battlefield in the east, Uncle Luo, holding a tang sword, moved freely through the mountains and forests like a ghost. At this moment, he no longer had the extremely elegant temperament of the past and was replaced by a state of near madness. His tuxedo had been torn to pieces, revealing his exaggerated muscles, which were as hard as rocks. He tore off his torn shirt and ripped it into strips of cloth. Then he used the strips to tie the tang sword tightly to his right hand and put on a posture of fighting to the death. The gold-rimmed glasses were still on his face, but they could not hide the rich red light in his eyes. He had a ferocious and fanatical expression on his face, and he kept growling, "Hee hee, kill, you stinky bugs, how dare you come and kill the young lady? Ha, tear it all apart." Uncle Luo roared and ran non-stop, slashing with the tang sword in his hand like a storm, chasing after a vampire viscount and attacking him fiercely. At this moment, he seemed to be in a strange state of frenzy, full of fanaticism and anger without any fear. To the west, it was the battlefield of Brick and his werewolf brothers, who had already completely transformed into wolves. On the battlefield, 6 giant wolves, each more than 2 meters tall, ran around like lightning and successfully intercepted 2 viscounts and 4 barons. Werewolves fight with great cunning, and before a fight they will quickly assess their opponent's combat power. If the opponent is stronger than themselves, they will rush forward and kill collectively. If the opponent is slightly weaker, they will hunt alone. 2 viscounts and 4 barons, this is the most appropriate number that the werewolves think they can hunt with their current strength. These werewolves have an innate hatred for vampires. This hatred stems from racial opposition, so when hunting, they are merciless and extremely ferocious. Once a vampire is bitten by a werewolf, not only will the wound not heal, but it will also gradually fester under the erosion of the venom and eventually die completely in the ever-increasing weakness. Werewolves are also afraid of the sharp claws and fangs of vampires, especially the strength and speed of powerful vampires, which often far exceed theirs. Soon, 4 vampire barons were bitten to death, leaving only 2 viscounts still fighting fiercely with the werewolves. After all, both sides are ancient races that have been passed down in darkness, which makes this battle full of a strong sense of tragedy. Lu Qing, Uncle Luo, and the werewolf are on 3 battlefields far apart. The purpose of doing so is to disperse the Blood Clan forces under the Earl of Fengming Mountain and prevent them from completing the encirclement. Otherwise, once those viscounts and barons rushed forward, even someone as strong as Lu Qing would find it difficult to fight head-on. A total of 18 viscounts and 29 barons, Lu Qing had successfully torn apart 2 vampire viscounts. When killing these 2 viscounts, he used the 2 abilities of Blood Rage and Time Zero at the same time. He looked up at Su Lingwei, the only one who did not jump off the signal tower. On the tall signal tower, Su Lingwei's thin figure was like a blooming black flower, beautiful yet evil. And at some point, a figure wrapped in a black robe was standing silently opposite Su Lingwei. Earl Fengmingshan's eyes were full of mockery, and his gaze was fixed on the silent girl opposite him. He took a deep breath slowly, an intoxicated expression instantly appearing on his face, and then he murmured softly, "Ah, what an alluring girlish scent. My lady, your taste is intoxicating." He leaned closer, his voice full of greed. "I'm so excited that I can hardly control myself." The unique smell of blood and power emanating from Su Lingwei caused ripples in the heart of Earl Fengmingshan. He thought to himself that as long as he devoured her, he would be able to evolve. He was so excited that he couldn't express it in words at the thought of breaking through to the coveted Marquis realm. However, his series of words did not elicit any response from the countess opposite. Su Lingwei just stared at this disgusting old pervert quietly, thinking that this guy was too nagging, noisy, and annoying. But for a moment she couldn't think of any appropriate words to refute. If Lu Qing were here, he would definitely scold him to death. Su Lingwei couldn't help but think of Lu Qing. She turned her head slightly and looked towards the battlefield below. Lu Qing was seen fighting hard on the battlefield, using up almost all his strength, and was in a stalemate with a group of barons and viscounts. It was obvious that he wanted to defeat his opponents as soon as possible and rush to help her. But Su Lingwei knew in her heart that with Lu Qing's current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat the Earl of Fengming Mountain. Because the strength of the Earl of Fengmingshan exceeded their expectations, the powerful sense of suppression that emanated from him showed that his ability was far superior to their own. Su Lingwei couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have sucked more human blood instead of relying on blood bags every day. Otherwise, her strength would not be so weak. Moreover, I was too lazy before and never took the initiative to practice. Now it's really a bit tricky. While Su Lingwei was still distracted, the Earl of Fengming Mountain was still immersed in his own excitement. "I will give you the most elegant way of death. I'll let you watch me devour you bit by bit. Your flesh and blood will merge into my body, becoming the perfect nutrients for my evolution into a marquis. This is the supreme honor I bestow upon you. Enjoy this wonderful death, girl." The Earl of Fengmingshan grinned cruelly and finally realized that the countess opposite him was distracted, and he became very angry. Could it be that she didn't listen to the speech that I just gave, which I thought was brilliant? Su Lingwei turned her gaze back to the Earl of Fengming Mountain, frowned slightly, and said coldly, "You are really noisy. Lu Qing said that villains usually lose their lives because of talking too much. So today you will definitely die." Su Lingwei's rude attitude made the Earl of Fengming Mountain even more angry. "Humph, what a ridiculous delusion. Lu Qing, that weird little kid, right? Don't worry, when I finish you off, I'll tear his limbs off with my own hands and keep him in captivity like a slave. Now I'm going to enjoy my prey. Go to hell." The Earl of Fengmingshan finally stopped talking nonsense. His dark robe instantly turned into a black shadow, and his sharp claws grabbed Su Lingwei's neck like lightning. Su Lingwei's mind suddenly flashed back to a curse word Lu Qing had used before. She raised her snow-white middle finger slightly unnaturally and cursed softly, "Idiot." Then, instead of dodging, she suddenly hugged the arms of Earl Fengmingshan with both hands and wrapped her whole body around him, holding him tightly. Then, she gently exerted force with her calves and fell straight down from the signal tower over 200 meters high with the Earl of Fengmingshan. This sudden action left Earl Fengmingshan stunned for a moment. Does this woman not want to live anymore? You know, the consequences of jumping from a height of more than 200 meters and falling without any preparation are completely different. With the strong body of the blood count, he might be safe if he jumped down on his own initiative, but it would be hard to say if he just fell straight down. Boom! A loud noise shook the entire battlefield like thunder. A large hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters was instantly created under the signal tower, and dust flew all over the sky. Cough, cough. Su Lingwei was the first to climb out of the big pit with difficulty. Her face was covered in blood, one of her arms was twisted beyond recognition, and her internal organs were ruptured due to the violent impact. However, thanks to the powerful strength of the blood count herself, her body is recovering rapidly. She took a deep breath and muttered softly, "It really hurts a little." At the bottom of the pit, Earl Fengmingshan was lying there covered in blood. Just now in midair, he wanted to break free from Su Lingwei's restraints, but was temporarily suppressed by her hypnotic ability and ended up becoming a human sandbag. Damn it! Earl Fengmingshan roared angrily, and the flesh and blood on his body began to surge rapidly. His injured body was recovering at an extremely fast speed, and the recovery speed was obviously much faster than Su Lingwei. So your awakened ability is repair, that's a bit troublesome. Su Lingwei stood silently at the edge of the pit, reaching out to tie her hair into a ponytail. The next second, she rushed towards the Earl of Fengeming Mountain in the pit without hesitation, shouting, "I'm going to tear you to pieces." The Earl of Fengmingshan let out an angry roar, and without waiting for his body to fully recover, he stood up and rushed towards Su Lingwei. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Qing was slowly shifting the battlefield towards this side after successfully killing a viscount. "Why are you trying so hard?" Lu Qing had already noticed that something was wrong with Su Lingwei. According to the original planned strategy, the school beauty senior sister only needed to try her best to delay the Earl of Fengeming Mountain, and then surround and annihilate them together after they gathered. But now Su Lingwei's fighting style seemed like she was fighting for her life, using her own pain in exchange for the opponent's injury. Could it be that she saw that there were a large number of vampires attacking this time? Lu Qing pondered while staring intently at the battlefield. He used the Time Zero field to trap a viscount. At this moment, he no longer hunted the barons but focused on dealing with the viscount. After all, there are a total of 18 viscounts here. Uncle Luo and Brick are enough to deal with the baron, but if they face 2 or more viscounts, they will be in danger. Therefore, Lu Qing must eliminate as many viscounts as possible. In his perception, Su Lingwei was like a tireless black moth flying continuously. With every attack, she could leave deep scars on the Earl of Fengmingshan, but she would also suffer even more serious injuries and be knocked away again and again. Poor Earl, haha, you sympathized with those humans, but who will sympathize with you now? Just lie down and let me eat you. Earl Fengmingshan kept shouting, and the wounds on his body healed quickly in the blood-red light. Su Lingwei was covered in red mist, which was her hypnotic power and blood essence. Her originally smooth skin was covered with horrible and hideous scars, making her look like a broken doll. She reached out and touched her back. When she attacked just now, she had thrust her hand into the Earl's chest, but her hand's sharp claws also left 3 deep scratches on her back. She felt blood on her hand, pursed her lips and felt aggrieved, it hurt so much. She had never been injured so badly. In fact, she could foresee that if she continued to fight, the outcome would be death. But she could choose how to die. She would never let herself be eaten by that disgusting Earl. The worst that could happen was that she would explode herself, then let Uncle Luo take Kyukyu and escape quickly. Thinking of this, she rushed towards Earl Fengmingshan again with the image of a certain guy in her mind. Ouch! A shrill wolf howl came from the west. It was Brick's voice. He seemed to have noticed something. The imprint between him and Su Lingwei was in a strange state. When he finally bit off the neck of the vampire in front of him, he kicked his strong limbs hard and rushed towards this side, but was blocked by another viscount and baron. Die! Brick, transformed into a werewolf, had bloodshot eyes. At the same time, Lu Qing also rushed towards Su Lingwei. As the first vampire to be embraced by her, Lu Qing could feel her determination even more, a determination that was unwavering. Are you stupid? It's not time for that yet. Bang. As Lu Qing was walking forward, a figure was thrown heavily against a tree. It was Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo had completely lost his former elegance. His skin was covered with cracks and his left arm was torn off, but the hideous and excited smile was still on his face. Pooh, Uncle Luo spat out a mouthful of black blood, took off the pair of gold-rimmed glasses with his only remaining right hand, threw them on the ground and stared straight ahead. Master Lu Qing, please go and save the young lady. I will hold off the rest of these guys. Uncle Luo didn't look at Lu Qing and tied the Tang sword tightly again. He was only at the peak of Viscount strength. Even if he rushed to the battlefield between the two earls, he would not be able to take Su Lingwei away, so he could only place his hopes on Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked back at Uncle Luo. 6 viscounts were chasing him from behind and there were 7 barons in the other direction. He whispered, Uncle Luo, you will die like this. Uncle Luo smiled grimly and bowed slightly. Since I was born, I was destined to die for the young lady. Master Lu Qing, there is no need to hesitate. From now on, the young lady will be in your care. After saying this, the always elegant middle-aged butler turned into a crazy beast and rushed in the opposite direction without hesitation. Su Lingwei, don't die. Lu Qing roared, his eyes covered in silver light. An ancient and desolate aura emanated from him. After entering a blood-rushing state, the surrounding red blood mist instantly transformed into silver flames. Bang. Lu Qing's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next second he appeared 100 meters away, steadily catching the weak body that was knocked away. Su Lingwei lay in his arms, her body covered with thick blood plasma, her little face as pale as paper, without any blood color, and there was a horrifying bloody hole on her stomach, and her flesh and blood had no extra energy to heal. The red light in Su Lingwei's eyes gradually dissipated. She blinked and looked at his face. She sniffed his scent hard and said with a mischievous smile, "You smell so good, I really want to eat you up." Lu Qing gently stroked her cold little face, appearing calm on the surface but with endless violence surging in his heart. Su Lingwei seemed to understand what he was thinking, her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. "You can't beat him now. Give me your hand, little rookie." Lu Qing's hand was gently held by Su Lingwei. She closed her eyes and felt it for a moment. "So powerful, I'm just a little bit away from evolving to the Earl." During the battle just now, Lu Qing was devouring the vampires while fighting. Now he was almost evolving into the Earl, but unfortunately he was still a step too slow. "Since you're only a little short then, eat me." Su Lingwei's weak and dreamy voice sounded in Lu Qing's ears. The next moment she tightly grasped Lu Qing's hand, then thrust it into her chest, and the sharp claws directly tore open her heart. "Eat me and you'll win." Lu Qing's sharp claws pierced Su Lingwei's heart. In an instant, bright red light gushed out, flowing along his arms and slowly into his body like a trickle. This power is pure and surging, and compared with the power obtained when he devoured the Viscount and Baron before, it is a world of difference. It is the true flesh and blood essence of the Earl level. As the essence continued to dissipate, Su Lingwei's body shriveled up rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Qing subconsciously wanted to interrupt the swallowing process, but was horrified to find that all efforts were in vain. Because Su Lingwei's action was completely voluntary and was dominated by her own will, it was more like a heroic sacrifice. Her life force was like a candle in the wind, constantly fading away, until the last wisp of essence merged into Lu Qing's body and Su Lingwei had turned into a dried corpse. After all, it is the body of an Earl. Even if all the essence in his body is devoured, it will not turn into ashes like the Viscount. Ding, devoured vampire count x1, evolution points +5. Ding, host evolution conditions met. Ding, the host begins to evolve and advances to the vampire Earl. Roar. Lu Qing, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head and let out a roar that shook the mountains and forests. His flesh and blood instantly cracked like dry earth, and the evolutionary process deep within his cells began. The rich blood-red light turned into dazzling silver in the blink of an eye, tightly wrapping his entire body. An extremely powerful pressure swept through the entire forest like a storm in an instant, and all the vampires trembled under this pressure. At this moment, the Earl of Fengmingshan was strolling leisurely. Just now, he had knocked the countess back heavily, and sensed that she had lost the strength to fight again and was so weak that she was on the verge of death. He was in no hurry at all, just waiting to go and reap the fruits of victory with his own hands. Even though he noticed that another vampire whose rank could not be sensed came to the countess's side, he did not care too much. After all, there are still 6 viscounts and 12 barons in this forest, and he is sure that they will not be able to escape even if they have wings. However, at this moment, Earl Fengmingshan seemed to have sensed something, and an expression of extreme anger instantly appeared on his face. His body was like an arrow shot from a bow, and he turned into a shadow and rushed forward at a rapid speed. Damn it, how dare you? How dare you sacrifice yourself? No, you belong to me, no one can take you away. Earl Fengmingshan has gone completely crazy. He clearly felt that the Countess's flesh and blood essence was rapidly disappearing, which made him so angry that he almost lost his mind. He would never allow the tonic that allowed him to evolve into a marquis to be taken away by others. Damn it. I will tear you apart with my own hands. Earl Fengmingshan roared and rushed forward, but the scene before him almost made him want to turn around and run away. I saw that the vampire, whose level was previously undetectable, was emitting silver light all over his body, and the terrifying aura of blood suppression almost ignited his blood. Royal bloodline, the Earl's aura. The Earl of Fengeming Mountain stood frozen on the spot, his body shaking violently, fear, greed, anger. All kinds of emotions intertwined wildly in his eyes. He could clearly feel that under the silver light it seemed as if a sleeping king was about to wake up. Run. In the end, fear completely defeated greed, and Earl Fengmingshan turned around and ran away. At this moment, the idea of devouring the Countess and evolving into a marquis had long been thrown out of his mind. In his heart, nothing is more important than his own life. Royal blood, what an alluring aura. And he's a vampire without any family to protect him. Too bad I can't eat him now. We should tell the family, this is a huge achievement. The Earl of Fengmingshan was running as fast as he could while calculating rapidly. Discovering a vampire with royal blood is an achievement even more glorious than successfully evolving into a marquis. The ancestors of the family who are sleeping underground will surely be eager to suck the blood of this vampire. When he thought of this, Earl Fengmingshan suddenly felt that there was nothing to regret about not being able to successfully eat the female countess and evolve into a marquis. As long as you inform the family, you will definitely receive a huge reward. The Earl of Fengmingshan misstepped and prepared to change direction, rushing back to his family's place overnight. However, the next moment, bang, he crashed directly into an invisible barrier. The empty air seemed to instantly transform into an indestructible barrier, causing him to feel dizzy. This strange situation made him alert instantly. Then he heard an extremely cold voice. Want to run? Are you running so fast to be reborn? Immediately afterwards, Earl Fengmingshan realized that the barrier in the air was constantly moving forward, instantly wrapping him up completely. The surrounding space and time were frozen. Freeze, time, space. Within the realm, the voice of Earl Fengmingshan was infinitely stretched and delayed. Then he saw a pair of silver pupils staring at him mercilessly and coldly. Lu Qing stared at the Earl of Fengeming Mountain, who was imprisoned by Time Zero, with a cold gaze. There was no emotion in his silver eyes. From the moment Su Lingwei sacrificed herself, you were already dead. No matter where you are, I will tear you into pieces. Lu Qing walks with graceful steps in this frozen space and time. Su Lingwei's sacrifice helped him evolve into a count. The radius of the Time Zero field expanded to 300 meters, and its duration increased to 2 minutes. Even though Earl Fengmingshan was a peak Earl, he was now firmly imprisoned and could only make indistinct sounds. No, respected king, please let me go. The Earl of Fengmingshan looked at Lu Qing with horror on his face. Lu Qing was surrounded by silver blood flames and was slowly approaching. Let you go, you are just dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sharp claws and instantly cut off a piece of flesh from the thigh of Earl Fengmingshan. I told you long ago that I would tear you into pieces bit by bit. His voice seemed to come from the endless abyss. With a swish, his fingers waved again and another piece of flesh fell. Ah! The Earl of Fengeming Mountain let out a painful roar, and the sound was infinitely prolonged in the area. His face was distorted by severe pain. The agony was like being tortured by slicing. In order to survive, he had to use all his strength to stimulate his body's repair ability. The wound that had just lost flesh and blood was surging with blood and flesh, eager to recover. Seeing this, Lu Qing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Very good, I really admire your ability. This way you can feel the pain endlessly. Let's see whether you recover faster or I tear it apart faster. After saying this, his figure danced around the Earl of Fengeming Mountain like a light butterfly. Every dance took away a piece of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing. Soon, a layer of flesh and blood accumulated under the body of the Earl of Fengeming Mountain, and his entire body was riddled with holes by Lu Qing. It hurts so much, ah. The Earl of Fengmingshan stared with horrified eyes. New flesh and blood kept rolling on the bloody skeleton but was ruthlessly peeled off the next moment. Demon, You are a devil. The Earl of Fengmingshan suddenly realized that he could speak more fluently. After a moment of distraction, he immediately realized that the time for the confinement area had come. Ah! He let out a roar of ecstasy and fled as fast as he could in his life. Lu Qing calmly watched the Earl running away madly, lowered his head slightly and looked at his bloody fingers. I told you long ago you can't escape. Why are you still hoping for luck? At this moment Lu Qing is in a strange state. After evolving into an Earl, the royal bloodline was fully released, giving him an inexplicable sense of supremacy, as if everything in the world could be easily torn apart by him and everything was as small as an ant. Stupid vampire. With a bang, the strange patterns on his body slowly swam like a black snake awakening and finally gathered on his back. The complex black lines kept wriggling, eventually forming a pattern resembling wings. First form, King's arrival, open. A ruthless and cold voice sounded, and pure blood power surged into his back. The wing pattern twisted wildly and stretched outward. Bo, there was a slight sound of bones cracking, and finally a pair of ferocious wings grew on Lu Qing's back. The sharp bone spurs are covered with black fascia, and the wingspan reaches a terrifying 3 meters. Wisps of black mist continue to evaporate along the bone spurs, forming a strange and sharp contrast with the silver blood flames emanating from his body. The black wings flapped gently, lifting him off the ground. With a whoosh, he spread his wings and a powerful force instantly pushed him to fly rapidly. Earl Fengmingshan fled desperately. Even though his flesh and blood had not yet recovered and he was bleeding all the way, he did not dare to stop for a moment. Even so, he still felt a tremendous aura approaching rapidly from behind. This speed. He turned his head in horror and saw a black shadow flash by. The next moment, his 2 legs were cut off by the sharp bone knives on his wings, and his body was unable to move again. Lu Qing flapped its wings, hovering in front of the Earl, looking down at him condescendingly. You are the first vampire to witness the reigning form. I can die with this honor. After saying this, he gently held the Earl's head with one hand and countless red lights flashed. This vampire count, who had lived for more than 400 years, began to shrink and dry up, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and eventually he turned into a mummy. Ding. Devoured vampire count x1, evolution points +5. 5/50 is still needed to evolve to the next level of vampire marquee. Let's get rid of the remaining vampires first. He carried the mummified Earl, flapped his wings again, and turned into a black lightning, shuttling through the mountains and forests. Viscounts Barons. Almost at the same moment, their heads were cut off by the wings, and the essence of their flesh and blood was devoured, turning into black powder on the ground. When Lu Qing stopped again, there was no vampire left alive in the forest. He landed slowly, the form on his body gradually dissolving. The royal bloodline status is lifted, the crimson blood state is lifted, and the reigning form is also lifted. The black wings surged like liquid and retracted into the body. The reigning form is not an ability that he awakened when he advanced to Earl, but a change in his body that occurred when his pure-blooded royal blood was stimulated. The ability he awakened when he advanced to Earl was called King's Chosen Servant. Annotation: Servant chosen by the king. A vampire is bound by a contract with his own bloodline, making him the king's personal servant. The person under the contract cannot betray, the contract object is not restricted, and even dead vampires can be awakened to become personal servants. Once betrayed, death will occur immediately. If the contractor dies, the servant will also die. In the open space in the forest, Su Lingwei's dry body lay quietly in the grass. Uncle Luo knelt beside her, his head buried between his knees as if he was in endless grief. Werewolf Brick led 5 blood-soaked werewolves, standing far away and howling miserably as if venting his sorrow. Seeing Lu Qing coming, Brick rushed towards him like a madman. Its huge body leaped high, and its bloody mouth opened wide, trying to bite Lu Qing's neck. This little wolf cub was expressing his anger towards Lu Qing for failing to protect Su Lingwei in this way. However, before the little wolf cub could get close to Lu Qing, he was violently bounced away by a powerful force. Its body slammed heavily into a big tree, smashing it to pieces, but even so it still did not give up and struggled to pounce on Lu Qing again. Lu Qing looked calm. He just glared at it coldly and said 2 words expressionlessly, "Get out of here." The cold breath released in an instant made the little wolf cub freeze in place. Lu Qing no longer paid attention to Brick, threw away the Earl's body in his hand, and quickly came to Su Lingwei's side. He first patted Uncle Luo's shoulder, who already had no signs of life, and said softly, "Uncle Luo, you've worked hard." Then he slowly picked up Su Lingwei. The school beauty, who had lost all her flesh and blood, was now as light as a piece of thin paper. Lu Qing stared at Su Lingwei's tightly closed eyes, suddenly smiled slightly and sighed softly. Alas, you are really disobedient. If you do this again next time, I will spank you. As he spoke, he gently patted Su Lingwei's cheek, then lowered his head, slowly extended his fangs, and gently bit her neck. Unlike ordinary vampires who suck blood, this bite was to inject his own blood into Su Lingwei's body. The pure royal blood slowly flowed along the fangs into Su Lingwei's body, and a faint blood color spread. The abundant power of her blood circulated throughout her body, awakening those dried up and dead cells and gradually filling her body from the inside out. The skin that had lost its vitality became elastic again, the gray hair regained its luster. With the continuous infusion of royal blood, Su Lingwei's body miraculously recovered its vitality, and a new vitality quietly emerged in her body. Huh, it's finally okay. You're such a naughty little guy. Lu Qing slowly retracted his fangs and breathed a sigh of relief. In order to resurrect Su Lingwei, he injected 1/3 of his blood essence into her body without reservation. After this, the bloodline originally belonging to the Bruch clan in Su Lingwei's body had disappeared, leaving only Lu Qing's royal bloodline. Although Su Lingwei has regained her vitality, she has not yet woken up. Lu Qing placed her back on the grass, and then injected his own blood into the deceased Uncle Luo in the same way. The blood power injected into Uncle Luo's body this time is slightly less than that of Su Lingwei. Resurrecting the two people almost exhausted half of his bloodline power. Fortunately, vampires have a strong physique as a foundation. Otherwise, if it were a human, they would have fallen into a coma after losing such a large amount of blood. Lu Qing shook his dizzy head and finally walked towards the earl who had turned into a mummy. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the mummy's neck, lifted it up, and then bit the mummy's neck. Unlike the resurrection of Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo, this time he only consumed a very small amount of bloodline power. The power of the blood flowed along the mummy's body, outlining intricate patterns in its deepest part. This was the power of the contract with the king's chosen servant. A stream of strange energy began to emerge, and the mummy gradually became plump again. After just a few minutes, it returned to the appearance of the count. But Lu Qing knew clearly that the real earl had completely disappeared, and the new one in front of him was his personal guard created with the help of king's chosen servant. This personal guard possesses a small amount of spiritual consciousness and retains all the power of the Earl of Fengeming Mountain. He is a personal guard at the peak of the Earl's power and has the utmost loyalty to him. Master. The guard knelt on one knee and bowed his head reverently. Lu Qing ignored him and began to carefully study the new power he gained after evolving to the Earl. First of all, the royal bloodline was deeply stimulated, opening up the first form reign. The biggest advantage of this form is that it gives him a pair of wings. These wings not only help him fly freely, but also have extraordinary attack power. Secondly, the ability awakened after evolving to the Earl Servant of the King's Choice can force a contract with vampires, and the contracted person will never betray. There is no doubt that this will become the most critical help for him to establish his own family. He secretly decided that all his personal guards in the future must be at least at the level of Earl. They didn't need to be too many, but they had to be strong enough. In addition, the two abilities ×0 and Crimson Blood Rage have also been significantly strengthened, with both the duration and the amplification effect being greatly improved. At this moment, his information panel looks like this. Personal Information Panel Host, Lu Qing Race, Blood Clan Bloodline, Royal Bloodline Family None. Level Blood Count Evolutionary Points, 550, Abilities ×0, Crimson Bloodshed, the King's Chosen Servant Evolution Sequence, Highest Sequence Bloodline Devouring can devour fellow bloodlines to enhance evolution Evolutionary Sequence. Highest Sequence Innate Isolation infinitely hides one's own vampire level Undetectable First Form, King's Arrival. Very good, this power is strong enough. After evolving into the Vampire Earl, Lu Qing truly possessed the powerful strength to stand on his own feet. With the ability of King's Chosen Servant, he can definitely build a strong enough family, and all it takes is some time. It's finally over, I'm so tired. After completing this fierce battle, Lu Qing's body gradually relaxed. However, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly hit him. He was caught off guard and fell straight down. Before falling down, he subconsciously looked in the direction of Su Lingwei and happened to meet her tearful eyes. A hint of surprise suddenly arose in his heart, because he actually heard a strong beating sound coming from Su Lingwei's chest, which was clearly the heartbeat of a human. But at this moment, he had no time to think and fell to the ground. Lu Qing slowly woke up, and the familiar scene that came into his eyes made him stunned for a moment. He quickly scanned the surroundings with his powerful senses, And only after confirming that everything was all right did his heart finally settle down. Seeing that Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei were both there, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when he found himself in a black coffin in the second-floor bedroom, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. This coffin was specially customized by Su Lingwei and had been placed in his bedroom. However, he never had the habit of getting into the coffin when he couldn't sleep, so the coffin had been idle before. At this moment, when he opened his eyes, he saw the half-open, heavy coffin lid. "Just sleep in a coffin, why do you have to dress me up so neatly?" He looked at his neatly dressed suit, which was obviously carefully prepared by someone. A straight black suit, white gloves, a small bow tie, and shiny leather shoes. If coupled with a serene expression, it would be like being dressed for a funeral. "Brother, you can't die. Kyukyu hasn't grown up yet. Why are you leaving? Kyukyu is so sad." Lu Qing stood up from the coffin with a dark face and saw Kyukyu squatting on his bed, crying and wiping tears with her little hands. Kyukyu was stunned when she saw a person suddenly emerge from the coffin. Then her expression changed from sadness to joy. She jumped off the bed and threw herself into Lu Qing's arms, rubbing her little head against his chin. "Brother Lu, you're not dead. You're really not dead. Haha." Kyukyu knew that the pretty sister was lying. Lu Qing helplessly picked up the little girl with one hand and wiped her neck. It was covered with her tears and snot. It seemed that she had cried really hard before. "You mean Su Lingwei told you that I'm dead?" He pointed at his face and asked in a feigned, fierce tone. Kyukyu nodded vigorously, snuggled into his arms again, and hugged his neck tightly with her two chubby arms. "Yes, yes, beautiful sister said you were dead, but Kyukyu didn't believe it." The beautiful sister said, "If you don't believe me, just touch your nose and see if you are still breathing." As a result, Kyukyu touched it and found that it was really not breathing. Kyukyu thought that brother was really dead. Beautiful sister is so mean. "Then who gave me this dress?" Lu Qing asked again. "It was bought by Pretty Sister and Kyukyu is wearing it. Pretty Sister said that people should be dressed decently after they die." Hearing Kyukyu's babyish answer, Lu Qing immediately became furious. He could fully imagine the scene of a 5-year-old child wiping tears and sobbing as he put on this mourning dress. Let's go settle the score with her." Lu Qing was holding Kyukyu and was about to go find Su Lingwei to confront her, but Kyukyu suddenly stopped and pointed to the corner of the room with some fear. "No, brother, there has always been a strange guy over there, and it seems to be guarding you. Let's go see him first." Only then did Lu Qing notice that in the darkest corner of the room there was a person standing silently. It was the Earl of Fengaming Mountain, who was transformed by him using the king's chosen servant. "I guess this guy has been guarding here while he was sleeping. Don't be afraid, it's okay, he's our servant." Lu Qing comforted Kyukyu softly and walked to the Earl with her in his arms. The Earl's stiff eyeballs moved slowly with his footsteps, which did look a little scary. "No need to guard it anymore. Go to sleep in the coffin. Do not wake up without my order." "Yes, master." Following his command, Earl Fengmingshan turned into a shadow and crawled into the coffin. Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, "From now on, your name will be Yi. Besides, your face is not very pleasing to the eye. I'll ask Uncle Luo to make you a silver mask. This face belongs to the Earl of Fengmingshan, and it makes people uncomfortable just looking at it. The name is easy to remember, just call it Yi. If you transform the second head in the future, it will be called Maybe there will be 17, 23, 5, 6, 7, and so on and so on." After closing the coffin, Lu Qing carried Kyukyu out of the room. "Judging from the aura I just sensed, Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei are both safe and sound. Uncle Luo is still a vampire, but the blood flowing in his body now is that of Lu Qing. But Su Lingwei was quite strange. Although his blood was flowing in her body, she had strangely turned into a human being. Not only could she breathe, but her heartbeat could also be heard. Be good, go down and play with Uncle Luo for a while. I'll go find my pretty sister and teach her a lesson." Lu Qing put the ball on the ground and asked her to go to the living room on the first floor to find Uncle Luo. Kyukyu waved his little fist and said in a baby voice, "You'll have to teach me a lesson. If you don't listen, you'll get spanked." "Spanking?" Lu Qing smiled helplessly and watched the little girl jump away. Then he went up to the third floor alone to where Su Lingwei was. When I opened the door, I saw Su Lingwei sitting on the balcony, basking in the warm sunshine with her face tilted up, looking very enjoyable and lazy. Hearing the noise of him coming in, she turned her head and looked at his well-tailored suit with a playful smile. "You look quite handsome in this suit. I have good taste, don't I?" "The vision is indeed good, but the way it is used is really laughable." Lu Qing walked up to Su Lingwei with a dark face, and just as he was about to teach her a lesson, Su Lingwei suddenly threw herself into his arms. He looked down and met her beautiful eyes. The coldness of the past was gone in her eyes, and instead they were shining with a soft light. Then his lips were gently kissed by a pair of warm lips. Well, after she apologized like that, who would still have the heart to blame this beautiful girl? The sunlight gently fell on Su Lingwei's profile. She closed her eyes and kissed him wholeheartedly. At this moment, her lips were warm, completely devoid of the paleness and coldness of the past, and instead overflowing with vigorous vitality. When she slowly opened her eyes again, she happened to meet Lu Qing's smiling eyes. Lu Qing lowered his head slightly, pecked her lips lightly, and asked gently, "How does it feel?" Su Lingwei tilted her head, thought for a moment, and finally gave an answer, very warm and a little sweet. Although she has now transformed into a human, she has gone through 300 years after all. She is not like an ordinary girl who would blush and feel shy after being kissed. She stared straight at Lu Qing's lips, licked her lips gently, and said, "I want to kiss you again." "Okay." Su Lingwei immersed herself in the joy of becoming a human being until a dizziness suddenly hit her. She stopped and ran to the balcony to enjoy the sunshine like a lazy cat. Since returning last night, the whole world seemed to be relit in her eyes, becoming quiet and peaceful. She was able to taste foods she had never tasted before and was no longer bothered by the noise. This feeling was both strange and wonderful to her. As a descendant of vampires, she has been a vampire since birth. After reaching adulthood, she underwent the first embrace, and her vampire abilities awakened, and her body stopped growing and developing. However, at this moment, she unexpectedly regained her human body. This might be a special phenomenon caused by the dual effects of the pure-blooded royal bloodline and the king's chosen servant. It is probably unprecedented in the long history of the blood clan. Lu Qing stood quietly in the shadows, gazing at the sweet smile on Su Lingwei's face. He knew in his heart that those things that seemed ordinary to ordinary people had extraordinary and precious meaning to Su Lingwei. He really couldn't bear to disturb this beauty and just wanted to watch it quietly. But there is one question that cannot be avoided. Will Su Lingwei choose to continue living as a human being or turn back into a vampire? If you like the current state, you can continue like this. Lu Qing said softly, implying that if Su Lingwei was in love with life as a human being, she could stay like this forever. Continue to stay in this warm little family and spend her life with him and Uncle Luo. However, Su Lingwei refused without hesitation. "I don't want it." Lu Qing looked at her in surprise. After all, Su Lingwei seemed to enjoy this feeling so much. Why would she refuse? Why? He walked over to her and basked in the sunshine with her. Su Lingwei leaned her head against his chest and said calmly, "Because I will grow old and die eventually. I don't want to become an old woman one day and you still look the same as you do now. That would make me very sad." Hearing this, Lu Qing carefully turned her head around so that she was facing him and said with a smile, "Classmate Su Lingwei, you suddenly said such touching words of love in such a calm tone which made me feel a little." Su Lingwei took over the conversation with a smile. "What do you want me to do? Makes me want to kiss you again. Come on." After a long time, the two separated and sat on the balcony, leaning against each other. Su Lingwei leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "Let me experience the feeling of being a human being for a few more days, and then you can hug me for the first time." It was she who gave Lu Qing her first hug, and now she needs Lu Qing to give her her first hug. The world is really full of drama. In this way, it seems that his blood is flowing in this small family. Kyukyu was embraced by him for the first time. Uncle Luo's blood flowed into his body due to his death, and the same is true for Su Lingwei. Not only do they possess his bloodline, but more importantly, this bloodline belongs to the royal bloodline of the vampire clan. Although they only possess partial royal blood, every member of this small vampire family has royal blood. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause a huge shock in the vampire world. "That's true," Su Lingwei said half-jokingly, "now you've become the ancestor of our family." Normally, in a vampire family, the person who inherits the most bloodline would be honored as the head of the family. But in Su Lingwei's case, he became the ancestor. Now this small vampire family, except for Kyukyu and the Earl's personal guard, is not large in number, but the strength of each member should not be underestimated. And as long as they continue to transform the contract with the help of the king's chosen servant, one day, this family will grow to be extremely large and powerful enough to make the ancient 13 clans bow their heads in submission. Originally, Lu Qing planned to spend the next few days accompanying Su Lingwei to experience human life. However, an unexpected event disrupted his plans. Among vampires, if you kill another vampire, you can inherit all of their property. Uncle Luo respectfully brought Lu Qing a cup of coffee in the living room and said, "So, All the wealth accumulated by the Earl of Fengming Mountain over the past few hundred years nominally belongs to you, young Master Lu Qing. Under the influence of Lu Qing's blood, although Uncle Luo has been resurrected, the scars on his body have not yet healed. The once elegant butler now only has one right hand left. Lu Qing was no stranger to this rule of the vampire clan. After all, it was he who personally dealt with the Earl of Fengmingshan. According to the unwritten rules of the Blood Clan, he did have the right to take over all of the other party's property. A powerful vampire that has survived for hundreds of years must have accumulated considerable wealth. However, Lu Qing was still a little confused. He took a sip of coffee and asked, besides treasures and items, the vampire's wealth must also include a considerable amount of assets circulating in the human world. Who manages these vast assets? Uncle Luo stood up straight and responded with a smile. Of course, there are specialized professionals like financial officers and lawyers. Every vampire family will train a group of humans to be responsible for managing their own wealth. When these people grow old, their descendants will continue to serve the family. Naturally, our family has also raised a group of such people. Lu Qing nodded. He never really understood the underlying operations. After all, he started from a high point. Just a few days after being embraced for the first time, I became the core of this small family and had no chance to get involved in these matters. Fortunately, we have a perfect butler like Uncle Luo. Then let's go to Fengming Mountain tonight. I'm quite curious about the Earl's wealth. Lu Qing finally made a decision. Uncle Luo immediately left the villa to make arrangements for the evening trip. Regarding these things, Su Lingwei never said a word, as if she had completely handed over the dominance of the family to Lu Qing. She curled up lazily on the sofa, her eyes slightly closed, listening quietly to Lu Qing's words, her heart filled with peace of mind. Kyukyu squatted aside, staring at Su Lingwei's face with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The little girl always felt that her beautiful sister seemed a little different now, different from herself, her brother and Uncle Luo, but she couldn't tell what had changed. She had no choice but to gently poke Su Lingwei's shoulder with her chubby little hand and asked softly, "Pretty sister, would you like some milk tea?" Su Lingwei opened her eyes, smiled, pinched the little girl's cheek and said, "You can't drink it for the time being." Kyukyu felt a little lost, so she ran to Lu Qing, grabbed his clothes and climbed onto his shoulders. She drank a bag of blood herself and handed another bag of blood with a straw inserted to Lu Qing. "Pretty sister, I won't drink it anymore. Brother, you drink it." Lu Qing took the blood bag and drank it in a few gulps. Then she warned, "My pretty sister has been weak recently. When you play with her, be careful not to hurt her." After the little girl was embraced by Lu Qingchu, her physical strength increased rapidly. It was easy for her to crush a glass with one hand and kick through the bed with one foot. Now that Su Lingwei has become a human, if Kyukyu accidentally uses too much force, he might beat her to the point of vomiting blood and breaking bones. Kyukyu frowned and snorted in a mature manner. "Humph, brother underestimates Kyukyu. Kyukyu is not such an ignorant child. How could he possibly hurt his sister?" The two vampires, one big and one small, were making a fuss for a while, and Uncle Luo just happened to get the car ready. Lu Qing held Su Lingwei's hand and walked out the door, while Kyukyu continued to sit on his shoulders. "Since there are more people in the family, we no longer drive the RR when we go out together. Instead, we have switched to a business car so that there is enough space for the ball to move around." Number 1, who was sleeping in the coffin, was also awakened by Lu Qing and taken along. After all, with Number 1 around, those hidden treasures are easier to find. It feels really weird to just search the house in front of the original owner and ask him to help lead the way. Number 1 sat in the passenger seat like a cold corpse. It wore a silver mask on its face. The mask was very simple, with only 2 round eye holes, and its name Yi was engraved in the center of its forehead. The mask has grown together with its skin. If it is torn off, the flesh and blood will be torn off along with it. To a certain extent, the Earl of Fengming Mountain has completely disappeared. From now on, there is only one. When they arrived at the manor owned by Earl Fengmingshan, there was no trace of any vampires there. All the vampires were devoured by Lu Qing in that battle. Lu Qing directly asked Number 1 to lead the way to the basement of the manor. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, and a huge treasure house appeared before our eyes. Lu Qing looked at the treasures piled up like a small mountain in the center of the treasury and couldn't help but smack his lips and said, "This guy is really rich." On the underground floor, there is a huge treasure house made of alloy which is as wide as a football field. In the center of this space, a golden hill rises from the ground. It is made up of palm-sized gold blocks stacked layer by layer. Roughly estimated, its total weight may be measured in tons. After walking around the Golden Hill, Su Lingwei returned to Lu Qing and couldn't help but sigh, "He's indeed richer than our family." Lu Qing laughed heartily and said confidently, "From now on, all of these will belong to us." After saying that, he turned his gaze to the other side where he saw rows of large boxes neatly arranged, divided into several different areas. Uncle Luo stepped forward, casually opened a few boxes and began to introduce them. These boxes are filled with various securities, the specific value of which is currently difficult to estimate. Here are ancient gold and silver coins, here are jewelry, and here are cultural relics. Among them are some national treasures. He walked around and finally couldn't help but adjust his pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The light reflected from the lenses seemed to smell of money. This Earl of the Lesenba tribe must be someone who is keen on accumulating wealth. He is truly too rich, Lu Qing watched with a smile on his face. In addition to gold, the well-made gold and silver coins had reached a very high level of collection. The cultural relics exude an ancient atmosphere, and each one is of high quality. The gorgeous jewelry is full of precious brilliance. After carefully selecting from the jewelry box, he took out 2 exquisite pieces of jewelry. Then, he took one of them and walked towards Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei already understood his intention and stretched out her hand with a smile, said, "Help me put it on." Lu Qing gently put the bracelet inlaid with tiny diamonds on her wrist and looked at it carefully. She nodded with satisfaction, "It looks really good." Su Lingwei reached out and stroked the bracelet, obviously very satisfied with it. At this moment, Kyukyu's coquettish voice came from the side. "Kyukyu wants one too." Lu Qing rubbed the little girl's head lovingly and said, "You will have it too." He spread out his palm, on which was placed a small longevity lock. The longevity lock was inlaid with various small gems. The style was simple and exquisite, and it contained the beautiful meaning of peace and longevity. Although Kyukyu already has a long life, Lu Qing still hopes that she can be safe and sound. As soon as Kyukyu saw the small lock, a smile immediately spread across her face. She stretched her neck and looked at Lu Qing eagerly. Her meaning was obvious. She wanted to put it on quickly like her beautiful sister. Lu Qing smiled helplessly as she put on a longevity lock and then earnestly advised, "Kyukyu must be safe and happy in the future." "Yeah." The little girl shook her head happily and kissed him hard on the face. Finally, Lu Qing turned to Uncle Luo and said, "Uncle Luo, you can handle these gold and treasures as you see fit. The financial power of our family has always been in your hands. As for those cultural relics, there's no use for us keeping them. Turning in the valuable ones later would be our family's contribution to society." "Okay, Master Lu Qing," Uncle Luo responded. After making all the arrangements, Lu Qing looked at Yi and asked, "Apart from these, is there anything else?" Yi responded respectfully, "Master, please follow me." After that, Yi led Lu Qing to the deepest part of the treasure house where there was an alloy door. After collecting fingerprints, the door slowly opened. The space inside the door was much smaller than the outside, but it was filled with a strange atmosphere. What was placed here was not treasure, but huge bronze coffins, quietly placed in the secret room. In addition to the 8 huge bronze coffins, there is also a wooden box placed on the central platform. As soon as Su Lingwei stepped in, she couldn't help but shiver, and her little face instantly turned pale. With a human body, it was really difficult to withstand the cold atmosphere here. Lu Qing had no choice but to let the others stay outside and go in to check alone. He first came to one of the coffins, and the cold and dark aura emanated from inside the coffin. "Open," he gave the order and immediately pushed open the coffin. A stream of black air gushed out, revealing the dried corpse inside. Lu Qing reached out and touched the mummy and was stunned. "This is actually the body left behind by a vampire count after his death." "Yes, master." The hoarse voice seemed particularly abrupt in the silent space, but Lu Qing smiled happily. After the death of a vampire, it is difficult for their body to remain intact. Most of them are either torn apart, devoured completely, or reduced to ashes by restraining weapons. Only vampires of the rank of Earl and above can have their bodies preserved permanently after death. Lu Qing looked at the other 7 huge bronze coffins excitedly and asked, "Are all these coffins filled with the bodies of vampire counts?" "Yes, master." Yi's voice was still harsh, but it sounded wonderful to Lu Qing. He patted Yi's shoulder gently and praised, "Yi, you really are a cute pervert. You actually like to collect the corpses of vampires. Ha ha ha, but I like it." These 8 corpses of vampire earls were collected by Earl Fengmingshan over hundreds of years and with countless efforts. As to why he was keen on collecting the corpses of these earls, no one knew, not even Yi could remember. Perhaps it can only be attributed to the unique hobby of Earl Fengmingshan. After all, every vampire who has survived for such a long time has more or less some strange habits. Just like Su Lingwei, these corpses having lost all their essence and become dried up. Lu Qing began, for other vampires they are useless except for viewing and collection, but to me they are truly priceless. He was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands together, his eyes were shining, and the corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. Kyukyu, who was secretly peeking out from outside, said to Su Lingwei with some concern, "Brother is smiling so happily at the corpse in the coffin. It feels so weird." Su Lingwei gently touched her head and comforted her with a smile. "Your brother has many hobbies. You are still young and don't quite understand." The little girl nodded, not quite understanding. Uncle Luo on the side took out a few silver masks from somewhere, and these masks were exactly the same as the one on Yi's face. Holding a tang sword, he carved words on the mask, smiling elegantly as he carved. "It looks like there will be 8 more members in the family." Inside the secret room, Lu Qing excitedly gave Yi an order. "Open all these coffins." As he spoke, he picked up the count's body from the coffin in front of him, shook it vigorously to shake off the debris on the mummy, and then bit the mummy's neck, his sharp fangs digging deep into the dry skin. The king's chosen servant is activated instantly. With the infusion of royal blood, this mummy that had been sleeping for who knows how many years began to emit fluctuations of aura again. Crack, crack, there was a subtle cracking sound and the debris on the mummy kept falling off. The new vitality made the shriveled body gradually plump up, and the flesh and blood tissue began to regenerate. 10 minutes later, the mummy had turned into a slightly thin but fully awake vampire count. "Master, master." The vampire count said in a dry voice, then knelt on one knee and lowered his head quietly. Lu Qing slowly circled around the vampire earl. Judging from its aura, it should be at the mid-level earl level after its resurrection. He took the silver mask handed to him by Uncle Luo, a silver light flashed in his eyes, and he ordered, "Raise your head." The vampire count raised his head obediently, and the silver mask covered his face. "I have given you a new life, and you should follow me forever. From today on, your name will be Yes." Lu Qing touched Er's head with satisfaction and was very satisfied with this new member. Then he walked towards the other 7 coffins. One had already opened them all and was standing quietly by, looking at the newly born number 2 curiously. All contracts. Lu Qing was extremely excited. He rushed to the remaining coffins and activated King's chosen servant on these dead vampire earls one by one, injecting his own blood. As one vampire earl after another woke up from their slumber, the cold and gloomy atmosphere in the secret room became more and more intense, making people tremble with fear. Su Lingwei had already retreated dozens of meters with Kyukyu, but she still felt as if all the blood in her body was frozen. She looked towards the secret room in surprise and said, "It's really possible to transform 8 vampire earls. And the most powerful one is even about to break through to the marquis level. It's really terrifying." Even though she had already witnessed many of Lu Qing's magical qualities, Su Lingwei was still deeply shocked at this moment. "It seems that I really embraced a monster for the first time." In the secret room, the 9-headed vampire count stood quietly in front of Lu Qing. They all wore silver masks on their faces, and their respective numerical names were marked on their foreheads. Among them, Yi and Ju have the strongest aura. They are at the peak of the Earl state and are just a little bit away from being promoted to Marquis. Unfortunately, these 2 powerful vampire earls eventually died. From this moment on, these guards who have been transformed into contracts will only obey Lu Qing's orders forever. Even if he orders them to self-destruct, they will execute it without hesitation. In fact, even Lu Qing himself had not expected that the 9-headed Blood Clan guards who had transformed into contracts by chance today would grow to a terrifying level that would be enough to destroy an entire clan in a long time. All the subjects of the entire vampire world know that the Dark Lord Qingwang is always followed by a mysterious and strange hand of death. That is a powerful existence who accompanied the Green King and killed gods. Under the gaze of the 9-headed blood count, Lu Qing's sight fell on the last black box in the secret room. This black box looks inconspicuous and dirty at first glance, but it is actually made of an extremely rare black mineral. It is not large in size but has extremely high density and can completely block all auras. From Yi's answer, Lu Qing learned that even Earl Fengmingtian himself did not know what was in the black box and what its purpose was. This black box was accidentally discovered by Earl Fengmingtian a long time ago in an ancient battlefield of the vampires. After bringing it back, he studied it for decades but was never able to uncover the mystery. However, Earl Fengmingtian relied on his intuition to determine that this thing was definitely not ordinary, so he kept it in a secret room. The ancient battlefield of the vampire clan. Lu Qing paced to the side of the stone platform. and countless war scenes in the long history of the vampires emerged in his mind. The struggle for power between clans, the fierce conflict between the vampires and werewolves, and the desperate struggle between the vampire ancestors and the gods in ancient legends. These wars left behind many ancient battlefields. Among them, the 9 largest ancient battlefields were controlled by 13 clans, and each was located in a mysterious forbidden area of the world. In Lu Qing's memory, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle is one of them. These battlefields often contain relics of ancient vampires and may even reveal mysterious and powerful weapons. Half of the sacred artifacts of the 13 clans were excavated from these ancient battlefields. Every descendant of a clan has a chance to step into the ancient battlefield when he advances to the Duke. The Earl of Fengmingshan brought back this black box from one of the battlefields when he was promoted to Earl. The black box was not locked. Lu Qing opened the lid with a slight lift and saw the objects inside clearly. A stone. He stared at the pitch-black stone in the box with a little doubt. It was the size of a fist, completely black with an irregular shape. It looked ordinary on the surface, just like an ordinary stone. However, when he reached out to pick it up, he was surprised to find that the stone was incredibly heavy. With Lu Qing's current strength, lifting thousands of pounds with one hand is no problem, but in front of this stone he felt a heavy pressure. Hiss, so cold. As the time he held the stone increased, the stone emitted a bone-chilling chill that penetrated directly into his blood, as if being pricked by countless needles. Just as he was about to put the strange stone back into the box, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding. Host has discovered the blood of Cain. The sound was like thunder, extremely shocking. The blood of Cain, the blood of the ancestor of the Blood clan. Cain, as the ancestor of all blood races, is honored as the ancient species or the first-generation species, and modern vampires are all his descendants. It is recorded in the ancient books of the Blood clan. The ancestor of Blood, Cain, disappeared in an unknown place. In order to protect his descendants, he left 3 drops of his ancestors' blood in the world and made the supreme oath of the vampire clan. When the 3 drops of ancestral blood merge and appear in the world, all vampires can honor him as their king. Countless descendants of the Blood clan have frantically searched for these 3 drops of ancestral blood, but no one has succeeded, so that in the eyes of the new generation of Blood clan, this has become a legend. However, there are still many powerful old vampires exploring in secret, hoping to evolve to the highest level of vampires. The luck of Earl Fengmingshan is simply incredible. Lu Qing held the black stone in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. He was able to find something that only appeared in ancient books. It's a pity that he still didn't discover the secret. Lu Qing glanced at Yi, who had a calm expression and felt a little emotional. Ding, after consuming Cain's blood you can evolve into the ancient bloodline. The system's voice sounded again. Ancient bloodline, it's definitely more powerful than my current royal bloodline. I just don't know what changes it will bring. Lu Qing looked at the black stone in his hand with a determined look. Now that he had embarked on the path of vampires, he would move forward bravely towards the top. The silver light symbolizing the royal bloodline quietly emerged. Lu Qing used all his strength to activate the bloodline power in his body, and a ball of silver flame ignited in his hand. Wrapped in this ball of silver flame, the black stone began to melt slowly. The hard shell turned into black liquid and slowly flowed through his fingers. As the stone melted, an extremely oppressive atmosphere spread in the secret room. Finally, when all the shells disappeared, a drop of black blood quietly appeared in his palm. Boom. At this moment, an invisible force suddenly erupted from the entire narrow secret room, and the 9-headed blood count was instantly smashed into the air by this force. At the same time, that drop of black blood instantly corroded a bloody hole in Lu Qing's palm and quickly merged into his body. Outside the secret room, Lingwei suddenly felt a sense of oppression that was almost fainting. She instinctively wanted to rush into the secret room, but was suddenly grabbed by Kyukyu. Beautiful sister, it's dangerous. Kyukyu's face was tense and his expression was serious, as if he had sensed an ancient ferocious beast lurking in the secret room. Uncle Luo, come here quickly. Kyukyu stretched out his other hand and waved it hard towards Uncle Luo. Boom! A powerful gust of air suddenly rushed out of the secret room and rushed towards the 3 people. Without thinking, Lingwei subconsciously wanted to use her body to protect the ball, and Uncle Luo also quickly rushed forward. But what surprised Lingwei was that Kyukyu rushed to the front at a speed faster than both of them. Lingwei couldn't help but be stunned. Kyukyu. The little girl stood at the front, her brows furrowed and her lips tightly pursed. At the moment when the turbulent air wave hit, a crisp yet childish voice suddenly rang out. Ananda, dustless land. Then Su Lingwei was surprised to see that as the ball made a sound, a transparent barrier appeared out of thin air in front of their eyes. Boom! The raging wind wave slammed into the barrier like a tidal wave, but was completely blocked by the barrier. At the same time, Su Lingwei, who was inside the barrier, felt a strange energy, as if she was in this world and her physical strength was instantly suppressed. Crack. After the gust of air receded, the barrier began to crack, and then shattered into transparent pieces like glass, dissipating into the air. Huff, I'm so tired. Kyukyu supported his knees with his little hands, breathing heavily, and the tip of his cute little nose was covered with dense beads of sweat. Su Lingwei quickly bent down and picked up Kyukyu, took out a silk scarf, and gently wiped the sweat off her face. She smiled and asked, Kyukyu, was the dustless land you just saw your awakened ability? This ability can block such a powerful shock wave, the level is definitely not low. Besides, Kyukyu is so young, and he has awakened his ability just a few days after being embraced for the first time. Generally speaking, only the Duke level can awaken abilities. That's right. Kyukyu nodded with a bright smile in her arms. After waking up a few days ago, a lot of things suddenly came to my mind, and then Kyukyu knew this. It seems that Kyukyu has indeed awakened his ability. Su Lingwei was a little helpless. Why did this family feel unusual? The culprit must be that person. Let's go see our brother, Kyukyu urged, breaking free from Su Lingwei's arms and pulling her towards the secret room. When I arrived at the door of the secret room, I saw a row of powerful vampire earls guarding there. They were the 9-headed guards who were rushed out of the secret room by the airwave before. Out of the instinct to protect their master, they wanted to rush back to the secret room as soon as they regained their mobility, but found that they were blocked outside and could only guard the door diligently. The door to the secret room was covered in a thin black film. Uncle Luo walked over, stretched out his finger, and gently pressed it. A burning sound was heard and his finger was instantly corroded. Miss, we can't get in. Su Lingwei nodded and brought Kyukyu closer to the black film. The 9-headed Earl's personal guards sensed that they carried Lu Qing's bloodline aura, so they did not attack. See, brother is over there. Kyukyu pointed inside the secret room and said, but why did brother turn into a cocoon? Through the black film, you can see a strange scene inside the secret room. The entire secret room was covered with a layer of pitch-black liquid, which seemed to have life and kept moving on the ground and walls. In the center of the secret room, Lu Qing had his eyes closed and was motionless, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The black liquid shuttled back and forth on his body, even penetrating into his body. Some of the liquid surrounded him, slowly forming a cocoon, wrapping him tightly. The cocoon became thicker and thicker. In the end, Lu Qing's figure could no longer be seen in the secret room. All that could be seen was a huge, inky black cocoon. And at the last moment, Su Lingwei clearly saw a pair of black, ferocious wings spread out on Lu Qing's naked back. His eyes seemed to open for a moment, no longer red nor silver, but an extremely deep black, as if they could swallow up everything in the world. This breath is so terrifying. Su Lingwei looked at the black film in front of her with some trembling. Even though she has now transformed into a human, she can still feel the tremendous and powerful force in the secret room. If this power were to erupt, no, if even a tiny bit were to leak out, I'm afraid all the lives present would be wiped out in an instant. Kyukyu asked with a worried look on her face, pretty sister, will something happen to my brother? Su Lingwei thought for a moment and forced a smile. Don't worry, Lu Qing will be fine, he should be evolving. Let's wait here for brother to come out, okay? Okay. In the giant black cocoon, Lu Qing curled up like a baby, and his black wings unconsciously opened to surround him tightly. He fell into a deep sleep, but his body seemed to be breathing rhythmically. That drop of black blood decomposed into countless complex gene chains in his body, transforming his blood vessels step by step. The Magic City, this bustling and noisy metropolis, accommodates countless people of all kinds. However, beneath its bright and beautiful appearance, there is a dark corner hidden, which ordinary people are completely unaware of. Whenever night falls, the entire city seems to be shrouded in darkness, becoming the sphere of influence of the eastern branch of the Lesenba tribe. On the top floor of a skyscraper with a superb river view, a ceremony with an eerie atmosphere is quietly taking place. At the scene, there was a bald man in a red robe with complex runes painted on his face. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, his body was shaking violently, uncontrollably. His eyes were pale, and his original pupils had disappeared. Beside him, the head of the eastern branch of the Lesenba clan, Lei Lesenba, a vampire duke with the purest blood, was standing quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bright lights downstairs. However, Lei Shi's gaze would occasionally turn to a silver coffin next to him. This coffin was airlifted from the main branch of the Lesenba tribe in the west, and faint sounds of painful groans and heavy breathing could be heard from inside the coffin. "Peeper, what exactly did you see?" Lei Shi asked in a low and majestic voice. "This bald man is a vampire who has awakened a special ability, the Eye of the Sky. With the help of a specific medium, he can see what happened in extremely distant places." At this moment, he was clutching a broken family emblem in his hand, his body trembling even more violently, and he let out an unconscious growl. I saw it. I saw the Earl of the Lesenba tribe imprisoned, unable to move, his flesh and blood peeling off piece by piece. It hurts. Ouch. Lost in the scene being spied on, the voyeur seems to be experiencing the pain suffered by the person being spied on. What he witnessed was the final scene of the Earl of Fengeming Mountain being tortured by Lu Qing, as if it was not the Earl who was being stripped of flesh and blood, but himself. Ah, the Count of the Lesenba tribe has broken both legs. There is a dark shadow like a night ghost. His bloodline power is rapidly fading, someone is devouring him. The peeper trembled as he described it incoherently. Hearing this, Lei Shi Lesenba fell into deep thought. Just yesterday, a coat of arms in the family church suddenly shattered, which meant that an earl in the family had unfortunately passed away. In the past, he would not care too much about such situations. After all, the death of a count was not uncommon in the long history. He only needed to send someone to investigate and then eliminate the enemy. But this time the situation was different. The adult in the silver coffin learned about it. This young man holds a highly respected position in the main branch of the family. Even Lei Shi, as the head of a branch, has to be in awe of him. The lord originally came to the east for a trip. When he heard that a count in his family branch had been killed, he immediately became curious, so Lei Shi summoned the peeper to find out what happened. Judging from the situation described by the peeper, the vampire who killed the earl seemed to have completely overwhelmed the earl in terms of strength. But when had such a powerful vampire who could overwhelm the earl ever appeared in the land of Jiang City? Lei Shi was indifferent to the peeper's pain and ordered coldly, "See who killed him." After the peeper gasped for a while, his eyes turned pale again and he activated the Eye of the Sky. In an instant, he seemed to be in a forest and saw that the count had turned into a mummy and the essence in his body dissipated in an instant. At this moment, a terrifying aura was quietly brewing behind him. He turned his head hurriedly, but only saw endless darkness and a dark outline floating in the darkness. He couldn't make out the outline at all. Then a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened in the darkness, as if looking straight at him. At the same time, an extremely majestic voice came, "You ant who dares to peek, leave your eyes." Endless fear surged in the peeper's heart. He only had time to catch a glimpse of the brunch girl lying on the lawn before he was torn apart in an instant by a powerful force. On the top floor of the building, the peeper covered his eyes with his hands, howled miserably, and rolled on the ground in pain. His eyes had turned into two bloody holes, his skin began to crack, and his breath became very weak. Lei Shi asked coldly, "What did you see?" The peeper replied painfully, "Endless darkness, slaughter, power, and blood, and a young girl from the Bru tribe. This kind of scene never appeared the last time I spied on the holy son of my family." Then he desperately pleaded with Lei Shi for help. "Master, save me." However, Lei Shi snorted coldly and mercilessly crushed his head with a kick. "Humph, trash, you even told me about the time you spied on the family's holy son last time. You must be tired of living." After Lei Shi crushed the peeper with one foot, he glanced at the silver coffin with lingering fear. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his fluctuating emotions, and then said, "The deceased earl in the family must be related to the Bruch clan." The voyeur spotted their presence at the scene. Lei Shi did not explain in detail about the abnormal behavior of the peeper, because he knew in his heart that the noble vampire in the coffin would not care about it at all. Those vampires from the main line of the Western family have always been extremely disdainful of the Eastern branches, even if they belong to the same family bloodline. As expected, after Lei Shi finished speaking, there was no movement in the silver coffin for a long time. After a few minutes, the coffin slowly slid open a gap, and two corpses flew out and landed on the soft carpet without hesitation. They were two naked young girls, their delicate skin covered with bite marks of varying depths, and all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out. However, even in death, they still had a creepy, intoxicated smile on their faces. "Oh haha, the eastern branch of the Bruch tribe. Those weak fellows." A lazy and playful voice emanated from the coffin, like the cold venom of a venomous snake. "I had hoped to travel to the east for some fun, but I didn't expect to encounter something so interesting." To secretly murder a descendant of my own clan is a serious crime. Send me there. After he finished speaking, the silver coffin closed again and no sound was heard anymore. Lei Shi stared at the silent coffin for a long time. From beginning to end, he could not see the true face of the noble being in the coffin. But he knew very well in his heart that even as the head of this family, he would never dare to provoke the person in the coffin. He is a descendant of the royal bloodline with supreme glory and a rare treasure of the Lesenba tribe. Come here, take the master on his journey, he ordered decisively. At the same time, on Yanjing Mountain in the imperial capital, there is a breathtaking Huxia-style palace built entirely with private funds. Large tracts of forests around here are also leased for a long term. Although they are called leases, they are actually no different from private territories. This is the family residence of the eastern branch of the Bruch clan, a powerful family with a 1,000-year heritage. As one of the most prominent families among the 13 vampire clans, the Bruch clan is a natural enemy of the Lesenba clan. The war between the two clans had been raging for thousands of years, and it was not until the last few hundred years that some kind of peace agreement was reached, but the hostility between them remained deep-rooted. Unlike the Lesenba tribe, the individual vampires of the Bruch tribe are extremely powerful, but their branches are complex. The eastern branch is just one of them, and its combat power is not even comparable to that of the eastern branch of the Lesenba tribe. As a result, over the past few hundred years, the Bruch have rarely gained the upper hand in subtle skirmishes. However, due to the constraints of the armistice agreement, the Lesenba tribe could not openly attack the Bruch tribe. However, in recent decades, under the leadership of Lei Shi Lesenba, the eastern branch of the Lesenba clan seemed to be showing signs of stirring. At this sensitive moment, a silver coffin suddenly appeared in front of the Yanjingshan Palace, carried by 4 vampire earls. These 4 earls all have blonde hair and blue eyes, and they are obviously from the west. They are commonly known as paffin bearers and are usually the most loyal servants in the family. The fact that 4 vampire earls could carry the coffin was enough to show that the vampire in the coffin was of extremely noble status. The appearance of this silver coffin alarmed almost half of the high-level vampires in the family. Leading the group was none other than Suli Bruch, the patriarch of the eastern branch of the Bruch clan. He stared at the motionless silver coffin with deep apprehension and asked in a deep voice, "Noble descendant of the Lesenba clan, we have not invited you to our presence." Judging from the other party's style, it is obvious that he is a vampire from the main lineage of the West, and even Lei Shi is not qualified to accompany him. It can be seen that the person in the silver coffin has an extremely respected status. Disputes between branches are usually handled by the branches themselves, and the main blood clan rarely intervenes. After all, they simply look down on the fights between branches. But why did this big shot show up in person this time? There was no response from the silver coffin, but the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became weird. A faint scarlet mist slowly diffused from the silver coffin, and Su Lai smelled a sweet scent. Behind him, the vampires below the rank of Earl were affected by this sweet scent. Their skin instantly flushed, their breathing became rapid and heavy, their breath became disordered, and their eyes were filled with strong desire. Disperse. Su Lai roared in a low voice, suppressing the boiling blood in his body and asking the vampires below the rank of Earl to retreat. He was secretly terrified in his heart. This sweet and fishy smell must be the special ability of the vampires in the silver coffin. It can actually evoke emotions and ignite blood. It's really terrifying. Su Lai is also a duke of the vampire clan, but he is still affected by this aura and the blood in his body is surging. At this moment, the being in the silver coffin finally spoke. "Eastern branch of the Bruch clan. A vampire from your family secretly hunted down a descendant of the Earl of our clan. That's a beautiful girl, oh, and a strange little guy. I want to get them. I will come back in 10 days, and I hope I can see those 2 little guys then." The voice from the silver coffin was like a poisonous snake crawling through the hearts of all the vampires, cold and evil. Although it does not explicitly state the consequences of not being able to see it, this silent deterrent is even more frightening. A parchment scroll with a portrait of a young girl slowly floated in front of Su Lai. He recognized the person in the portrait at a glance, and his face instantly turned as pale as gray. The silver coffin was carried away by 4 earls. Su Lingwei frowned and stared at the picture in her hand, her expression full of hesitation. After thinking for a moment, she simply put the picture down and whispered, "Let's wait for Lu Qing to come out. Then let him make the decision." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden in an instant. She wrapped the blanket tightly around her body. reached out to grab a lollipop from her little follower Kyukyu and squinted her eyes comfortably. Uncle Luo was standing aside, his eyes full of kindness, and he sighed to himself. The young lady seems to have become more lazy since she met Master Lu Qing. Although one of Kyukyu's lollipops was snatched away, he didn't care at all. Instead, he put the other lollipop into his mouth with a smile. Then, she suddenly jumped up on the spot, quickly turned her body 180 degrees, faced the direction of the secret room, and shouted in her childish voice, "Brother, when will you come out? Kyukyu misses you so much." The crisp sound continued to echo in the empty underground space. As if the cry of Kyukyu was heard, the secret room, which had been quiet for 2 days and 2 nights, suddenly became noisy. Kyukyu heard the sound and showed a hint of surprise on her face. She turned to look at Su Lingwei and asked curiously, "Brother, did you really hear me?" Su Lingwei stood up with a smile, gently took Kyukyu's little hand, stood behind her, her eyes full of anticipation, staring closely at the direction of the secret room. A dull and loud breathing sound came from the secret room, as if it was sucking up all the air in the entire space. Wisps of black mist, as if summoned by some mysterious force, rushed towards the secret room like a tide. Immediately afterwards, a crack quietly appeared in the giant black cocoon in the secret room. With a cracking sound, the crack gradually expanded, and finally the giant cocoon completely shattered, revealing a naked and strong body. Lu Qing's body is like a fine crystal sculpture, with smooth and distinct muscle lines, and every curve seems to have undergone countless times of careful carving and tempering. In his body, blood was surging like a torrent, and a powerful blood aura permeated every inch of his flesh and blood. His sharp nails dug deep into his palm, and a drop of black blood slowly dripped down, emitting a strange and chilling aura. At this moment, his pupils were no longer blood red or silver, but burning with black flames. The flames seemed to have endless devouring power, capable of devouring everything in the world. Behind him, a pair of huge black wings with a wingspan of more than 5 meters spread out proudly, looking ferocious and sharp. If Lu Qing grew 2 more horns at this moment, he would be just like a demon king awakening from the abyss. I finally woke up. Lu Qing looked down at his brand new body. Under the magical effect of Cain's blood, every cell in his body was reborn. What made him even more delighted was that at the moment he emerged from the cocoon, the system's prompts rang in his ears one after another. Ding, the host absorbs Cain's blood 1-3. The host's bloodline evolves into ancient blood, the source of darkness and evil, the symbiosis of death and life. For vampires, the ancient blood is both an irresistible deadly poison and the sacred fruit that initiates evolution. Ding. The host has advanced to a vampire marquis. After Lu Qing absorbed Cain's blood, he was directly promoted to the marquis of the vampire clan. This shows that the energy contained in this drop of blood is amazing. This is an ancient bloodline that is more ancient and noble than the royal bloodline. Only the first generation is worthy of possessing such an ultimate bloodline. As the system suggests, his blood has a fatal attraction to all vampires. After all, ancient blood can drive other vampires to evolve. Come here, Lu Qing summoned the 9-headed Earl's personal guards who had been waiting outside the door. Master. The 9-headed Earl's personal guard knelt on one knee with his head lowered, not daring to look directly at Lu Qing. They truly felt the supreme majesty emanating from Lu Qing. Lu Qing walked up to number 1, extended her hand gracefully and said, "Raise your head." Number 1's body trembled violently and a roar came from his throat. Under the tremendous pressure, he finally raised his head with great difficulty. Accept more powerful power. Lu Qing showed an evil smile and a drop of black blood appeared on his fingertips. As soon as this drop of blood appeared, number 1 instantly lost consciousness, with only endless darkness left in his eyes. His instinct created an irresistible desire for this drop of blood. Kai. A sound like water dripping into a frying pan was heard, and the blood from Lu Qing's fingertips dripped into number 1's left eye. Number 1 immediately put his hands on his head and fell to the ground, making a hoarse roar in his throat as if he was in severe pain. The pain lasted for about a minute, and number 1's body began to change. His aura continued to rise and finally broke through a shackle. Roar. Number 1 let out a roar of both pain and joy. Just this one drop of blood allowed it to successfully evolve to the Marquis realm. Lu Qing retracted his fingers and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, you have also advanced to the Marquis. This is the power of the ancient bloodline, which can continuously improve the strength of the vampires through feeding, but the upper limit should not exceed my level. You were at the peak of the Earl level before, so you took advantage of this opportunity to evolve to the Marquis level. I'll feed you a few more times in the future. Number 1 returned to the kneeling position on one knee with a powerful aura surging from his body. Lu Qing came to number 2 again and fed it in the same way. Number 2's reaction was similar to number 1's. He screamed in pain at first, and after the pain subsided, his physical aura suddenly increased, but he did not break through in the end. He was still a vampire earl, but his aura was much stronger. Lu Qing looked at number 2 and said thoughtfully, "It seems we need to feed it more. The improvement we can get from one time is limited." He continued, "Fortunately, I now have the king's chosen servant who can transform them into contracted personal guards. With the help of the ancient blood in my body, they can continue to grow and grow. In this way, I can even create a terrifyingly powerful vampire army. Moreover, this army will be absolutely loyal to me and will continue to grow in strength under my care." Thinking of the various possibilities in the future, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel excited. He used the same method to feed the remaining vampire earls. Number 9 was the same as number 1. Since he was originally at the peak of the earl, he evolved to the marquis with the nourishment of the ancient blood. Although the other 7 were still earls, their aura had become much stronger, and it was only a matter of time before they evolved into marquis. In this way, Lu Qing now has 2 blood clan marquis guards and 7 earl guards. Even if he faces the branches of some big families, he has the confidence to confront them head-on. After feeding the 9-headed guard, Lu Qing's body became a little weak, the breath of the ancient blood retracted, and the wings behind him automatically retracted into his body, leaving only a complex set of black lines. The weakness brought on by using the ancient bloodline is getting stronger. It seems feeding is not easy. Lu Qing rubbed his dizzy head and slowly walked out of the secret room. "I came here originally to inherit the wealth of Earl Fengmingxian, but unexpectedly I got so many unexpected surprises." In addition to wealth, he also had 7 blood clan earl guards, 2 of which had evolved into marquises, and he himself had evolved from royal blood to ancient blood, becoming a blood clan marquis in one fell swoop. Personal information panel host, Lu Qing, race, blood clan. Bloodline, ancient bloodline, family, none level, vampire marquis 160 points for the next evolutionary stage, abilities, ×0, crimson bloodshed, the king's chosen servant evolution sequence, highest sequence, bloodline devouring, can devour fellow bloodlines to enhance evolution, evolutionary sequence. Highest sequence, innate isolation, infinitely hides one's own vampire level undetectable. First form, king's arrival, second form, emperor flame. It's a pity that I evolved to marquis this time because of the ancient blood, so I didn't awaken any new abilities. Lu Qing felt a little regretful but soon felt relieved. But after the bloodline advanced, the second form Emperor Flame was activated, which is also a good compensation. Emperor Flame, black flames descend, burning the void. This brief introduction exudes dominance. When Lu Qing walked out of the secret room, Su Lingwei was already waiting outside with Kyukyu. The moment she saw him, Kyukyu quickly covered her eyes with her hands. "Shame on you." Su Lingwei was stunned at first, her eyes dodging for a moment, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she walked forward and handed him the blanket she was wearing. "Hurry up and put it on, little brother, don't catch a cold." She tilted her head, not daring to look him in the eye, not only because he was naked, but also because Lu Qing at this moment seemed to be emitting an irresistible charm. It was daytime when they came out of the manor. Therefore, the 9-headed vampire guards were temporarily placed in a dark basement, so that they could guard the countless treasures in the basement. Uncle Luo has arranged for someone to liquidate the property of the Earl of Fengmingxian, and it will soon be transferred to Lu Qing's name. As for how much assets he has, Lu Qing doesn't care. As long as there is money in the card for him to spend, that's enough. Later, Uncle Luo handed Lu Qing a golden black card and said in a very normal tone, "Master Lu Qing, there are 800 million in this card. Just think of it as your daily pocket money. You can accompany the young lady to buy clothes and so on." 800 million in pocket money. How much does his total assets really have to be? I dare not even think about it. Anyway, I just hope he can't spend it all. In addition, after Uncle Luo finished counting the antiques and cultural relics in the basement, he also made a list for Lu Qing. Most of the items on the list were priceless and basically came from every dynasty. Lu Qing waved his hand without hesitation and decided to donate all these antiques and cultural relics to the country. These things are of no practical use to him, so it would be better to let them go to the right place and play their due value. Of course, the way of donation is quite special. After all, so many antiques, no matter under what name they are donated, will attract attention. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, under Lu Qing's special instructions, Uncle Luo chose a dark and windy night and placed the boxes of antiques neatly in front of the gate of the municipal museum. The next day, the director of the museum came to work. As soon as he walked into the gate, he saw a mountain of boxes. He suddenly thought that the logistics vegetables were placed in the wrong place. It wasn't until he opened one of the boxes and saw the objects with simple shapes and exquisite craftsmanship that the dean, who was nearly 70 years old, had a heart attack on the spot. As he was being loaded into the ambulance, he stretched out his hands towards the pile of boxes, shouting, "People can die, the boxes must be protected, these are national treasures." After shouting this, he fainted with peace of mind. The incident quickly made it onto local and national television news. It is understood that late last night, a large number of wooden boxes suddenly appeared in front of the Jiang City Museum. After inspection by experts, it was found that the wooden box was full of important cultural relics that had never been discovered before, with the lowest level of protection being first class and some even being national treasures. This batch of precious cultural relics is of epoch-making significance for archaeologists in their study of history. However, after investigation, no one knew how these cultural relics appeared in front of the city museum. Experts speculated that they may have been donated anonymously by a patriotic individual. The news that night spent a full 10 minutes reporting the incident, which quickly caused an uproar across the country. Countless people are searching for the person who donated the national treasure anonymously, and some even issued appeals on the entire internet for him to speak out, but no one has come forward to claim this honor. However, no one could have imagined that the protagonist of this whole incident was actually a vampire hiding in the darkness. At this moment, the vampire was leisurely choosing a house with a beautiful girl. Let's choose this one. It's nestled in the mountains and next to the water, and the environment is fantastic. Lu Qing accompanied Su Lingwei as they stood on the terrace of a manor, overlooking the lush forest below and the magnificent river not far away. In the past 2 days, Su Lingwei seemed to be obsessed with looking at and buying houses. She dragged Lu Qing to look at almost all the top properties in Jiang City, immersed in it and never tired of it. When they finally saw the place in front of them, they both felt quite satisfied. Su Lingwei fell in love with the scenery and tranquility here, while Lu Qing was attracted by the spacious 2-story basement of the manor. When houses become expensive to a certain extent, they are all pretty much the same. The key is to have a large enough basement space to accommodate enough coffins. The underground space of this manor is the largest, as big as 2 football fields, and it has 2 floors, so Lu Qing likes it very much. Now that the house has been chosen, he doesn't have to worry about the rest. The elegant housekeeper will arrange everything. On that day, all the furniture in the new home was replaced with new ones. Large trucks slowly drove into the quiet mountain villa along the winding mountain road. One of the trucks was covered with a black cloth, and underneath the cloth was a sealed container, which was transported directly to the basement of the manor. After everyone left, Lu Qing went to the basement alone. In the originally spacious basement, he saw 9 huge bronze coffins neatly arranged. In each coffin lay a personal guard with a completely restrained aura. Ever since he discovered that sleeping could help the guards maintain their strength, Lu Qing decided to let the 9-headed guards sleep in a giant bronze coffin. "Wake up," he called out to the 9 huge bronze coffins. The 9-headed guards opened their eyes instantly, sat up in unison and looked at him respectfully. "Master, I'll feed you blood again tonight." Lu Qing walked forward and fed blood to the guards in each coffin in turn. Sensing that their breath had become slightly stronger, a strong sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. "I deliberately chose such a large basement. One day it will be filled with my giant bronze coffins." After coming out of the basement, Lu Qing found Su Lingwei lying on the table in the living room, writing something intently. He walked over curiously, gently put his arm around her waist from behind and asked, "What does this say?" Su Lingwei turned her head and leaned against his cheek. She handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is my wish list as a human. Once I fulfill these wishes, you will hug me for the first time." Lu Qing picked up the piece of paper in his hand and began to look at it carefully. As soon as he saw it, he felt that Su Lingwei's handwriting was really not very good. It was crooked and looked like ants crawling around. He is over 300 years old, but his handwriting is still no different from that of a child. Wish list. There were 10 items listed on the paper, all of which were things Su Lingwei longed to do. Lu Qing read out loud unconsciously. The first one, go shopping and watch a movie. Second, sunbathe on the beach or by the river. The third one is speed racing. Number 4, watch the fireworks. Number 5, get first place in the exam. When reading the 5th item, Lu Qing paused, thought for a moment, and then said, "The previous ones are relatively easy, but this 5th one is really difficult to achieve. After all, you always ranked last in the exams before." Su Lingwei nodded in agreement. "That's right. So you have to work harder." Lu Qing was stunned for a moment before he realized that this difficult problem obviously had to be solved by him. Okay, keep watching. Lu Qing continued. Number 6, eat barbecue and drink beer. Well, this isn't difficult, just give it a try. Number 7, bungee jumping. Not too difficult. I guess you want to feel the adrenaline rush, right? Arrange it. Lu Qing read out the items one by one until the 9th one. Item 9, get a room. Get a room. Facing Lu Qing's slightly odd gaze, Su Lingwei explained calmly, don't get the wrong idea. I just wanted to experience what it's like to book a room. I've never stayed in a hotel before. Well, Su Lingwei saw that Lu Qing seemed to have a look of regret, and she chuckled to herself, then said, there are a total of 10 wishes here. Once I complete them all, you can give me your first embrace. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Giving her the first embrace meant that Su Lingwei would be transformed into a vampire once again. In fact, Lu Qing knew in her heart that these wishes must be what she longed to realize deep in her heart. Things like shopping and watching movies may be commonplace for ordinary people, and may even be done every day, but she has never had such an experience. She didn't want to age prematurely in front of him, so she planned to turn back into a vampire after doing these things. How about being a human for a while longer? Lu Qing felt a little reluctant. Su Lingwei smiled and shook her head. No need, just accompany me to finish these 10 things. Seeing her stubbornness, Lu Qing gave up and turned to look at the last wish on the paper but was a little confused. The 10th wish. 2 circles, 2 crosses. What does this mean? Su Lingwei looked at him with a smile and gently rubbed his chin with her head like a cunning little witch. Guess. No guessing. Forget about guessing, I'm going to sleep. Su Lingwei broke free from his arms and skipped upstairs. Lu Qing looked at her back as she happily left and could truly feel the joy in her heart. After turning back into a human, Su Lingwei's emotions became more and more varied. Although her previous cold temperament was still there, when the two were alone, that coldness would completely disappear and she would be like a real human girl. Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly as she thought of her last wish. Circles and crosses, how could he not understand the meaning? Just as Su Lingwei was about to go upstairs, Lu Qing suddenly walked up and picked her up by the waist. Su Lingwei looked up in his arms like a kitten and asked with a smile, what are you going to do? Lu Qing hugged her, his eyes instantly becoming as dark as ink. Swish! Along with the sound of clothes tearing, 5-meter-long black wings suddenly stretched out from his back. Let me help you fulfill a wish first, he said with a domineering and evil smile. The black wings flapped vigorously and they took off in an instant, arriving several hundred meters above the manor. Noticing that Su Lingwei's breathing was gradually becoming rapid, Lu Qing rushed forward. Hold me tight. Under the pitch-black night on the winding road between the mountains and forests, a black figure was flying at high speed along the road. And in a blink of an eye, the speed reached more than 200 kilometers per hour. Lu Qing held Su Lingwei in his arms, flapped his wings and flew close to the ground. The scenery on both sides of the road quickly retreated like lightning. He just slightly shielded her from the strong wind so that she could fully experience the thrill brought by the extreme speed impact. Su Lingwei hugged his neck tightly with both hands, her little face flushed with excitement, and her eyes seemed to be shining. How is it? Is it more exciting than racing? Lu Qing lowered his head and kissed her forehead lightly, feeling her heart beating violently. Look at the road, we're going to get hit. Su Lingwei suddenly let out a quick shout which then turned into a happy laugh. Hee hee. This is so fun. It was not until Lu Qing felt that Su Lingwei was a little tired that he carried her back to the manor and gently placed her on the soft bed. Su Lingwei seemed to still be immersed in the wonderful feeling of accelerated heartbeat just now. Her eyes were bright, and she hugged his neck and refused to let go. What's the matter? Lu Qing asked softly while maintaining his posture. Nothing. Su Lingwei smiled slightly, then took the initiative to peck him lightly on the lips. Thank you, you must try your best to help me fulfill the remaining 9 wishes. After Su Lingwei fell asleep, Lu Qing came out of the room and gently closed the door. Although Su Lingwei became more lively in her human state, she was also more fragile and could no longer stay up all night like before. However, being able to experience the feeling of dreaming after falling asleep must be what she is looking forward to. After Lu Qing came out of the room, he found Uncle Luo waiting for him downstairs. Uncle Luo was still dressed in a tuxedo and white gloves, but his usual elegant smile was gone, replaced by an extremely serious expression. Seeing Uncle Luo like this, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel strange. What's wrong? Uncle Luo lowered his head slightly, a bright light reflecting off his gold-rimmed glasses. Master Lu Qing, a vampire earl, has arrived at the foot of the mountain. He claims to be from the Bruch tribe and wants to take the young lady back to his family for trial. Lu Qing stopped in his tracks, his sharp fangs slowly protruding from his lips, a playful smile on his face. Oh, that's what it said. Then I'll have to twist its head off.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.